to read the article. Yet even so, the opening lines of the article still caught everyone's attention. It must be said that the game Biohazard Revelation is a groundbreaking product of the nation, and has even become a unique pride of the country. The content of the game revolves around apocalyptic fantasy. Although it's just a fantasy, I have to say that the brutality and harshness depicted in the game's apocalyptic setting are masterfully executed by the creators. Especially in this game, players can truly hone their willpower. A person may lack a strong physique, but they cannot lack a strong will. The technical level of this game is exceptionally high, and one could even say it is ahead of the world. What makes us even prouder is that this game is made domestically. The studio has also reached an agreement with the military to develop the latest virtual combat training games. As for the screenshots, I'll stop here. However, it must be said that even in these few sentences, there is a profound admiration for the studio. Yet, each of these praises hits the hearts of the people like a heavy hammer. It really hurts. But even though it stings, they have no strength to refute it. Who is this? This is the military district of a major city, an entity second only to the capital's military district. Who on earth would dare to argue? It's no exaggeration to say that the statements from this military district already represent the stance of the entire military. What does this imply? Anyone with a brain can figure it out. As long as their intelligence hasn't dropped, no one would dare to go against it. The studio's recognition by the military proves that it has also gained national acknowledgement. A game developer, to actually receive recognition from the nation and collaborate with the military? Unbelievable. This is probably the most outrageous thing of the century. Previously, the smear campaign against Lin Fei by hired trolls feels like a heavy slap to the face. This slap, it resonates, not only hitting him, but also affecting his reputation. At this moment, everyone in the conference room suddenly feels like a clown, especially when they think back to how confident they were in the morning, wishing they could crawl under the table. Meanwhile, the comment section below this post is being bombarded by netizens. Wow, Lin Fei is amazing. The studio is amazing. Support. Haha, the studio is incredible. I've decided to apply to military academies this year just to play military games. The studio is awesome. Domestically made is awesome. Support the military district. I will definitely enlist this year. Brothers, I've created a group for those who want to join the army. Please join. Just as all the netizens were discussing in the major city's military district's post, another article went viral. The content of the article is not much. It simply describes the blogger's process of gathering information, followed by dozens of screenshots. All the articles in the screenshots were published by the military district. However, what is shocking is not this article itself, but the accounts that shared the article. Official accounts like XX News, XX Military District, Eastern Mountain Military District, Central Military District, Central Economic. All of them are official accounts sharing the article, causing a complete sensation online. Seeing so many official endorsements for the gaming community, the fans of the gaming community felt an overwhelming sense of pride, with major media outlets supporting them. The previous negative news about the gaming community seemed to have vanished completely. It was as if those articles and posts had never existed, leaving no trace behind. Wow, isn't this a bit too exaggerated? Back at his sister's house, Lin Fei stared blankly at the messages and articles on his phone. Initially, when he left the military district, he thought that the elder Zheng would help him mitigate some negative public opinion. However, he never expected that the old man would boldly take a stand in his favor. With dozens of top official accounts supporting him, he felt a sense of elation. Mr. Lin, you are now an invaluable asset to the nation. What Elder Zheng is doing is merely to intimidate the malicious individuals. A soldier, who caught a glimpse of Lin Fei's phone screen, replied expressionlessly, that's the case. But with things like this, it might be a problem for me to even go outside, Lin Fei said with a bit of a headache. Chapter 115, Wealthy Players vs. Casual gamers. With increasing support from official media, Lin Fei and his players' nation have stirred up a tremendous wave within the borders of the country, even in remote villages. The local women who browse short videos are aware of the remarkable young man emerging from the country, although they do not fully understand what Lin Fei's game represents. They are clear that this young man named Lin Fei is truly impressive. The strange move by a major gaming company to change servers has alerted various domestic gaming companies to something unusual. At the same time, they realized that their opportunity had arrived. All the gaming companies began to ramp up their promotional efforts, trying to capture some users. However, they did not expect that the investment and return would be completely disproportionate. In fact, they discovered that the biggest beneficiary of this incident was Players Nation. It was that damned studio again. Due to the previous public opinion and the current praise from official media, the name Players Nation seemed to be stamped with an official label. Ratings for Resident Evil Revelation on major websites began to soar. It was declared the best game of the year, without exception. The gaming era in the country had begun. This was truly a nation belonging to the players. Players Nation had ushered in a new gaming era. This was the evaluation given to Resident Evil Revelation by the official media, and it can be said that, Without exception, all were words of praise. Those players who had been affected by the server shutdown and had no games to play were finally tempted to open the Interstellar gaming platform, ready to download and experience the game. However, when they opened the platform, they were shocked to find that the name Resident Evil Revelation had vanished. The only two games under Players Nation were one titled I Am Legend VR and another called Resident Evil 2. Zero Apocalypse. What the heck? Was this a revision or an upgrade? No way. It just launched yesterday, and now it's been revised? Could it have been taken down due to complaints? Who cares? Anyway, I have no games to play right now, and I want to see how amazing the hyped-up game can really be. Right? Who cares what it's called? It's all just boasting anyway. Let me give it a try. Hey, can someone start a live stream? I can't play right now since I'm at work. I want to watch the stream. Meanwhile, a bunch of netizens downloading the game, feeling bored, directly turned the comment section for Resident Evil into a text chat room. At the same time, moderators from some large domestic forums, seeing this situation, reported to their superiors and requested to add a section for Players Nation in their forums. At this moment, Lin Fei, who had just finished the revision and was lying on the sofa, was being pestered by three women. After learning about the server shutdown of the gaming company, he had hurriedly exchanged emotional points to increase game content. He was exhausted, feeling like a dead dog, yet the calls from the three women kept coming in nonstop. There are game publishing companies, game developers, game portal websites, and even some gaming forums. In short, regardless of whether they are related to gaming, all companies involved in the internet are eager to reach out for collaboration. When Lin Fei was still unknown and overlooked, he dreamed of soaring to become a top player in the industry. Now, however, he is directly overwhelmed by the constant barrage of calls. For these calls, Lin Fei decisively instructed his three assistants with a single word: reject. Reject them all. There will never be any collaboration with any company in this lifetime. As long as he can perfectly meet the requirements of Mr. Zheng this time, he won't need to collaborate with any company in the future. Meanwhile, Lin Fei is not the only one with a headache. Far away at the headquarters, Ma Huading has taken off his glasses and is rubbing his temples vigorously. The executives seated in the conference room are all silently bowing their heads. The reason for this is that a notification has just come down from the higher-ups. Due to the company's games having behaviors that induce underage users to make payments, all game servers are ordered to shut down for rectification, effective immediately, for a period of 30 days. This is clearly not a legitimate reason. It is obviously targeted. Everyone present knows in their hearts that this is a warning from the authorities. This time, they have truly hit a hard wall. In history, there has never been a situation where the company has suffered such a loss. Mr. Ma, if we shut down for a month, the estimated losses. Just then, an executive inappropriately brings up the issue of profits. However, before he can finish, Ma Huading raises his head, his slightly narrowed eyes sharp as an ice blade. Do not talk to me about losses right now. He shifts his tone, with a murderous intent, and orders: notify everyone that the gaming department is temporarily on break, and all technical staff will work overtime to develop new games. Huh. Upon hearing Ma Huading's words, the executives all freeze, looking at their boss in shock. Are we really going to continue? Is the previous loss not enough? Looking at the chilling gaze of Ma Huading, the group hesitates repeatedly, but ultimately chooses to remain silent. In the end, several executives from the gaming department can only nod like chickens pecking at rice. Mr. Ma's idea carries significant risk, but so what? The company doesn't have shares in them. Even if they lose money, it won't affect them. You have the financial power. You're impressive. Those who can reach executive positions in the gaming department definitely understand the game market and games far better than Ma Huading. They have privately studied the sudden rise of Player Nation. It can be said that Lin Fei is like a character in a novel with cheat codes. His situation is even more impressive than the hacks made by their technical department. Starting with a broken company, having his game stolen, employees leaving, and a pile of challenges. This hellish level of difficulty has been overcome by the opponent. Now, tell me, what is this if not a cheat? And now, their own boss still wants to compete with him? Can the wealthy pay-to-win players outdo a cheat master? Wow, you're really asking for trouble. Streaming games on this platform is risky, and with new equipment. Impressive. In a live streaming room on a certain platform, a viewer sent a comment in the chat of a streamer named PlayEgg. There were only two people in the entire live stream room, the streamer's alternate account and a viewer who joined after the stream started. This platform boasts hundreds of millions of users and has top-tier traffic in the industry. However, it is not primarily a gaming live streaming platform, and not many people watch game streams here. Most viewers come to watch things like dancing, walking dogs, or performing tricks. As for games, the traffic is really low. The new streamer PlayEgg decided to stream games on this platform simply because it was convenient. Yes, just that one word, convenient. He only has this one account and couldn't be bothered to register for others. For his first stream, he didn't want to try other platforms and just wanted to test the waters here. After fiddling with his equipment, Play Egg shyly touched his bald head and spoke to the camera. If you believe in me, it's time to switch to another gaming platform. A kind viewer, who didn't he leave, commented in the chat. Hee, let us wait and see. Play Egg glanced at the screen, saw that the game had finished downloading, and excitedly said, "The game is ready, brothers, wish me a bright future." With that, he decisively clicked to enter the game. Chapter 116, Doomsday Opening Animation. Normally, when a game is updated or revised, the official channels would release an advertisement or a CG trailer in advance. However, there are exceptions like Lin Fei. He not only skipped the advertising, but even neglected to post an announcement, taking advantage of the current public sentiment and the platform's downtime to drop a bombshell. As more and more people downloaded the game, the news of the revision for Biohazard once again shook the internet. Whoa, what the hell, are you messing with me? I've been waiting for you, and you just show me a movie? The sole viewer in the live stream expressed dissatisfaction through the comments. Bro, this is really a game from the realm of players. The streamer awkwardly replied, the realm of players? Whoa, are you talking about that game studio that's been trending all over the internet recently? Yes, that studio. I just lost my job yesterday and thought I'd try my hand at being a game streamer, fulfilling a childhood dream. The streamer, who was already balding in his 30s, sighed. Back in the day, I also dreamed of making a living through gaming. But alas, my father's belt hurt too much, and I ended up having to work. Hearing this, the viewer chuckled. Haha, so your father's belt doesn't hurt anymore? Not anymore. He has tied up. As the streamer's words faded, the live stream screen quickly transitioned from a bright blue sky to darkness. At this moment, both of them stopped interacting, eagerly anticipating what was to come. They wanted to see what this game, praised by the entire internet, was really like. Soon, the screen slowly lit up. Thick smoke obscured the sun in the sky, and in the smoke-filled, steel jungle, figures staggered through. The sound of howling wind and faint gunfire echoed in their ears. Beneath the haze and dust, an enormous, dilapidated city rivaling top-tier cities could be seen. Then the scene shifted, revealing a street filled with the undead. The camera zoomed in slowly, focusing on a fully armed soldier sprinting alone down the road, pursued closely by over 10 zombies. Whoa, what kind of movie is this? The visuals are impressive. Yeah, it looks like a war film. Hey, look at the monsters on the street. It's clearly the latest buzz around Biohazard. It really does seem like it. I can't believe someone actually dares to stream this game. So what? Didn't you see the announcement earlier? The platform has launched a game streaming section with traffic support. Is that true? If so, I might stream a retro game too. Nah, no one is interested in retro. If you're gonna watch, it has to be Biohazard. As the game's opening animation unfolded, dozens of viewers unknowingly entered the stream. These viewers were immediately captivated by the apocalyptic and ruined scenery before them, leading to a rather peculiar situation. Dozens of viewers entered the live stream, none of them leaving, and some even expressed their support for the host by sending hearts while watching. As the hearts increased, the activity in the live stream grew, leading to a gradual rise in exposure. However, at that moment, the host, completely immersed in the visual spectacle, did not notice. As the camera shifted, the perspective changed from a free view to a shaky first-person perspective. Boom. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted, and a running soldier was thrown away by the impact. With intense shaking, the entire view became hazy. Soon, the blurry image became clear again. What appeared on screen was the edge of a dark pit shrouded in smoke. Several dismembered zombies struggled to crawl toward the camera's position. Watching their decaying, pus-dripping faces draw near, the viewers in the live stream felt chills run down their spines. Under such pressure, everyone could even hear a strong heartbeat coming from the screen through their phones. Everyone couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat for the soldier lying on the ground, frozen in fear. As the half-bodied zombie drew closer, suddenly, rumble, accompanied by a fierce roar and violent tremors, a cold, heavy metal track crushed the zombie. Splatter. In an instant, the zombie burst like a water balloon, splattering sticky black liquid all over the screen. Wow, that scared me to death. Damn, what a dramatic opening. I just want to know, what movie is this? What a movie, doesn't the host's room name say Biohazard? This is the most awesome game from a certain country. The bloody scene at the beginning immediately flooded the live stream chat with comments. Meanwhile, the number of viewers also surged to over 1,000. I must say, this viewer count is a fantastic start for a first-time streamer. As everyone discussed, the screen, splattered with filth, was suddenly wiped clean by a gloved hand. The image became clear. Boom. Accompanied by deafening roars, heavy tanks that resembled ancient beasts swept across the view. That soldier on the ground. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Suddenly, an angry middle-aged voice rang out. Don't just stand there. Hurry and retreat. Not far away, a bearded middle-aged man on a tank shouted over. Hearing the command, the soldier seemed to snap back to reality, hurriedly turning to look around. Heavy armored vehicles and tanks rolled out from the distant city streets, converging on the ring road leading to the outskirts. Woo! Just then, the air raid siren blared. The bearded man on the tank instantly turned pale upon hearing it. Damn! Without hesitation, he jumped off the tank, running while shouting loudly, "Run! Get to the sewers! Hurry! Hurry!" As the loud roar echoed, all the car doors around opened, and hundreds of soldiers rushed towards the nearest sewer entrance. But in the next second, buzz! A beam of light, bright as day, suddenly erupted. Through the screen, everyone squinted their eyes against the dazzling white light. Boom! The white light vanished in an instant, accompanied by a deep rumbling sound that shook the entire scene. As the soldiers turned their heads, the viewer's perspective shifted towards the city center. There, in the heart of the city, a mushroom cloud wrapped in crimson flames slowly rose. Before they could appreciate this stunning sight, the viewers saw a fiery shockwave sweeping towards them. Amidst the flames, piercing screams echoed. Those who had not yet managed to escape into the sewer were instantly ignited. Dust and debris flew. The sea of fire engulfed everything. Individuals' clothes turned to ash in an instant, and their exposed skin caught fire in a moment. In the next second, the skin cracked, flesh ignited, and in the blink of an eye, they turned to dust and were swept away. Witnessing this scene, the viewers in the live stream were all horrified. Is this a nuclear explosion? Wow, the impact is just overwhelming. This power. Chapter 117. Heading to the nuclear explosion center, the wind howled and the cold air bit. As a car slowly came to a stop on a dilapidated road filled with debris. Bang! Gunshots rang out, and a nearby zombie suddenly had its head explode, collapsing onto the dust-covered road with a thud. As the dust began to rise, an arm reached out from the car door and retracted, revealing a figure clad in protective gear and a full chemical defense helmet stepping out of the vehicle. Looking up at the gray sky, Lin Luo muttered under her breath, "Damn, they really plan to destroy all of humanity." With that, she pressed the communication device on her shoulder and said, "Calling the Salvation Army headquarters." Calling the Salvation Army headquarters. As Lin Luo made her call, the communicator on her shoulder quickly responded, but the signal was poor for some unknown reason. "ZZZZ, ZZZZ. This is ZZZZ, Salvation Army headquarters." Hearing the intermittent signal, Lin Luo frowned slightly and said, "I'm Lin Luo. I have arrived at the edge of the radiation zone, requesting to enter the radiation area for investigation." Commander." "ZZZZ." Deputy Commander Ma rebutted, "ZZZZ, ZZZZ." Listening to the static-filled communication device, Lin Luo bluntly stated, "Tell old Ma that radiation has little effect on my physique." After saying that, she no longer waited. Taking out a Geiger counter and some equipment from the car, she resolutely headed towards the city that resembled ruins. Clang, clang, clang. Accompanied by a sound like iron sheets being torn apart, Lin Luo stepped into the radiation-filled ruins. The Geiger counter is a device specifically designed to detect the intensity of ionizing radiation, particles, rays, and X-rays. As the harsh alarm of the device sounded, the numbers on Lin Luo's Geiger counter began to rise. 500, 600, 700. With each step she took, the numbers increased. From a normal perspective, if an ordinary person were in this situation, even in protective gear, the continually rising numbers would undoubtedly be a suicidal act. A normal person can only tolerate a maximum radiation dose of 1 millisievert per year. A single X-ray at a hospital accumulates only about 0.1. In the current environment Lin Luo found herself in, an ordinary person without protective gear would likely suffer from skin lesions in no time. It must be said that radiation is indeed a terrifying thing, especially since its harm to the human body is intangible and invisible. Fortunately, Lin Luo's physique was different from ordinary people. Since the last time she and her companions had been tampered with, their bodies had been strengthening every moment. While radiation is frightening, for Lin Luo, as long as the levels do not reach the point of instantly turning her into mush, she can withstand it thanks to her recovery ability. One can't help but say, Sister Luo is impressive, going in and out of radiation zones. I just chuckle. This woman relies on her special abilities. Otherwise, she'd have to start over in no time. Hiss. Is this what they call a nuclear wasteland? The wasteland can be considered as such, but a nuclear war may not be the case. I think this is a premeditated massacre. Do you think it's possible that those foreign players are involved? Come on. They're struggling to survive themselves. How could they have the energy to drop bombs on us? What the person upstairs said is right. I watched the live stream over the wall at noon, and that group of friends is having a tough time. However, there is one player who is impressive. He even managed to get the wife of an NPC named Rick. Lin Luo has long been accustomed to the barrage of comments that occasionally veer off topic in the live stream. Looking at the Geiger counter in her hand, which was constantly rising, she turned her head to glance at the desolate and silent gray world around her. The radioactive dust swirled like falling feathers, blotting out the sun. As she ventured deeper into the city, the ground became softer, covered in a thick layer of deep gray ash. The heavy breathing inside her protective suit, along with the alarm of the Geiger counter, created an eerie atmosphere in this gray and silent environment. Just then, low hoarse, strange growls echoed around her. Lin Luo's heart tightened, and she immediately turned her head to look around. Suddenly, her gaze fixed on a nearby ruin, which was a two-story building. However, the building no longer resembled its former self. The eerie, raspy sounds were coming from the entrance of this half-collapsed structure. In two puddles of sticky, dark brown muck, two heads with flesh in a gooey state were moving their mouths in her direction, making unsettling noises. Oh my god! The sight in front of her made Lin Luo exclaim, nearly causing her to vomit inside her chemical protection helmet. It was so disgusting, so damn disgusting. It turned out to be two zombies that had been impacted and then further irradiated. Even though most of their bodies had turned to mush, they still exhibited a bloodthirsty demeanor. This couldn't help but make Lin Luo marvel at the horror of that mysterious virus. Lin Luo didn't deal with the two zombies and continued walking toward the city center. With the establishment of the Salvation Army, various talents joined, and it had now taken shape. However, unexpectedly, as the game progressed, the city they were hundreds of kilometers away from encountered an attack. At first, they didn't pay much attention, but after a player with the Salvation Army identity respawned, a piece of news caught their attention. According to that player, the location of the attack was precisely in the bustling area of the city center. That player had initially been assigned to a hotel in the city center as a server, and the outbreak in the city originated from their hotel. The server player, along with other survivors, fled the city, but just as they were about to reach the city's edge, the attack occurred. After hearing this, Lin Luo instinctively asked for the name of the hotel. Unexpectedly, the other party mentioned a name that surprised several of them. The International Hotel. Again, it's the International Hotel. Hearing this name, Lin Luo and the others immediately thought of their own changes. To clarify the relationship, the strongest among them, Lin Luo, took the initiative to propose a request to investigate. Step by step, she moved towards the city center, the sound of the Geiger counter beside her growing increasingly urgent. She continued along the dusty and obstructed street, where the surroundings were almost entirely shrouded in a dull gray covered in dust. Occasionally, she would see decay buried beneath the dust, some of it even moving. These rotting, writhing, slimy accumulations were undoubtedly remnants of the previous zombies. Observing the horrifying scene, Lin Luo proceeded cautiously, her worries deepening. She was now concerned not only about viral attacks, but also about the sudden and inexplicable strikes. Although the number of members in the rescue organization had already exceeded tens of thousands, facing an opponent that could launch attacks at any moment was truly worrisome for the future. After a long time, the value on Lin Luo's Geiger counter surged to 6,000. At the same time, a large scorched pit, emitting smoke, appeared before her eyes. As she looked around, everything was charred black. Chapter 118, The Guardian. Human Purge Plan. Wow, this place is probably only fit for those brave enough to come here, right? I wouldn't come here even if you paid me. As the discussion among the livestream audience continued, Lin Luo paused. The Geiger counter in her hand emitted a piercing beep. If one were to switch to an aerial view at this moment, they would be shocked by the scene. In a giant black pit resembling a meteor impact, Lin Luo, dressed in protective gear, stood in the center. Surrounding her was nothing but scorched earth, with no signs of life. After standing still for a while, the only sound was the beeping of the Geiger counter. The nuclear explosion had obliterated everything. There was no valuable information to be found, and Lin Luo's beautiful eyes reflected a hint of disappointment. She instinctively turned to leave. However, suddenly, with a rumble, the ground beneath her feet trembled slightly, and a part of the ground nearby collapsed. As dirt and rock tumbled down, a black hole about 5 meters in diameter appeared. Seeing this, Lin Luo hesitated for a moment before walking to the edge of the hole. Looking down, the dark entrance seemed bottomless. She took 2 glow sticks from her backpack, snapped them to life, and tossed one into the hole. The green glow faintly illuminated the walls of the pit, revealing a cold metallic sheen. After about 20 seconds, the glowing stick stopped falling. Looking down to what must be dozens of meters deep, Lin Luo hesitated before climbing up the iron ladder at the edge of the hole. Slowly, she began to descend. Wow, is Sister Luo so brave now? I remember she used to be afraid of heights. Afraid of heights? In the world of Resident Evil. Let alone being afraid of heights, even cowards can be trained into daredevils. Fear of heights is nothing. Right, what the person above said is true. There's a guy in our class who used to be a softie, but ever since he started playing this game, he has become more manly. Exactly. In fact, Lin's game is really well made. It's just been smeared by some with ulterior motives. Ulterior motives? You mean the big shots who swapped servers and shut down the game, right? Seeing the audience in the live stream praise her brother, Lin Luo couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. It felt as if they were praising her. To be honest, she used to have a fear of heights. Just to give you an idea, even on her own floor, she wouldn't dare go near the window to look down. Even with window protection, Every time she looked down, she felt like she was going to fall. However, that issue, after playing Resident Evil for a long time, she had unknowingly overcome it. As she delved deeper, the surrounding light completely vanished, and Lin Luo had to turn on the lighting device on her head. Inside the entire elevator shaft, apart from the metal walls and the hanging iron ladder, there was nothing else. Lin Luo, there is something next to you. There is a door next to you. Stop, stop, there is a door next to the streamer. Just as she was about 10 meters from the bottom, comments in the live stream began to flood in rapidly. Seeing this, Lin Luo quickly stopped and instinctively turned her head to glance aside. Immediately, a flash of light reflected back. She squinted her eyes and finally saw that there was indeed a closed elevator door at that spot. You guys have sharp eyes. However, it's about 2 meters away. If I miss, I'm done for. Looking at the elevator door roughly 2 meters away, Lin Luo spoke with a tone of difficulty. Although she sounded troubled, she had already reacted. After responding to the viewers in the live stream, Lin Luo immediately pushed off the ground and leaped toward the closed elevator door. Her action instantly startled the viewers in the live stream. Wow, this girl has gone crazy. Confirmed, you're still you. Let us eat. The music played, accompanied by the frenzied barrage in the live stream. Everyone was stunned by the scene before them. They saw Lin Luo, who jumped toward the smooth elevator door, did not fall as everyone expected. Instead, she firmly pressed against the door. It was only then that everyone realized Lin Luo had spread her body and was desperately holding onto the tiny edge of the elevator door. Seeing this completely illogical scene, the live stream erupted again. Wow, what is this, Spider-Man? Nonsense. Clearly, this is cheating. Cheating? Use some common sense, okay? Such a thing is not impossible. As long as a person's strength is strong enough, they can use leverage to hold themselves in place. The person upstairs is right. Look at Lin Luo's hand. With a reminder from a viewer in the live stream, everyone finally noticed that Lin Luo's right hand was gripping the gap in the elevator door. Only then did they realize that the elevator door in front of her was not tightly closed. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, Lin Luo forcefully pulled the elevator door open wide enough for a person to pass through, and she quickly slipped inside. The overhead lights instantly illuminated her surroundings. She did not rush to leave, but stood still, listening carefully for a while. Aside from the occasional sound of dirt and stones falling from the elevator shaft behind her, there was no other noise. Tap, tap, tap. Stepping out of the elevator, the sound of her shoes scraping against the floor was particularly piercing in the silent corridor. Following the dark corridor, she soon arrived at a vast area scattered with debris. Papers and documents were strewn everywhere. Human eradication plan? While looking around, Lin Luo was suddenly attracted by a green plastic folder with a label on it. She bent down to pick up the folder and instinctively opened it. Damn! Inside the folder, there was only a single A4 paper printed with a few words, prompting Lin Luo to exclaim in disbelief. Guardians, reduce humanity. First plan, war reduction failure. World War II population consumption, below target. Backup plan, virus time cycle. 1 year remaining human population. Conservatively 500 million executing group. ENCO group, Genry technology. Wow, everything was indeed premeditated. What kind of person is so ruthless as to want to eliminate all of humanity? From my analysis, it should be linked to the name Guardians. Are you serious with this analysis? Guardians? Just by the name, one can tell it's a righteous organization. Come on. Can you stop acting so clueless? Guardians? Don't be fooled by the name. Do you even know what they are protecting? It might not be humanity. Holding a document and watching the audience discuss in a live stream, Lin Luo suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Yes, Guardians. Who can guarantee that this possibly existing organization is protecting humanity? From various signs, it seems that this Guardians could very well be the mastermind behind the apocalypse in this game world. Suddenly, Lin Luo hurriedly lowered his head, trying to find more information about the Guardians on the ground. However, at that moment, a series of dull thuds echoed through the floor. Thud, thud, thud. Chapter 119. The Legend of My Unmatched Power. What on earth is this? Soon, under the bright lights above Lin Luo, an extremely tall and brutal figure appeared on the live stream screen. Bang! Crash! Under the lights, the gigantic figure violently smashed through the office partition's glass and charged towards Lin Luo. Oh my goodness, this guy looks just like someone wielding a big hammer. Indeed, he looks quite similar, but he's definitely more vicious. What are you waiting for, Luojia? Hurry up and take him down. The viewers in the live stream, seeing Lin Luo hesitate, immediately broke out in a cold sweat for her. Facing the giant figure, Lin Luo calmly raised her gun and aimed directly at the creature's head. Bang, bang, bang. To be safe, she fired 3 shots in quick succession. At such close range, even that previous big hammer zombie would probably meet its end after these 3 shots. Thud! Under the beam of the headlight, the giant, hideous zombies had instantly burst forth with 3 arrows of blood. However, contrary to Lin Luo's expectations, the giant zombie did not fall. Instead, The 3 bullets that hit it ignited the monster's ferocity. Roar! A hoarse and deep roar instantly filled the entire room. At the same time, the enraged creature grabbed a nearby desk and hurled it at Lin Luo. Bang! Crack! In a critical moment, Lin Luo narrowly dodged, the flying wood chips brushing past her cheek. Only then did Lin Luo get a clear view of the monster, standing nearly 3 meters tall. Its muscles bulged under a loose leather jacket. Its grotesque face, stitched together like a patchwork, had brutal eyes radiating a terrifying glare. However, this wasn't what frightened her. What was truly alarming was the 3 wounds on its ugly face, where the tips of the bullets were faintly visible. What the heck? Is this guy's head bulletproof? Seeing the exposed bullet tips, Lin Luo's calm demeanor began to crumble. She wasn't entirely sure how powerful her assault rifle was, but at such close range, it could pierce through a centimeter of steel plate. Yet, this terrifying impact had only managed to embed the bullets into its skin. Was this guy's skull made of alloy? Roar! The hideous creature did not give Lin Luo much time to think. It was already in front of her. Accompanied by its furious roar, a fist the size of a cooking pot swung towards her head. Lin Luo was startled and didn't hesitate for a moment, quickly stepping back. Bang! Watching the desk being smashed to smithereens by the giant fist, Lin Luo broke out in a cold sweat. Instinctively raising her gun to shoot, she realized too late that the creature wasn't giving her any chance. After smashing the desk, it closed in on her. With no other option, Lin Luo could only choose to retreat. In an instant, the room turned into a chaotic chase between Beauty and Beast. The giant, hideous zombie was certainly a master at destruction. Even if a certain breed of dog came, it still wouldn't compare. In just a short moment, the entire room's decoration style transformed into a war-torn scene. As Lin Luo dodged, she attempted to shoot down the opponent with her assault rifle. No matter how she attacked, the opponent just wouldn't fall. Even with numerous gunshot wounds and blood flowing, they quickly healed. Instead, being hit made them even more ferocious. You all keep saying I'm cheating. Now you know what real cheating looks like. As Lin Luo dodged another attack, she looked at the opponent's wounds that were healing rapidly and started to complain to the audience in the streaming room. Host, you really know how to be funny. This guy obviously looks like a boss, and your attacks are just like a gentle massage. How can you say they are cheating? I used to think Sister Luo was impressive, but it turns out it's nothing special. Seeing the audience in the streaming room laughing, Lin Luo's pretty face darkened. Although her journey in the game had not been smooth since she started playing, she could always rely on her strength to defeat monsters. But now, despite the opponent's terrifying healing ability, the audience was shamelessly claiming they were just giving a massage. This was simply intolerable. It's just a special zombie. I'm way stronger than you bunch of amateurs. With a cold smile, Lin Luo suddenly felt a surge of determination. While running, she abruptly stopped, turned around, and aimed at the approaching zombie based on her instincts. Looking at the increasingly close, ugly creature, she resolutely pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The roar of the assault rifle was rough and dense, with bullets flying towards the ugly zombie's head. Poochie, poochie, poochie. Arrows of blood burst forth from that hideous face. In the midst of the frantic shooting, the monster raised its arm in front of its eyes, continuing to advance towards her. What the heck? This guy? Its weak point is its eyes, and it actually has a mind. Seriously, do you think all bosses are idiots? With Lin's skills, if the game NPCs have intelligence, why can't the bosses? Sister Luo, a true hero, doesn't suffer losses in front of them. If you don't run now, you'll be finished. Yeah, with this monster's size, it would smash you to pieces. Damn, no matter the road conditions. It doesn't stop this group from speeding. Lin Luo glanced at the barrage of comments and felt speechless. Click, click, click. Suddenly, her weapon made a clicking sound indicating it was out of ammo. Lin Luo's heart skipped a beat, and instinctively she reached for the magazine at her waist. But unexpectedly, the monster opposite her suddenly accelerated. In a panic, Lin Luo had to abandon that thought, moving her hand away from the magazine and directly pulling out the dagger from behind her waist. At the same time, she threw the weapon in her other hand at the ugly zombie. Bang! Roar! The ugly zombie roared again and raised its fist to smash down. Seeing this, Lin Luo steeled her resolve, not dodging or evading. She jumped onto the nearby desk, using the height to leap up. As she soared over the descending fist, Lin Luo extended her arm and wrapped it around the ugly zombie's neck. Under the influence of inertia, he swiftly transitioned from facing the zombie to mounting its back, wrapping his arms around its neck. Simultaneously, the dagger in his hand plunged unhesitatingly into the creature's eye socket with a muffled sound. A hideous zombie, one eye exploded, let out a heart-wrenching scream as its massive hand reached back in an attempt to grab him. However, the muscular arm was too developed to reach Lin Luo, who was positioned behind it, forcing the zombie to crash into the nearby glass wall instead. Seeing this, Lin Luo steeled her resolve and unleashed a surge of strength in her arms. With a crack and a soft thud, a searing hot liquid, akin to molten lava, burst forth from the zombie's eye socket. With a roar, the zombie, now ridden by her, suddenly jolted before collapsing forward onto its knees. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Luo leaped off its back. Thud! The massive, grotesque zombie crashed heavily to the ground, sending shockwaves that blew nearby objects into the air. Before Lin Luo could move closer to inspect, a melodious voice suddenly rang out behind her. It seemed the experiment in the ancient city had succeeded. They had indeed created the perfect experimental subject. The unexpected voice nearly startled Lin Luo out of her wits. She quickly turned to look behind her, and in the next moment, her pupils dilated in shock. Chapter 120. White-haired lowly. Jingwei, what is this? A holographic image? This little girl is too cute. Yes, so kawaii. I love white-haired Lolis the most. Looking at the lifelike white-haired lowly before him, Lin Luo tried repeatedly to touch her with his hand. However, he found that he couldn't touch her at all. She was clearly right in front of him, yet no matter what he did, he couldn't make contact. Just as the viewers in the livestream said, this lowly might be a holographic image. Looking at the holographic white-haired lowly, Lin Luo couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" "You can call me Jingwei. I am the artificial intelligence here," the white-haired lowly replied with a calm expression. Artificial intelligence. Clearly, this term was a bit surprising. So much so that both Lin Luo and the livestream audience were stunned. In the real world, there are indeed artificial intelligences, and even smart robots exist. However, the artificial intelligences they were familiar with seemed rather stiff compared to this one. Soon enough, a viewer commented, "Wow, if this artificial intelligence existed in reality, I would definitely buy one." White-haired lowly, huh? Are you sure you want to buy a program? Have you ever thought that if such an intelligent program really existed, it might be more expensive than a real white-haired lowly? There is always a group of people in the live stream who can't stop talking about women. Lin Luo was completely speechless about this. She decided not to engage with such silly comments and directly asked the holographic white-haired lowly, "What is the ancient city experiment you mentioned? Is it related to me?" After hearing Lin Luo's question, Jingwei showed a human-like expression of contemplation. The frowning, pondering look immediately drew a howl of excitement from the livestream audience. Just as Lin Luo was growing impatient, Jingwei spoke up. The storage space contains only a small portion of the ancient city experiment's content. The database records that they attempted to create an experimental subject called a super soldier. Based on the analysis of your battle with the pursuer, you have a 99.6 match rate. 99.6? What's the difference from 100? Hearing Jingwei's response, Lin Luo couldn't help but complain internally, then asked again, "What about the laboratory you are in?" "I am one of the artificial intelligence programs belonging to the exiles, and I have insufficient authority to disclose more information," Jingwei replied seriously. "Insufficient authority? What authority?" Lin Luo was taken aback and looked at her in confusion. In response to Lin Luo's question, Jingwei answered, "No information in the database." Wait. Upon hearing this answer, Lin Luo nearly fell over. Since she couldn't get an answer, she decided not to dwell on that question and immediately asked, "Why has this place come under attack?" "The human elimination plan of the Guardians has been initiated. As exiles resisting them, we are bound to face attacks." Hearing the name Guardians again, Lin Luo thought of the document she had found earlier. What kind of organization were the Guardians? The Guardians, they existed on this planet. As she listened to the response of the white-haired lowly, Jingwei, Lin Luo felt increasingly shocked, and even the audience in the live stream couldn't help but show expressions of astonishment. Initially, when people heard the name, they mistakenly thought it was a righteous organization. But with Jingwei's explanation, they began to realize that this was far from a righteous organization. The Guardians were practically synonymous with evil. From Jingwei's answers, everyone learned that the so-called Guardians were among the earliest beings in the game world on this planet. Their origins were not recorded in Jingwei's database. It was only known that after this group of beings appeared, they created artificial intelligences like themselves. Subsequently, in pursuit of development, they began to create new species, and this species was known as humans. As the creators, they enslaved humans to help gather resources. As the planet evolved, humans multiplied, and these creators, referred to as the ancient gods, gradually faded from human sight. Although they disappeared from human society, they never left the planet, secretly manipulating the development of humans and the planet. However, as time passed, the human population on the planet grew, and resources became increasingly scarce. Seeing the entire planet on the brink of overloading, this group of extraterrestrial beings began planning to eliminate a portion of humanity hundreds of years ago. However, despite 2 world wars, the population did not decrease to the expected numbers. Ultimately, the Guardians decided to deploy a super virus. Yet, after experiencing 2 bloody wars, some within the Guardians could no longer tolerate the massacre of humanity. Thus, the organization of Wanderers emerged. Listening to this seemingly fantastical narrative, Lin Luo and the livestream audience were all amazed by Lin Fei's imagination. At that moment, a viewer suddenly posed a question, "Jingwei, wait, Ask if there's also an artificial intelligence called Nuwa. Nuwa? Upon seeing this name, Lin Luo was taken aback and then suddenly understood what the commenter meant. Her gaze became eager, and she couldn't help but ask, Jingwei, do you have an artificial intelligence named Nuwa? Access denied, no information available. What the heck? It's just a name, why can't you say it? Lin Luo was clearly dissatisfied with the response. However, no matter how she probed or even changed the name, any name from the same period in Chinese mythology associated with Jingwei was met with an access denied reply. Suddenly, Lin Luo had a flash of inspiration and asked several unrelated names. This time, Jingwei's response was, database, no information. Hearing this response, a glimmer of excitement could not be concealed in Lin Luo's eyes. Although there were no substantial gains, just from the names, it was evident that this apocalyptic game world was far from simple. At this moment, both Lin Luo and the viewers in the live stream were deeply intrigued by the game world. At the same time, everyone felt a sense of shock at the vast world structure created by Lin Fei. No one expected that what began as an ordinary apocalyptic world could be linked to ancient mythology. Furthermore, what was even more astonishing was that in this world, above the mythological figures, there existed a group of creators. These creators might even come from an extraterrestrial civilization. What kind of world is this? Lin Luo had initially come to gather information, but now her mind was filled with even more questions. After realizing that this base held no further value, she wanted to return quickly and reorganize the information she had collected. Wait. Just as Lin Luo was about to leave, the voice of Jingwei sounded again. She turned back in confusion to see Jingwei, who had the appearance of a white-haired lowly. Before Lin Luo could ask, Jingwei spoke again. Can you take me with you? You can leave? Lin Luo exclaimed in surprise upon hearing this. My core is in the control room below. If possible, please go there and retrieve it for me. I will reward you. I know a method of enhancement that would be perfect for you. Enhancement? Although Lin Luo wasn't sure what the enhancement could achieve, the idea of increasing her own strength was something no one could resist. With that thought, she nodded and replied, I agree. Hearing Lin Luo's agreement, Jingwei pointed to the giant, ugly zombie that Lin Luo had killed and said, retrieve some cellular tissue from it, and come find me in the room below. Chapter 121. The dream of going abroad shattered on the origin of humanity from outer space. I only admire Boss Lin's imagination. Our mythological figures turned out to be artificial intelligence, the shadows hidden in reality. What are they protecting? As the plot information about the Guardian was revealed, the entire network erupted with countless sensational headlines. Some ordinary people, drawn in by these titles, only discovered upon clicking the articles that it was merely a game setting. However, such a setting stirred up significant waves once again in the field of human evolution theory. Could this really be something conceived by a game developer? In the top-floor conference room of the Capitol Museum, Elder Zhang put down the materials in his hand, removed his reading glasses, and spoke with disbelief. After he finished speaking, the elder across from him set down his teacup and sighed. This matter has been confirmed. And that game is indeed very popular now. I never expected that today's youth have such big imaginations. However, from these materials, there is indeed logic and evidence. And it aligns quite well with certain aspects of history. You don't know, when I first saw this document, I almost believed it. TSK, TSK, TSK. Mythical figures are actually all artificial intelligence. Listening to the elder's exclamations, the other elders around the tea table appeared deep in thought. Elder Zhang picked up the teapot, pouring as he continued. Although the claims in the document might have low probability, this young man's idea opens up a new line of thinking for us. Perhaps ancient myths might indeed be a reflection of an advanced civilization. Only such a hypothesis could explain those artifacts of supermodern civilizations. As he spoke, Elder Zhang seemed to think of something and addressed the elder across from him. Old Lu, could you see if you can invite that young guy who made the game? We should have a good discussion with him. Upon hearing Elder Zhang's words, the elder looked a bit troubled and hesitated before saying, Chairman, I had thought about it before and reached out to him, but he declined. Declined? Elder Zhang was taken aback, not expecting anyone would refuse their invitation. Although surprised, he didn't let it bother him too much. After a moment of thought, he said, then forget it. There happens to be a seminar in the city next month. Let us see if we can arrange to meet that young man then. The event concerning the origin of humanity in the world of a certain popular survival horror game did create quite a stir in the evolution theory academic circle. However, in the eyes of the academic giants, it was merely a bold hypothesis. Everyone was astonished by Lin Fei's imagination, which opened up a new line of thought. But no one paid too much attention to this history belonging to the game world. Meanwhile, as Lin Luo received further enhancements and took away the Guardian, countless elite individuals from various fields within the Salvation Army began to interact with the Guardian, gradually uncovering a more terrifying problem. So, this artificial intelligence named Jingwei has already surpassed all known AIs in the game. Aside from some permission-related issues, Jingwei is like a vast knowledge repository. At the same time, this white-haired lowly resembles a wise sage. Artificial intelligence has always been a hot research area in today's society. Currently, various internet companies have developed their own unique AIs. Whether it's fruits or pets, they all have their own AI programs. However, these AIs are designed to respond to preset questions, which is why they can communicate with users. But once the user's questions go beyond the set parameters, these AIs instantly become less intelligent. However, Jingwei's emergence has made viewers in the live stream and those companies realize the issue. In the game, Jingwei can communicate with players without barriers. This is just a game. Don't you think it's ridiculous for an AI to be this advanced? The game is amazing, sure. The built-in NPC AI is impressive, I can accept that. But come on, even an AI is this powerful. Is game development really that competitive now? I suddenly have a thought. Could we research Jingwei to see if we can develop a true AI in the real world? No way. If it could really be developed, that genius Lin Fei would have done it already, right? I don't believe that making games can lead to making money through AI. I also don't believe that the AI in the game is unrelated to the game itself. According to what you said, could it be possible that this game is actually a huge AI program? While that thought is a bit crazy. Because of Jingwei's appearance, netizens began to discuss fervently. Although they were all incredibly curious, they had no idea how to start researching it. Rationality even told them that this was an impossible conjecture. Although it may not be possible, the enthusiasm of netizens for Jingwei has not diminished at all. It's all because this white-haired lowly knows too much. Meanwhile, in the world of the game Resident Evil, as Jingwei exposes the Guardian's misdeeds, different conflicts arise around the globe. The entire Resident Evil world gradually evolves into a wasteland filled with decaying zombies. In this world, players not only have to face mutated zombies, but also morally depraved thugs. At the same time, with Jingwei's emergence, players also found ways to enhance their abilities. No way. Is this for real? Dude, look at me. I've never even been abroad. Why don't you take me with you? On the sofa, Lin Fei looked at the invitation in his hand, looking confused. After a while, he looked up at Lin Luo and handed the invitation to her. Lin Luo was a bit stunned by his action. After taking the invitation, she instinctively glanced at its contents. It's being held in the magical city? Lin Luo exclaimed in disappointment. Why? My dream of going abroad. Looking at Lin Luo, who seemed utterly disheartened, Lin Fei spoke up. What's so good about going abroad? Have you explored the beautiful landscapes of our country? Upon hearing this, Lin Luo instinctively shook her head. Well, it seems I haven't. I don't think I've ever been out of the magical city. Lin Fei rolled his eyes at her response and changed the topic. How about you go for this annual selection? They've been pushing me hard these days. I need to finish the simulation military exercise game for them. TCH, held in the magical city? No way I'm going. Lin Luo tossed the invitation back to Lin Fei and turned to head to her room. With that time, I'd rather stream. My popularity in the streaming room has dropped recently because I've been helping you with the studio. What kind of person is this? Lin Fei sighed deeply from the sofa. To be honest, he wasn't very interested in this so-called international game annual selection. However, since the invitation was already in his hands, not going would be a bit awkward. Glancing at the date, he noted that there was still half a month before it started, so he had plenty of time. Lin Fei set this matter aside for the moment and continued browsing in the system, hesitating over what to choose for the military exercise game. Chapter 122, Developing a Game. Mecha World, Pacific Rim. Originally, Lin Fei intended to create a war game. However, just a couple of days ago, he saw trending news about new military aircraft and aircraft carriers from various countries. After witnessing the display of new weapons during military exercises, his thoughts changed. No matter how strong or wealthy a person is, in the end, their achievements are merely acknowledged with the title of a wealthy individual. He disliked this label. Since that's the case, why not do something meaningful? During this time, he had already harvested nearly 1 billion emotional points from Resident Evil, coupled with his previous savings. He was now relatively free in terms of emotional points. Since others were showcasing technology during military drills, how could he not contribute from his own homeland? Although Lin Fei was not skilled in technology and considered himself an outsider, he was proficient in game development. War is always inseparable from technology. There are indeed many games in this genre, but few leave a deep and impactful impression. Compared to Call of Duty, he preferred a mecha style, and among them, Pacific Rim undoubtedly stood out with its impressive visuals. The mechas in Pacific Rim are truly breathtaking. Those towering hundreds of meters high and weighing thousands of tons are simply too cool. He believed that no one could resist such an appeal. With this thought, Lin Fei had made up his mind. He was determined to present this mecha world perfectly to the public. Just thinking about it made him tremble with excitement. Producing Pacific Rim. Beep. Producing the world of Pacific Rim requires 500 million emotional points. Do you wish to proceed? Wow, that's a lot. Even though he had achieved emotional point freedom online, Hearing such a massive number still took Lin Fei by surprise. After inquiring, he learned that the technology level involved in the Pacific Rim world was quite high, thus making the production cost more expensive than the Resident Evil world, which only involved viruses. Ultimately, with his ample resources, Lin Fei waved his hand. Produce it. Beep. Pacific Rim world generated, storyline to be added, system to be confirmed. As the system notification sounded, Lin Fei got up and left his home, heading to the studio within the community. Brother Lin going out? Just as he stepped outside, a sharply dressed young man from across the hall asked. Lin Fei was already used to this and nodded. Just a trip to the studio. Upon hearing his response, the young man immediately said, I'll notify Major Chen right away. No need. What danger could there be in such a small community? Lin Fei waved his hand to stop him and proceeded toward the elevator. Seeing this, the young man had no choice but to follow along, but still called Chen Fei during the way. Lin Fei was accustomed to this by now. At this moment, the Jinsheng Yuan community was no longer the same as before. Although there were still residents, the area had secretly been taken over by military personnel, and the entire property management and security staff were all from the military. Moreover, thanks to these soldiers, everything was carried out with meticulous diligence. As a result, the housing prices in Jinsheng Garden have risen significantly. In fact, as soon as a property is listed for sale, it takes just a few minutes for buyers to come knocking. Before long, Lin Fei arrived at the studio. Time flew by, and a week had passed. On my back, Lin Fei stood up from the sofa, stretched lazily, and groaned wearily. Although he felt exhausted physically, he was particularly excited mentally. After relentless effort, he had finally completed the production of Pacific Rim. It had been 2 months since he promised Mr. Zhang, and if he didn't present some results soon, it would be hard to justify his time. Brother Chun, is Mr. Zhang in the city? Lin Fei asked during a call with Chen Fei. Yes, Mr. Zhang has a friend visiting from the capital these days, and I've been by his side. Chen Fei replied on the phone. Upon hearing that Chen Fei was with Mr. Zhang, Lin Fei immediately informed him about the completion of the game. After listening, Chen Fei told him to wait a moment. Shortly after, Chen Fei informed him to wait until Mr. Zhang met him at the military district. Just as the call ended, several soldiers acting as security for the community took Lin Fei away. An hour later, Lin Fei arrived again at the military camp deep in the mountains on the outskirts of the city. Haha, little Lin arrived pretty quickly. Mr. Zhang, who had also just arrived, smiled at Lin Fei as he got out of the car. Seeing this, Lin Fei hurriedly approached and stood in front of the elder, respectfully saying, Hello, Mr. Lin. No need to be so formal. Just think of me as an old man. Mr. Zhang waved his hand, noticing Lin Fei's awkwardness. At that moment, the other side of Mr. Zhang's black car door opened, and an elderly man with gray hair and a long beard stepped out. Mr. Zhang, is this Lin Fei? The elder examined Lin Fei and smiled. Truly a talented young man. Although Lin Fei did not know the elder, anyone who could sit in the same car with Mr. Zhang was certainly not an ordinary person. Feeling a bit shy, he scratched his head and humbly replied, Hee. You flatter me, sir. I'm just fooling around. Hearing Lin Fei's words, the elder did not say much more, nodding with a smile, seemingly quite satisfied. Meanwhile, Mr. Zhang, aware of Lin Fei's purpose for coming, felt a bit of anticipation. Let us go. We're heading to the conference room. Lin Fei followed the two elders as they made their way into the base's conference room. Although it was not his first time there, seeing so many people in the conference room still made him feel a bit intimidated. After all, this group of people were the true big shots. Earlier, everyone in the conference room had already learned the main topic of this meeting. As the host of the meeting, Wang Qingdong, upon seeing Lin Fei, couldn't wait to ask, Young brother Lin, have you really completed the production? Hee, brother Wang, do you think I would joke about this? Lin Fei raised his eyebrows at the familiar Wang Qingdong. Just wait, don't drop your jaw. Damn, what kind of storms have I not seen? Would I be scared by a game? As he spoke, Wang Qingdong raised his arm and said, I'm someone who can tear zombies apart with my bare hands. Zombies? Haha. Lin Fei could only chuckle at Wang Qingdong's words. The things in the Pacific Rim are not something that can be compared to zombies. With that thought, he felt a bit eager to see the surprised expressions of the big shots in the conference room. Before long, everyone in the conference room took their seats. Under Mr. Zhang's gesture, Wang Qingdong picked up the microphone, his expression turning serious. I believe everyone here has more or less some understanding of today's meeting content. As a layman, I won't waste any more time on details. Now, let us invite Comrade Lin to introduce it to us. With that, he gestured for Lin Fei to come forward. Seeing this, Lin Fei quickly stood up and walked to the front of the stage, took the microphone, and glanced over the crowd of big shots present. Suppressing his inner excitement, he slowly began, Ladies and gentlemen, before I introduce the game, I would like to show you a video first. Chapter 123, The Arrival of the Opening Behemoth. Everyone is stunned. Watch the video. Upon hearing Lin Fei's words, the assembled dignitaries all displayed expressions of confusion. Clearly, they did not understand his meaning. However, as Lin Fei finished speaking, Wang Qingdong quickly called in some specialized personnel. At Lin Fei's gesture, they set up the equipment and connected the hard drive he brought. Of course, this hard drive was not the one containing educational materials. Otherwise, it would have turned into a major embarrassment. Once the hard drive was connected, they powered it on. Lin Fei found a video file on the hard drive and signaled to a nearby soldier to turn off the lights. As the lights went out, the conference room dimmed, and he opened the video file. With the file opening, the projection screen turned black, plunging the entire conference room into darkness. In the dark, a magnetic voice began narrating. When I was a child, whenever I felt small and lonely, I would look up at the starry sky, wondering if there was life out there. In fact, I was looking in the wrong direction. Accompanied by the magnetic voice, a dark image gradually faded in. A crackling sound of electrical interference filled the air. In the dim image, arcs of electricity flickered, illuminating the gray mist, and a terrifying sound reminiscent of an abyss echoed. At the same time, the image was lit up by the electric arcs, revealing a turbulent ocean trench. As the arcs flickered densely, a strange crack slowly opened. It turned out to be coming from the seabed. The gap between two continents had become a dimensional gateway. That place is referred to as the breach. In 2024, the first monster to pass through the breach landed in a coastal city. As the narration continued, the scene shifted to a bustling, Oriental-style seaside city. Near the shore, motorboats raced and chased each other. On the sandy beach, a family of 3 was building a sandcastle, although the father seemed somewhat distracted. Not far from the beach, a woman with a curvy figure, wearing a revealing bikini, was sunbathing. The lifeguard on the lookout tower was peering through binoculars. The entire scene exuded prosperity, harmony, and warmth. However, at that moment, what was that? Suddenly, someone in the conference room exclaimed. With the exclamation, everyone saw a large bulge rising along the coastline in the video. Following that, a massive wave surged up, approaching the shore like a tsunami. Upon seeing the sudden giant wave, the lifeguard frantically blew the whistle. The tsunami is coming. Many people caught sight of the colossal wave approaching the coast. The warm, harmonious beach instantly descended into chaos. Mom, Dad, honey, where are you? Son. On the chaotic beach, a stampede ensued. Families were scattered, and wives went missing. Watching the disarray on the beach, everyone in the conference room couldn't help but clench their fists. They could only hope that these people would retreat calmly. Only in this way can more people survive this tsunami. However, at that moment, a deafening roar echoed across the entire beach. The perspective of the fleeing crowd on the beach suddenly shifted to the coastline. In the conference room, a higher decibel level of gasps erupted. On the screen, a massive, menacing monster broke through the waves. Why describe the monster as massive? Because the cruise ship swaying in the waves looked as small as a palm in front of it. The jet skis on the sea seemed no larger than ants in comparison. The ultra-clear quality made the monster's features strikingly detailed. At that moment, the big shots in the conference room felt as if they were face to face with a monster. Watching the slowly approaching creature, combined with the perspective, gave everyone the illusion of looking up at a giant. The inexplicable feeling rising from within left them both shocked and terrified by the giant before them. Everyone's body involuntarily shuddered. What is this thing? Wang Qingdong, feeling a chill run down his spine, turned to Lin Fei, his shock unmistakable in his eyes. Is this guy really working on a game? How does it feel like he actually created a monster? This scene made him feel as if he were about to be crushed by the creature. The sense of helplessness, suffocation, and fear of the giant was all too real. Can this monster be defeated by human strength? Oh my, are we really expected to take on this monster? Such a colossal being must require divine intervention. Otherwise, there is no hope. After enduring the fear, the big shots in the conference room started to feel a surge of blood rushing to their heads at the thought of using their military to take down the monster before them. The scene continued. As the monster slowly landed, towering waves dozens of meters high surged onto the shore. The humans, shocked by the creature, had long lost their ability to flee. The towering waves swept over, and the entire beach was instantly engulfed. The oncoming tide was ferocious, pushing ashore and storming into the city with unstoppable momentum. Cars, buildings, and fleeing people were instantly swallowed by the raging tsunami. Even some not-so-sturdy buildings were directly toppled and collapsed by the waves. The entire city was plunged into an apocalyptic scene resembling a natural disaster in an instant. Meanwhile, the colossal monster continued its advance, wading through the tsunami onto the shore. With every step, nothing could hinder its path. Even the surrounding skyscrapers were as fragile as wafers before the giant, crumbling at the slightest touch. At the same time, a series of data suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. It was like a computer analysis program. Not only did it label the monster's name, but it also displayed specific values. Name: invader height, 92 meters, weight, 2,700 tons, speed, 7 points, strength, 5 points, armor, 4 points. Upon seeing this figure, the people in the conference room were unclear about what the speed, intensity, and armor represented. However, they were acutely aware of the height and weight. Because of this, they couldn't help but gasp again. 92 meters? 2,700 tons? At this moment, everyone felt a dryness in their throats. Even swallowing saliva felt painful. The next second, as everyone pondered how to defeat this monster, the scene shifted to the sky above a vast blue city. Suddenly, rows of advanced fighter jets zoomed by at supersonic speeds. Following the sound of the sonic boom, the scene changed again, revealing those fighter jets charging towards the giant beast. The people in the conference room were relieved to see the military's swift response. In their view, even if these jets couldn't kill the monster, they should be able to halt its advance. However, at the moment the jets encountered the beast, the bigwigs in the conference room were left utterly stunned. Chapter 124. Only monsters can defeat beasts in just an instant. Everyone was stunned. Those advanced fighter jets were fierce, boasting devastating firepower. Yet they couldn't even penetrate the beast's defenses. It brought to mind a term, scraping. Some fighter jets that couldn't evade were directly crushed by the massive creature as if swatting flies. How could these jets be so fragile? It wasn't that the jets were weak. It was that the beast was too strong. Indeed, those air-to-surface missiles couldn't even break through its keratin layer. In the conference room, the big shots were dumbfounded as they watched the advancing monster on the screen. At that moment, everyone's minds couldn't help but simulate what would happen if such a creature landed in the real world and how they would respond. After much contemplation, they sadly realized that aside from deploying their most powerful assets and utilizing strikes, there seemed to be no viable way to defeat it. Suddenly, a deep sense of helplessness enveloped everyone. At that moment, the magnetic narrator's voice echoed again. Today, we stand on the front lines of despair, at the brink of annihilation. We must choose. We must decide. This is our homeland, and the monster must be stopped. We will counterattack. With the narration, a sharp, piercing alarm rang out over the city. The scene shifted, showing countless fighter jets, tanks, missile launchers, and various armored vehicles pouring into the city. Soldiers organized the evacuation of civilians, while jets and tanks bravely moved to block the beast's advance. After the civilians had evacuated, missiles launched into the sky like morning stars. However, those terrifying missiles, capable of destroying a small city, still failed to inflict much damage on the beast. Instead, the aerial and ground forces were crushed under its might. Aircraft plummeted, tanks exploded, and countless soldiers perished. As the harrowing battle scenes flashed by, everyone felt their breath catch in their throats. It was too tragic. It was a one-sided slaughter. At that moment, the narrator's voice rang out again. To stop them, we have activated our ultimate weapons. As the words were spoken, an elderly man in military uniform, adorned with medals, solemnly pressed a large red button. With the button pressed, a mountain thousands of miles away began to tremble and suddenly split open at the halfway point, revealing a giant lift platform that slowly rose. Soon, 3 special missiles ascended into the sky. A sharp sound pierced the air as these unusual missiles headed towards the city. Were those nuclear warheads? They must be. I never thought we would reach the point of using such things. As the discussions in the conference room continued, the 3 nuclear missiles rapidly approached the city. Facing the rampaging giant, the missiles descended without directly hitting the ground but exploded at the beast's chest and abdomen. Continuous explosions and flashes as bright as day plunged the entire city into chaos, engulfed in a raging storm of flames. At that moment, everyone watching from behind the screen could feel the terrifying impact. Ultimately, with the help of 3 special devices, we defeated the monsters. However, our losses were also devastating. We lost a city, and we lost tens of thousands of warriors and civilians. Hearing this data, everyone in the conference room fell silent. Sometimes, certain events truly feel beyond our control. Looking at the grim battlefield, now a scorched earth, everyone's heart felt as if it were being squeezed. Yet, just when everyone thought the battle was over, the narrator's voice echoed again. Experts predicted that the underwater breach was continuing to expand, and we might face even more monsters in the future. Grasping the last hope, we were running out of time. We not only chose to believe in ourselves, but also to believe in each other. The powerful crisis made us realize that we needed new weapons. From that day on, the world set aside prejudices, gathered all resources, and worked hard to defend our home. Only monsters can defeat monsters, so we decided to create our own. Thus, the Hunter Project was born. As the words faded, the screen gradually darkened, and all sounds disappeared. In the dim conference room, the lights remained off for a long time. Everyone was still in shock from the previous CG, just as everyone thought the scene had ended. Wang Qingdong intended to have the soldiers turn on the lights when the screen suddenly lit up. In a vast space resembling a warehouse, engineers and soldiers were visible everywhere. The camera swept through the giant space and arrived at a platform. A resolute-looking soldier, with various mechanical devices wrapped around his arm, appeared to be experimenting with something. As he moved his arm, a massive metal arm suddenly extended from behind him. Boom! Seeing that rugged mechanical arm, everyone in the conference room felt a surge of blood and tingling on their scalps. Even several elderly individuals felt their hearts straining under the pressure. At that moment, the narrator explained, "After countless setbacks, we finally lived up to expectations, and it truly was born. The birth of the Hunter mech allowed us to achieve victory in the battle against monsters." As the narration continued, scenes of giant mechanical armor battling monsters appeared. The large, fearsome monsters quickly fell before the Hunter mechs controlled by human warriors. At that moment, all of humanity cheered. We became increasingly skilled at dealing with monsters, and we would protect our blue planet. However, we were all mistaken. As the narration continued, the scene shifted to the trench that had torn open a rift in space-time. Massive monsters surged out from that trench. Then the screen went black, and the room was once again plunged into darkness. For a long time, the screen remained unlit. This also indicates that the demonstration of the CG has come to an end. At this moment, everyone in the conference room finally regained their senses. "Oh," the leader, Mr. Zhang, let out a long sigh, "and if it weren't just a game, I would think it was a documentary." Indeed, it really felt like watching a documentary. However, I hope the events depicted do not occur in the real world. Humanity appears so insignificant in the face of alien civilizations, like ants. For a moment, the office was filled with sounds of reflection. Then everyone remembered that the producer of this game was sitting right beside them. Instantly, all eyes were fixed on the calm and composed young man. Compared to the shock from the game, everyone was even more astonished by this young man. What kind of mind could come up with such an astonishing theme? Even the armor in the game opened up new ideas for the two elderly researchers present. At the same time, they both felt a desire to try out the armor in the game to understand it better. "Comrade Xiaolin, is this game ready for testing now?" Mr. Zheng suddenly asked in the conference room. "Yes, it can be tested at any time," Lin Fei replied without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Mr. Zheng's previously calm face finally showed an eager expression, and he immediately ordered Wang Qingdong, "Young Wang, go make the arrangements." Chapter 125, Monsters Land, Shocking Giant Mechas Before Long. Wang Qingdong had arranged everything. As a first-time tester, Chun Fei was filled with excitement as he donned all his gear. Everything was ready. It was time for the command to be given. Through the broadcast screen, Chun Fei saluted the people in the conference room. "Start." At the command, Chun Fei pressed the start button without hesitation. The game loaded, and the screen went dark. Just before the visuals appeared, a short and urgent alarm rang out. "Warning, warning. Dangerous monsters are emerging and are about to land. All dangerous wanderers, please proceed immediately to Dock 1. Suddenly, a young voice called out, Major Chun, you are needed immediately at the Wanderer." Chun Fei slowly opened his eyes to see a young soldier in front of him. Without taking the time to assess his surroundings, he instinctively stood up. He then realized he was in an isolated room, dimly lit, with red warning lights flashing on the walls. "Major, the command center wants you to rush to Dock 1. The young soldier urged again. Chun Fei suddenly snapped back to attention and immediately followed the soldier out. On their way to Dock 1, a simple introduction appeared in his line of sight. Country, Huagua, location, Luocheng, base, Nantiang, date, March 15, 2045. Monsters are about to land at the ruins of Haiqing. Landing beast, scythe head, level 3, weight, 2,700 tons. Speed, 6, strength, 7, armor, 7. Seeing this data, Chun Fei's heart sank. Although he wasn't sure what a scythe head was, the weight and ratings alone surpassed that of the monster in the CG. Could humanity really defeat such a creature? Before long, they arrived at Dock 1, where they met another man. The young soldier left, and Chun Fei followed the middle-aged man through another iron door, walking through the brightly lit steel corridor. Even the usually calm Chun Fei couldn't help but glance around with curiosity. Honestly, this fortress-like base exuded a strong sense of technology, the kind that every man dreams of. As they moved forward, a heavy silver iron door opened automatically. Once they entered, the door closed behind them. Inside the room, besides him and the middle-aged man, there were several busy staff members in white coats. "Colonel Zhou, what are we going to do?" Although military duty is to obey, Chun Fei couldn't resist asking the middle-aged soldier beside him. He looked curiously at the busy staff, feeling a bit out of place. "Of course, we're preparing for battle," Colonel Zhou said without elaborating, pointing to a nearby wardrobe. "Huh, what's this?" Chun Fei opened the wardrobe and looked at the strange outfits inside, puzzled. "Stop talking. Put it on." "Yes." Chun Fei instinctively responded and began to put on the peculiar clothing as instructed. Soon, the two were fully equipped. The people in the conference room, upon seeing Chun Fei don a peculiar combat suit, seemed to have an idea. Wang Qingdong turned his head directly and asked Lin Fei, "Brother Lin, Is Chun Fei really going to activate the mech as soon as he steps in? What? Is that not allowed? Lin Fei shifted his tone and replied. Although doing so might be a bit hasty, after all, it's just a game. In reality, one must undergo systematic training. But in a game, it's different. The fastest way to master and operate a mech is through real combat. After all, in the game world, if you die, you can just reload. Hearing Lin Fei's words, everyone in the conference room was momentarily stunned. After thinking it over, they found themselves agreeing with him. In the game world, the most direct way to quickly control a mech is through practical experience. Even if you die, so what? At that moment, the two who had finished putting on their gear were surrounded by several staff members, who proceeded to equip them with various accessories. As the last helmet was placed on, the two suddenly looked very high-tech. Chun Fei slightly moved around. The weight of the gear was still within an acceptable range for him. But, wasn't he supposed to pilot a mech? What was this equipment about? Just as this thought arose in his mind, a cold voice rang in his ears. Data transmission. Gel injected into the circuit suit. The sudden voice left Chun Fei no time to be surprised, and he soon felt an overwhelming sensation. Startled, he had no time to struggle as the suffocating feeling quickly faded, and he sensed changes in the equipment on him. Colonel Zhou, seeing that Chun Fei showed no signs of panic, revealed a hint of appreciation in his calm eyes. Not bad. You weren't scared during your first time wearing the protective suit. You will definitely become an excellent pilot. Hearing the compliment made Chun Fei feel quite embarrassed. It wasn't that he didn't react. He was genuinely startled at that moment. Of course, he wouldn't explain that, but instead asked with a puzzled expression. What was that just now? That was just the gel being injected into the protective suit. This allows the gel to capture the pilot's bodily and positional information. Chun Fei didn't fully grasp the explanation, but forced himself to remember those words, responding with a vague understanding. Let us go. We need to head to the battlefield. Colonel Zhou patted Chun Fei on the shoulder, stating that only pilots who have been in battle are qualified. No amount of theory compares to the rich experience gained from real combat. Watching Colonel Zhou ahead, Chun Fei hurried to keep up with his pace. After leaving the room and walking a short distance through a wide metal corridor, Chun Fei didn't see the mech he had been looking forward to. As they approached the end, he felt a bit disappointed. Soon, the two arrived at a circular platform. Just as Chun Fei was in doubt, a sound suddenly came from above, prompting him to raise his head in confusion. In the next moment, two sets of visually striking sci-fi devices slowly descended in front of the two individuals, capturing their attention. Just as Chun Fei was puzzled, Colonel Zhou stepped up to one of the devices. In the blink of an eye, the device seemed to come alive, connecting with Colonel Zhou's body. Is this neural connection technology? An elderly man in the conference room, witnessing the connection between Colonel Zhou and the device, suddenly stood up, his eyes wide open. Hurry up. What are you standing there for? Haven't you been anticipating this day? At that moment, Colonel Zhou, now connected to the device, turned to Chun Fei, who looked somewhat dazed. Hearing Zhou's words, Chun Fei quickly snapped back to reality. Without hesitation, he walked over to the other device and soon, just like Colonel Zhou, completed the connection. Good morning, gentlemen. At that moment, a striking figure appeared on the large screen facing them. Good morning, battle spirit. Colonel Zhou, usually so meticulous, couldn't help but smile upon seeing the figure on the screen. However, in response to Zhou's smile, the beautiful woman on the screen coldly stated, "Initiate deployment. The Wanderer is in position. The operation pod is ready. Prepare for launch." A series of confirmations followed, and Chun Fei felt a tremor under his feet. The next second, he suddenly sensed a feeling of falling. The entire platform began to plummet rapidly. Damn, that woman must have done this on purpose. And I'm just an innocent victim. In that moment of free fall, Chun Fei realized he had been set up by Colonel Zhou. Chapter 126, Dangerous Wanderers Activated. There's something fishy. The sudden feeling of weightlessness caused Chun Fei to feel a bit anxious. But this sensation lasted less than 2 seconds before he was overwhelmed by the scene before him. And it wasn't just him who was shocked. The big shots in the conference room were equally astonished. It turned out that the room Chun Fei just entered, which had a platform, was not an ordinary room at all. Instead, it was a massive helmet. Or rather, a gigantic metallic head. The metal cranium, with a diameter of at least 10 meters, was filled with a futuristic vibe at first glance. At that moment, the mechanical head was being held by 2 metallic arms, descending downward. As it fell, an exhilarating piece of music began to play. The instant the music started, everyone felt a surge of adrenaline, their blood boiling with excitement. Accompanied by the thrilling score, the enormous metallic head slowly integrated into a colossal headless mech. The dim lights around suddenly illuminated, revealing the blue steel skin, which exuded a heavy metallic texture. High-density precision instruments at the neck began to operate, seamlessly connecting the mech's body to the head. Is this really a human achievement? It's unbelievable. Yes, truly incredible. I wonder when our country will have such technology. Haha, so cool. Lin Fei glanced at Wang Qingdong, who was standing next to him, grinning foolishly after only uttering a single word. He felt quite speechless. However, he couldn't blame him. When he first saw the mechs in a certain film, he had a similar expression. With the strong punk-style music accompanying the mech, Wang Qingdong felt his skin crawling with excitement. Just then, a voice echoed through the presentation. Activating pilot agreement. Activation successful. Activating pilot connection protocol. As the voices fell, the mech's eyes suddenly lit up, and the turbine device on its chest slowly began to spin, gradually increasing in speed. Suddenly, a surge of immense energy burst forth, creating a dazzling effect. At the same time, all the lighting devices on the mech illuminated. A nearly 100-meter-tall mech, with the workers below appearing like ants, was perfectly presented before everyone. Gazing at the gigantic mech, which was entirely blue and resembled a skyscraper, everyone could not hide their astonishment, especially the two research experts in the conference room, who gasped aloud. Wow, is that a nuclear-powered engine in the middle? There's actually a nuclear reactor inside? This technology. Looking at the mech with its engine whirring in front, the two researchers were filled with shock, wishing they could immediately dive into the game and study it thoroughly. As everyone was in awe, the massive mech slowly lifted its foot and began to move. The ground crew beneath it appeared minuscule, like ants. As it moved, the mech gradually dragged out from dock number 1. Stepping outside, the rising sun cast its golden rays over the heavy mech, momentarily stunning onlookers. Are you ready? At that moment, the voice of Colonel Zhou sounded beside Qin Fei. Reacting instinctively, Qin Fei nodded. Colonel Zhou continued. The mech you are piloting is called the Dangerous Wanderer. 3rd generation. Height, 80 meters. Weight, 1,980 tons. Speed, 7. Strength, 8. Armor, 6. The Dangerous Wanderer uses nuclear fusion energy and is powered by nuclear drive, while the chest contains a turbine processor. Each joint is equipped with super torque drives, and every muscle is fitted with 40 engines. While Colonel Zhou was explaining to Qin Fei, several helicopters flew out from the base. At the same time, the screen in front of the two displayed the coldly beautiful woman from earlier. 2 Rangers, I am the Commander Spirit, preparing for neural docking. Initiate synesthesia. Without giving the two any chance to react, as soon as the Commander Spirit finished speaking, a countdown appeared on the screen. 15, 14, 13, 12. Just as Qin Fei was at a loss, a prompt suddenly popped up, providing information about synesthesia. After reading it, he had a general understanding of what synesthesia entailed. Meanwhile, the countdown reached 0. Suddenly, Qin Fei felt a sharp pain in his temple, as if a needle had pierced his brain. Gritting his teeth, the pain vanished. Then, countless images flashed rapidly before his eyes, all belonging to Colonel Zhou. Soon, the synesthesia was a success. A voice chimed in. Neural signal docking successful. Right hemisphere of the brain calibrating. Left hemisphere of the brain calibrating. Confirmation. Transmission correct. Pilot has completed connection. After a series of prompts ended, another voice followed. Pilot Qin Fei, please attempt to control your left arm. Qin Fei was taken aback, then instinctively tried to control the mech's arm according to the prompt. However, the next moment, his expression changed drastically. He felt a heavy resistance in his arm, frowning as he slowly raised his left arm. Under the significant resistance, the giant mech's arm slowly lifted, mirroring his movements perfectly. Seeing Qin Fei's laborious action, the two elderly researchers in the conference room exchanged knowing glances at Lin Fei. At this moment, following the in-game instructions, Qin Fei made corresponding movements. After completing several sets of actions, he had a preliminary understanding of how to operate the Wanderer mech. Are both of you ready? The monster has landed at the old site of Haiqing. Head there for reinforcement immediately. Just as Qin Fei was immersed in mech operation, the cold voice of the commander's spirit echoed in the cabin. Hearing this, Colonel Zhou immediately began to operate alongside Qin Fei. With their coordinated movements, the Wanderer slowly lifted its foot and began to stride toward the sea. At the same time, Colonel Zhou spoke again, introducing some basic operations and mission information. After hearing this, Qin Fei finally understood that the city of Haiqing in the CG had now become a ruins. Although surface radiation still existed, there were still many homeless people living nearby. Their purpose this time was to head to the ruins of Haiqing, stop the monsters from landing, and rescue the people of Haiqing. Got it. I understand. Qin Fei responded immediately. Following the 3D navigation in the cockpit, he began to move towards the direction of Haiqing. As the Wanderer advanced through the sea, the massive mechanical body emitted the sound of machinery operating. That heavy sense of oppression instantly filled the conference room. The ocean, which had not been conquered by humans for thousands of years, now felt like a stream beneath the feet of the Wanderer. Bit by bit, under the control of the two, the giant Wanderer slowly entered the deep sea, taking firm steps towards Haiqing. Just as the Wanderer submerged into the ocean, a cold voice from the control chamber echoed, "Don't die, you two Rangers." Hearing this, Chen Fei was clearly taken aback, and then glanced at Colonel Zhou beside him. It seemed there was something going on between the two. Chapter 127. Mech versus Monster. On the surface of the sea, the sky was overcast, and a fierce storm raged. Inside the mech's control cabin, the map displayed that the monster was less than 3 kilometers away from them, under the control of Chen Fei and his companion. The wanderer quickly moved towards the coast along the seabed. As the water became shallower, with a splash, the wanderer emerged from the waves. The thunder and lightning, along with the howling winds and torrential rain, had no effect on him at all. The wanderer bravely faced the storm and swiftly approached the shore. Soon, a warning sounded in the control cabin. "Wanderer, please be aware. The monster has detected you and is rapidly approaching." As the warning was issued, Chen Fei saw a red dot on the map quickly closing in on their position. Before he could react, a buzzing noise filled the air outside the wanderer, and as time passed, the sound grew louder. It was as if something was rushing towards them. The soldier's instinct for danger heightened Chen Fei's focus. However, the thought of what he might soon face filled him with both excitement and a hint of fear. Yet, the game didn't give him much time to think. Accompanied by the noise, a gigantic beast came charging in from the coastline, which looked like a wasteland, kicking up a tremendous cloud of dust behind it. Chen Fei's pupils involuntarily contracted, and his mouth slightly opened. What kind of monster was that? It was even taller than the wanderer he was piloting. The creature, shrouded in swirling dust, had a head resembling that of a shark, adorned with menacing spikes, and its jaws were filled with jagged, bone-white teeth. No one could doubt that those teeth could crush any object. The most striking features were the monster's eyes and mouth, which radiated a dazzling and dangerous blue light. What was even more astonishing was that this monster had hands and feet. In addition to its massive limbs, it had 2 smaller arms as well. Its towering height compared to the wanderer instantly intensified the feeling of oppression for Chen Fei. At the same time, the screen in front of him displayed the monster's data. Size head level 3, height 96 meters, weight 2,700 tons, speed 6, strength 7, armor 7. At this moment, not only did Chen Fei feel an overwhelming pressure, but everyone in the conference room also felt a bit breathless. Watching the giant monster draw closer, its fierce appearance instantly amplified the sense of dread. At that moment, everyone couldn't help but clench their fists. This scythe head was far more terrifying than the monsters from earlier animations. It must be said that humanity's achievements in such an environment were remarkable. Indeed, this wanderer mech was the result of countless people's efforts. With it, humanity could remain safe and sound. A few people began to whisper and discuss quietly. Although they were optimistic about the wanderer when comparing the data of both sides, they couldn't help but worry. Could the wanderer truly defeat such a terrifying monster? At this moment, Chen Fei was already sweating profusely. Facing such a terrifying monster, even someone with strong psychological resilience couldn't help but feel flustered. Although he had been full of confidence earlier, when he truly confronted the monster, he realized he was genuinely anxious and afraid. This panic didn't stem from his mind, but from a deep-seated fear of the mysterious giant creature. Just when he was at a loss, the scythe-headed monster let out a furious roar and charged at him without hesitation. At this moment, Colonel Zhou beside him shouted, "Idiot! What are you thinking? Move!" Startled by Colonel Zhou's shout, Chen Fei looked at the rapidly approaching scythe-headed monster. Instinctively, he raised his arms and crossed them in front of himself. Boom! The terrifying claws slammed into the wanderer, causing the 2 occupants in the control cabin to be jolted around. Following that came a searing pain in his chest. At the same time, the front of the wanderer was also scratched, leaving a small wound. Hiss! Chen Fei gritted his teeth against the pain and forced himself to calm down. Getting injured right off the bat made him feel embarrassed, especially thinking about how this scene would be broadcasted in front of various leaders. However, the scythe-headed monster wouldn't give him any extra time to think. Just as the wanderer stabilized, the monster charged at them again, its sharp claws aimed at the wanderer's chest. At the critical moment, Colonel Zhou suddenly shouted. Chen Fei responded and quickly began to operate. In an instant, their movements synchronized. His left arm blocked the monster's claws while his right fist struck out. Bang! The wanderer's fist landed solidly on the scythe-headed monster's fearsome head. The tremendous force made the monster stagger. Seeing this, cheers erupted in the conference room. Well done. Xiao Chun, quickly take the opportunity to continue attacking. Of course, Chen Fei was unaware of the conversations in the conference room. Even if he had known, he wouldn't have reacted much. He was solely focused on quickly ending this battle. After the first strike, Chen Fei immediately pressed the attack, maneuvering the wanderer forward 2 steps, raising his left arm for another punch. The scythe-headed monster, still dazed from the previous blow, didn't have time to recover before being hit again by the wanderer's fist. As Chen Fei controlled the wanderer, he felt that solid, satisfying impact, instantly boosting his confidence. Feeling the feedback from the wanderer, Chen Fei immediately loosened up and started throwing punches left and right. Bang, bang, bang. One punch after another. If it weren't for the heavy body of the Wanderer, he would have attempted some more advanced maneuvers. The sensation of each punch landing was simply intoxicating. However, even though the scythe-headed monster was being pushed back and had even entered the water, its tough skin and thick flesh meant that the punches didn't inflict much damage. Suddenly, the scythe-headed monster dodged another punch from the Wanderer, opened its massive mouth wide, and lunged at the Wanderer's head. Chen Fei, who had gradually become familiar with manipulating the mech in battle, already possessed considerable strength. Upon seeing the scythe-headed figure's actions, he instinctively grabbed the lower jaw of its massive mouth with his left hand. Well done, Colonel Zhou exclaimed in surprise at Chen Fei's performance, then immediately continued. Now use the heavy artillery with your right hand to blast him. There's artillery too? Hearing Colonel Zhou's words, Chen Fei's eyes widened as he glanced at his right hand. Only then did he notice a red button on the control sphere. Realizing this, Chen Fei synchronized with Colonel Zhou, using his left hand to pry open the scythe-headed figure's massive mouth. He raised his right hand and pressed the red button. With a hissing sound, the valve released air, and the mechanical device on the right arm of the mech opened and closed. Watching the slightly flickering light on the right arm, both of them did not hesitate to clench their fists and thrust directly towards the scythe-headed figure's throat. Chapter 128, Plasma Cannon, Victory Buzz. Buzz, buzz. As the dangerous Wanderer's mechanical right arm opened and closed, the devices on the arm began to rotate, rapidly condensing a large amount of plasma. As the right arm plunged into the creature's throat, a surge of plasma projectiles erupted forth, delivering a proper HS test to the creature. It said that the uglier one looks, the more intense the reaction during HS. Given the creature's appearance, it could definitely be considered an interstellar eyesore. The overwhelming energy instantly sent the creature flying, while simultaneously creating a large hole in its chest that looked like it had been corroded by strong acid. Oozing a dripping liquid, blue blood fell onto the sea, and upon contact with floating debris, it immediately produced white smoke. Is this creature's blood toxic? Chen Fei widened his eyes in shock. It's one thing for the monster to be terrifying, but now its blood is poisonous too? Oh my. The toxicity of the creature is not that high. It's just at an intermediate level, Colonel Zhou explained. However, just as the two were conversing, the big shots in the conference room were once again stunned by the scene before them. What shocked them was not the monster itself, but the cannon fire that had just breached the creature's defenses. Is that a plasma cannon? It certainly looks like it. I never expected this game to feature not only mecha technology, but also plasma cannon technology. If only the nation in reality had such formidable capabilities. In the conference room, the big shots gazed enviously at the Wanderer's right hand on the screen. To be honest, the allure of the plasma cannon is undeniable. Chen Fei was also astonished. The impact of that recent shot was indeed significant. Roar! At that moment, a deafening roar echoed across the sky. Simultaneously, Colonel Zhou in the control cabin suddenly changed his expression. Retreat. What's wrong? Chen Fei instinctively felt confused, but in the next instant, his expression also changed dramatically. What the heck? That monster isn't dead? Looking at the creature that suddenly burst forth from the sea, Chen Fei was in disbelief. He never expected that the opponent could still be alive after sustaining such severe injuries. Even though his reaction speed was quick enough, he was still a beat too slow. The creature surged out of the water, charging towards the Wanderer. Its sharp claws were directly in front of them. In a moment of desperation, the two could only raise their left arms to defend. Creak! The sound of claws tearing through metal rang out as the Wanderer's left arm was instantly slashed, leaving several wounds. Sparks flew, and liquid splattered. Alarms sounded in the control cabin, and red lights flashed. What? The Wanderer's left arm was injured. Colonel Zhou looked at the data on the screen, and his expression instantly darkened. At that moment, the attacking creature opened its massive mouth, aiming to bite the two in the control cabin. Faced with that terrifying maw, Chen Fei was momentarily stunned. Fortunately, Colonel Zhou shouted beside him, "Take it down." Hearing Colonel Zhou's roar, Chen Fei shivered and instantly reacted. Looking at the menacing mouth just inches away, he subconsciously activated the plasma cannon on his right hand again. However, just as he raised his right arm, the creature seemed to sense their intentions and immediately used the claws on its short arms to grab the Wanderer's right arm. At the same time, it swung its sharp scythe head towards the Wanderer's right arm. If it hit, the Wanderer could lose the use of his entire right arm. If the right arm was severed, the Wanderer would completely lose combatability, and both of them could perish here. As the scythe head drew closer, in a critical moment, Chen Fei suddenly shouted, "Lift your right knee." Boom. With the power of 40 engines, the Wanderer, firmly grasped by the scythe-headed monster, suddenly lunged forward and lifted his right knee. With a thunderous sound, the massive head that was about to collide with the right arm was knocked back by the Wanderer's flying knee. Although the attack was neutralized, the Wanderer's right arm was still tightly gripped by the scythe head, causing the Wanderer to shake. Seeing this, Chen Fei instinctively glanced at Colonel Zhou and shouted, "Shoulder throw." Taken aback by his words, Colonel Zhou quickly nodded, with the nod of agreement. Chen Fei didn't hesitate and immediately maneuvered the Wanderer's left hand to grab the arm of the creature that was holding his right arm, bending his knee and twisting his body. Under Chen Fei's control, the Wanderer skillfully executed the entire movement, directly throwing the 700-ton giant monster off his shoulder. However, in the mech battle, the weight was terrifying. Although the scythe head was thrown off, the Wanderer also fell into the sea, with several engines on his body sparking and malfunctioning. This move was indeed a case of hurting the enemy 100 while self-damaging 70. The scythe head, crashing onto the shore, had charred wounds on its chest and abdomen, and it spewed forth torrents of blue blood. Simultaneously, it let out a horrific wail from its mouth. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Fei and his partner immediately maneuvered the Wanderer's battered body to stand up. Bang! Boom! The Wanderer approached the shore and stepped on the struggling scythe head. The next moment, its right arm slowly lifted, aiming at the scythe head's head. Buzz! Zing! Arc energy flickered to life, and as the device rotated, terrifying energy began to gather again. The blue light grew brighter and more dazzling. In the next moment, with a deep rumble, the blinding light made one instinctively squint, followed by a series of the monster's agonizing howls. The painful sounds didn't last long. They abruptly ceased. In the world, only the buzzing impact of the plasma cannon remained. Unsurprisingly, the scythe head's head was completely blasted to pieces. As the radiant light faded, the surroundings returned to silence. However, the distant turbulent sea, shrouded in darkness and fierce waves, indicated that this calm was merely temporary. Looking at the distant sea, Chen Fei's emotions remained unsettled for a long time. He had actually defeated a monster. Congratulations to you all for successfully taking down the scythe-headed creature. At this moment, a somewhat familiar cold voice echoed. Seeing the woman on the screen with an icy expression, Chen Fei couldn't help but glance at Colonel Zhou. He really couldn't understand why this guy liked such a woman. The Wanderer is severely damaged, requesting support. Watching the battle spirit on the screen, Colonel Zhou saluted and reported the current status of the Wanderer. Upon hearing Colonel Zhou's report, the battle spirit frowned slightly and nodded, saying, "You are allowed to stay in place and wait for rescue. Stay safe." After finishing, the battle spirit directly cut off communication. This woman is just too cold. Seeing the screen go dark, Chen Fei couldn't help but mutter to himself. Shortly after, dozens of armed helicopters arrived, using tow ropes to directly lift the Wanderer and fly towards the base. Chapter 129. At the request of many online users, the real-life appearance of Comrade Lin has been arranged. He is truly a pillar for the future of our nation. Indeed, this young man's ideas are astonishing, and the games he designs are even more unexpected. This game, aside from not being able to practice military drills directly, has opened up many new avenues for us. If it weren't for Comrade Lin being too immersed in game development, his future achievements would be limitless. Under the watchful eyes of many prominent figures, Lin Fei hurriedly left the military district in a military vehicle. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would be subjected to dissection by that group of researchers. Of course, that was just a joke. The big shots were quite satisfied with the game. Although it somewhat contradicted the original intention of military training, the content of the game pleased several other research leaders greatly. Given this, Lin Fei's task could be considered complete, hence, the earlier scene of his escape. Did you agree to this? Upon returning home, Lin Fei was almost knocked over by the shocking news from Lin Luo. It turned out that during his time away, Lin Luo had accepted a live interview, and the guest was none other than him. Lin Fei's identity was no longer a secret. However, he never thought he would meet his fans so soon. In a word, he was shy. Lin Fei initially intended to avoid it directly. However, he was pulled down by Lin Luo and faced with a tablet computer. On the screen, the trending topics included one related to him. At 6:30 p.m. tonight, the Douyu platform would connect with the founder of Player Nation, and they hoped that fans would not miss the opportunity. This brief message sparked a flurry of comments below. Wow, we can finally see the ultimate madman. Yes, I must ask if there are any new games, and not scary ones. Scary? I didn't feel it was that scary, but we can check it out. What if there are insider news about new games? Forget about new games. I just want to see if Lin is really capable of creating a game like Resident Evil. He must have some quirks in his head. Looking at the comments online, Lin Fei's expression darkened. These people were relentless. No wonder Lin Luo always criticized them. None of them had anything nice to say. At the same time, Lin Fei knew that this event was organized by the Douyu platform, and his sister was a streamer under that platform. He had to give them this face. Fine, just notify me when the time comes. Lin Fei thought for a moment and replied, then returned to his bedroom. Upon hearing his agreement, Lin Luo felt relieved and quickly went into her room to start making contacts. The supervisor at Douyu became nervous upon hearing Lin Luo's response. Lin Fei might not feel it, But to the Douyu supervisor, this was definitely a traffic opportunity. If managed well, this wave of traffic could earn the platform a significant amount of visibility. Upon realizing this, the supervisor immediately instructed to prominently display a huge banner on the platform's homepage, announcing that Lin Fei would be a guest in the live broadcast room. Tonight at 18:30, the founder of Player Nation will meet you in the Douyu live broadcast room. Let us not miss it. The enormous banner also featured a lively chibi version of Lin Fei on the right side. Meanwhile, some bloggers and online influencers were hired to spread the news across major forums and portals. It can be said that Douyu invested quite a bit for this live broadcast. Before long, the time reached 18:20. Lin Luo sat in front of the live broadcast computer right on time, and unlike her usual casual attire, she had dressed up a bit more formally today. Wearing a white shirt and a small black suit, her normally loose long hair was also neatly tied up. If she didn't speak, she could be considered dignified and elegant. Beside her, Lin Fei looked at Lin Luo, a hint of disbelief flashing in his eyes. I mean, sis, it's just a live broadcast. Do you really need to go all out like this? What do you know? This is the face of Player Nation, of course. I need to dress formally, Lin Luo retorted, rolling her eyes. After all, she was also considered a senior member of Player Nation and had to dress appropriately. Lin Luo mumbled a few complaints in her heart while logging into her Douyu live broadcast room backend. What the heck? Is this for real? 30,000 people already? Lin Luo was stunned as she looked at the live broadcast room numbers, feeling completely overwhelmed. The broadcast had just started, and the barrage of comments was flying up so fast that it was impossible to keep track. Hey, where's that girl? Where's the extreme maniac? Who said that? What are you doing here? We want to see Boss Lin. Get out, get out, get out. We want Boss Lin. Big sis, where's my husband? Get him on here. Lin Luo was taken aback by the viewers' comments. Although she had never publicly stated her relationship with Lin Fei, it was still something that could be figured out if the viewers paid attention. However, Lin Luo didn't bother to explain. After all, it wasn't a secret in the gaming community, so she just accepted it. Watching the popularity of the live broadcast room surge, it quickly reached over 1 million viewers. Lin Luo was very clear in her mind that most of these people were there to see Lin Fei. At that moment, she felt a pang of jealousy. It must be said that the current popularity of Player Nation was indeed enormous. Before long, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room surpassed a terrifying 10 million. Seeing this, Lin Luo was so shocked that she closed her microphone and exclaimed, "Wow, Lin Fei, you've really made it big." Lin Fei, who was hiding out of the camera's view, was also astonished as he looked at the number of viewers in Lin Luo's live broadcast room. Just then, a prompt for a connection to the live broadcast room suddenly appeared, and without hesitation, Lin Luo clicked to agree. In the next moment, her live broadcast room was connected to the official Douyu live broadcast. As time goes by, the number of viewers in the live stream continues to rise, though the momentum is not as fierce as before. Even so, the viewer count has directly surpassed 10 million, reaching an astonishing 13 million. On the entire platform, its popularity is 10 times greater than that of the second place. Hurry up, let the boss Lin appear on camera, and clear the way for the rest. Yes, yes. Sister Luo, make some space, we want to see him. Who says otherwise? Sister Luo, hurry up. Seeing that Lin Fei was slow to appear, the audience in the live stream began to criticize Lin Luo. As the live stream heated up, countless viewers clamored to see Lin Fei, and Lin Luo felt a deep frustration. However, today is different from the past. No matter how angry she felt, she couldn't directly confront them as she used to. She still had a basic sense of courtesy. Therefore, she quickly explained, "Don't panic, everyone. Lin Fei is a bit nervous and just went to the restroom." What? You can actually say that? Lin Fei, sitting on the chair, nearly fell off when he heard Lin Luo's words. Lin Luo truly has no shame in lying. Lin Fei thought to himself, if he didn't appear soon, she might say something else, so he decided to shift his chair and step into the frame directly. Chapter 130. Copy mode activated. Hello everyone. This is Lin Fei's first live broadcast in 2 lifetimes, and he has facing more than 10 million viewers. If I say I'm not excited, that would be a complete lie. Just look at his slightly stiff greeting, and the live chat instantly exploded. Countless comments filled the screen. Wow, Boss Lin is really handsome. Haha, Lin Laozhai actually looks shy. Yes, does Boss Lin have a girlfriend? My sister-in-law has taken a liking to you. She wants to have your kids. TSK. I have to say, as soon as I see Lin Laozhai, I just feel an urge to punch him. The discussions among millions of netizens in the live chat made Lin Fei, sitting in front of the screen, feel a bit overwhelmed. To the audience, his reaction completely came off as shyness. Ha ha ha, Boss Lin looks so cute when he's shy. I want to hold you in my arms. I love it. I've decided to move to the Magic City tomorrow. Move? You upstairs are thinking too much. Boss Lin's neighborhood isn't that easy to get into. I'm from the Magic City, and the security level of Jinsheng Garden has recently become famous around here. Ah, is that true? Seeing the netizens' discussions, Lin Fei secretly wiped away a cold sweat. He never expected this group of netizens would be so crazy. At the same time, he was secretly relieved that the entire neighborhood was currently under military control. The atmosphere in the live broadcast was quite lively. At that moment, the official host of Douyu, who was making an appearance, asked Lin Fei, "Boss Lin, do you have anything to share about the future development of Player Nation?" Future development? Lin Fei hesitated slightly and said, "To be honest, I haven't really thought about the future direction of Player Nation. After all, who would have thought that just making a simple game could be so popular? However, I can assure all players here that products from Player Nation will definitely be of high quality. This guy really knows how to show off." All the viewers in the live chat were completely stunned by Lin Fei's response. They've seen humble brags before, but never one like this. Hee. It seems Boss Lin is very confident in himself. Hearing this, the Douyu host smirked and continued, "Since Boss Lin is so confident, how about we do a little interaction? Please go ahead." Lin Fei smiled slightly. "Here's the thing. Let the viewers in the live chat ask questions, and we'll take random screenshots for Boss Lin to answer these random questions. How about that?" The host said with a smile. After hearing the host's words, Lin Fei thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. "No problem." Seeing him agree, the host waved to the camera and said, "All right, dear viewers, you all heard the conversation just now. If you have any questions you want to ask, just send them to the public screen, and we will pick some questions for Boss Lin to answer." As soon as the audience in the live chat heard this, they immediately became enthusiastic. In an instant, countless questions appeared on the screen. Are Luo Jie and Lin Fei really siblings? Does Lin Boss have a girlfriend? Is Lin Boss's company hiring? At that moment, Lin Fei felt overwhelmed. If the questions were about the game, that would be fine, but what if they were personal? Fortunately, the host on the other side seemed to understand. After a while, they announced that the screenshot session was over, and the first question came from a user named Kangaroo Boxing. "Is there a new game in development at Player's Kingdom?" Seeing this question, Lin Fei pondered for a moment and replied, "Well, I really didn't expect the first question to hit the nail on the head. Player's Kingdom is indeed working on a new game, and I can clearly tell everyone that the development of the new game is nearing completion. I can guarantee that this is a game that will completely exceed everyone's imagination." For Lin Fei, who enjoys a high level of creative freedom, making games is not a difficult task. However, he did not intend to release information about the upcoming game too early. After all, the entire open-world project of Resident Evil was only 20 complete. There were still many movie plots to integrate. However, he didn't expect that his words would cause another uproar among the viewers in the live chat, especially those who were hesitant to try Resident Evil. They became even more eager, flooding the chat in hopes of being selected for a screenshot by the host. Soon, the second screenshot question appeared on the screen. "Lin Laozhai, is the next game still related to viruses and zombies?" Upon seeing this question, Lin Fei had to be cautious. To be honest, he didn't want to reveal too much information about the new game too early, but since he had already made a promise, it would be somewhat unfair to go back on his word. After much hesitation, he finally said, "No, the new game is not virus-themed. That's the only answer I can give you. However, to thank everyone for their support of Player's Kingdom, I can share a little more. The new game has many intricate connections to the world of Resident Evil. As for the nature of those connections, you will be able to explore them online later." As he interacted with the viewers in the live chat, Lin Fei became more relaxed. After finishing his statement, he revealed a mysterious expression to the audience. "Unfortunately, as of now, the progress of Resident Evil hasn't even reached 20. Even if the new game is released, it would be hard for anyone to connect the two games together." What? Oh my, the progress of Resident Evil hasn't even reached 20? No way. Millions of players online, and it's still not even 20 complete? That's really possible. Didn't you see the latest video from a certain user? They discovered an underground laboratory on the map in the island nation, and it was filled with clones. What's the deal over there? You wouldn't know? But the situation in that region is truly terrifying. The zombies there are incredibly swift and even know how to use various modes of transportation. But that is nothing. The most frightening place is in the neighboring region. According to a statistician, 50% of all zombies in the game are concentrated on that map. As soon as a player enters, it's like delivering a meal to them. A bunch of netizens, as they kept chatting, ended up veering off into discussions about the survival horror genre. They started to complain about it in various ways. Watching the frenzy of comments about the game, Lin Fei suddenly felt like he should end the stream. Otherwise, he was genuinely worried that these netizens might crawl through the fiber optics to come after him. Looking at the countless discontented viewers, Lin Fei felt a chill running down his back. At the same time, he was wondering whether he should activate the dungeon mode of the survival horror world. Chapter 131. Saying it is the same as not saying it. Special Zombie Squad new game can't go online for a while. But Lin Fei paused for a moment while facing the camera and said, "But the third phase of the biohazard will be opened soon." Thinking of the storyline content he had just received, a smirk appeared on his lips. and he couldn't help but let out a sly laugh. Wow, Lin the old thief, your smile is quite eerie. Hurry up and confess. Are you setting us up again? No way, you better leak some news, or we won't let you off the hook. Yes. I heard that next week there will be a gaming awards event in the city, and Player Nation has already received a nomination. Let's just rush to the exhibition center and wait for this old thief. Count me in. I'll buy a high-speed train ticket right now. 10,086. Looking at the audience in the live stream who were all fired up, Lin Fei couldn't help but curl his lips. He thought to himself that even if this group of fools went to the venue to block him, without an invitation, it would still be in vain. With this thought, Lin Fei felt a sense of relief, and his mood improved considerably. After interacting with the audience for a while and answering some trivial questions, he immediately said, "All right, that's it for today's live stream. After all, I'm not a free person. I wish everyone great success in the next phase of Biohazard." After saying this, Lin Fei left without giving anyone a chance, standing up and stepping out of the camera frame. The online users, watching Lin Luo sitting in front of the camera in a daze, finally realized that Lin Fei had really left. Wow, the shameless old thief, just up and left. Yeah, didn't even answer a few serious questions, and he just slipped away? Damn, he didn't provide any useful information, just watching him show off. Damn it. Listening to him ramble on, it would have been better to play a game for a while. Lin Fei appeared in the live stream for barely 20 minutes. Although during these 20 minutes, the audience's enthusiasm was unprecedentedly high, Lin Fei didn't say anything of substance. The audience couldn't help but start cursing in the live chat. Realizing what was happening, Lin Luo, while blaming Lin Fei, shouted, "Lin Fei, come back." The only response she got was the sound of the door slamming shut. Even through the screen, the viewers could feel Lin Luo's frustration. But to be honest, it was quite amusing to see Lin Luo in such a predicament. As a result, the audience in the live stream, watching Lin Luo with a pouting face and an angry expression, began to flood the chat with comments. Driven by the urge to earn rewards, Lin Luo quickly brightened up. After chatting with the live stream audience for a while, she took advantage of the unprecedented excitement to start her game live stream. Back in her room, Lin Luo lay on her bed and opened the system. The Resident Evil series has gradually formed its own virtual world. Excluding the 60% of areas that remain closed off, most regions have already been reclaimed by players, especially the Salvation Army led by Lin Luo, which has taken control of half of the ancient city due to its numerical advantage. With countless real-world knowledge at his disposal, Master Ma immediately began organizing personnel to restore production and establish defensive fortifications after his members and native NPCs occupied half of the ancient city. Ultimately, through the collective efforts of everyone, they constructed the first defensive fortress belonging to the players in the game world using scrap materials. Once this news spread, players assigned to other areas began to express their desire to head to the ancient city fortress. However, the journey was long, and with zombies blocking the way, reaching the ancient fortress was quite challenging. But for players, it was just a matter of dying a few more times. For those natives with only one life, it was akin to climbing a mountain. Thus, the task of escorting survivors was born. After learning about the game progress of players from a certain country, Lin Fei curiously checked on the players in other regions. Due to system capabilities, he didn't need any equipment to view any specific area at will. It was like being in God mode. No, in this game world, he was the god, the creator of this world. Using the system, he searched for survivor information in an unfamiliar area. As the scene shifted before him, he found himself on a worn-out road congested with wrecked vehicles. The entire messy highway was filled with wandering zombies. Since he was viewing through the system and not truly entering the game, he had no physical form. From a spiritual perspective, he hovered in the air, overlooking the entire road. Just then, not far ahead on the road, a convoy appeared. As the vehicles reached the traffic jam, several people got out and drew their weapons. The zombies, alerted by the noise, turned their gaze toward them. "Damn, how are there so many?" exclaimed a blonde woman in the team, seeing dozens of swaying zombies. One of her teammates complained, instead of complaining, "Why not think of a way to deal with these monsters?" Hearing this, the woman cursed again, then raised her fully loaded semi-automatic rifle and began shooting at the approaching zombies. Seeing this, her companions also raised their weapons and started to clear out the zombies coming towards them. Initially, everything went smoothly, and one by one, the zombies fell. As the number of zombies dwindled, excitement spread across their faces. However, at that moment, the roar of engines erupted. From the god perspective, Lin Fei quickly noticed several off-road vehicles charging towards the blonde woman's team from the wilderness beside the road. At the same time, the blonde woman and her team also spotted the two speeding yellow dragons in the wild. Those driving were undoubtedly alive. Seeing this, their vigilance slightly relaxed. But just then, a barrage of gunfire erupted from the convoy of off-road vehicles. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets whizzed through the air, striking the abandoned cars surrounding the blonde woman and her companions. causing them to drop to the ground in fright and seek cover. It's over. In that moment, as the women hid behind the cover, Lin Fei couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Due to his vantage point, he could see the attackers' faces more clearly than the women could. These attackers were not mere human thugs. They were gaunt figures dressed in military uniforms, resembling desiccated corpses. Their eyes were not like those of zombies. Compared to the dullness of zombies, this group of uniformed figures displayed a much more spirited glint in their eyes, especially the officer who had remained seated in the vehicle, whose gaze was sharp and fierce, like a lion ready to unleash its fury at any moment. Just as Lin Fei had suspected, this group of soldiers, with an appearance more terrifying than that of zombies, swiftly set up 2 rocket launchers and fired without hesitation at the cars where the blonde woman was hiding. Boom, boom. 2 fiery explosions shot into the sky, and the shockwave immediately sent several people flying. Chapter 132. Opening boss team. Old classmate the soldiers, resembling dried corpses and mummies, quickly moved forward and pulled the trigger on the few individuals who were in a state of unconsciousness. The bullets ruthlessly pierced through their bodies, instantly claiming their lives. The soldiers swiftly cleaned up the battlefield, taking away the weapons, vehicles, and supplies of the deceased. From the appearance of this special zombie team to the annihilation of the women's group, it took less than 3 minutes. This shows just how quick these zombie soldiers are. After the robbery, the zombie army wasted no time and drove away into the distance. Hiss, have they turned into a bunch of bandits? Watching the well-trained zombie squad leave, Lin Fei was momentarily stunned. However, in the next moment, he locked onto this team of zombies using the system. Following this special zombie squad, he witnessed several incidents of them robbing survivors or players. Lin Fei discovered that this was a zombie squad with ideals and ambitions. He immediately decided to take this squad away and place them in the storyline map as a starting mini-boss. After completing everything, he wandered around the game world for a while. Some regional storylines were still ongoing, and some players were even gaining corresponding enhancements. Seeing everything develop almost exactly as he had imagined, he finally exited the game world and began setting up the first major storyline campaign in the system. The next day, Lin Fei slowly opened his eyes and stretched. Perhaps due to staying up too late last night, his whole body felt a bit sore. Lin Fei got up, washed up simply, and left in casual attire. As soon as he stepped out, the door across from him opened simultaneously. Lin Fei was already used to this. He nodded at the similarly dressed young man across the hall, as if greeting a neighbor, and walked toward the elevator. With the young man, they jogged out of the community. Arriving at a snack stall, Lin Fei sat down and waved to the waiter, saying, 2 baskets of pork soup dumplings, 2 bowls of millet porridge. Before long, breakfast was served. Lin Fei pushed 1 portion in front of the young man and said, "You didn't eat breakfast, did you?" Smelling the enticing aroma of the dumplings, the young man couldn't help but swallow. He was about to refuse. But before he could say anything, Lin Fei spoke first. "Don't tell me about duty. Just eat. I have something for you to help with later." Hearing Lin Fei's words, the young man hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay. The higher-ups have already instructed that if Mr. Lin has any requests, we will do our best to fulfill them." Looking at the young soldier's serious expression, Lin Fei smiled and waved his hand, saying, "No need to be so serious. What I need your help with is quite simple. It's just to help me test a game." Test a game? Upon hearing about testing a game, the young man immediately thought of the recent news from the squad. He himself couldn't enjoy playing like his comrades due to being on a mission. However, now he didn't expect that Lin Fei, as a game developer, would actually invite him to test the game. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Just thinking about it makes the young man unable to contain his happy smile. "Yes, after we finish eating, let's go buy some equipment." Lin Fei nodded at the other person and then focused on his breakfast. "Mr. Lin, if we're going shopping, I need to make some arrangements." The young man's expression became serious upon hearing that Lin Fei wanted to go shopping. Whatever. Lin Fei was already used to this and replied nonchalantly. Upon receiving the response, the young man immediately took out his phone to contact the person in charge of the Jin Chengyuan community. The person in charge, upon hearing the young man's report, immediately summoned 4 elite team members. "Mr. Lin is going shopping later. You 4 must ensure his safety at all costs." The person in charge looked at the 4 elite members with a serious expression. "Understood, instructor." The 4 replied in unison, saluting the person in charge. "All right, you can go now. Meet up with Xiao Ma in 5 minutes. The person in charge felt a hint of satisfaction at their performance. "Wait, Xiao Ma, do we really need to go through all this just to buy a gaming device?" Lin Fei looked at the 2 military vehicles parked in front of him and felt a bit of a headache. If they were going to the military district, driving a military vehicle would be fine. But now they were heading to the city center commercial area, driving 2 perfectly normal military vehicles. Is that really appropriate? Normally, when superiors travel, they also use military vehicles. Ma Liang smiled slightly and explained, "Actually, these military vehicles are just ordinary ones. Even if they drive into the city center, They won't attract anyone's attention. However, the one Mr. Lin is in is a bit special. What's so special about it? Lin Fei asked curiously. The vehicle you're in is bulletproof, Ma Liang whispered, as your name has already been registered in the entire military district. If anything were to happen, we would all end up in military court. Bulletproof? Hearing Ma Liang's words, Lin Fei curiously approached the military vehicle he usually sat in. He circled the vehicle, inspecting it carefully. Aside from noticing that the glass seemed thicker than that of a regular car, he couldn't find anything suspicious. But thinking about it, if even someone as inexperienced as him could identify a bulletproof vehicle, then probably almost 90% of the world's population could do the same. He wasn't short on money. In fact, he probably couldn't spend it all in his lifetime. But even if he had plenty of money, acquiring a bulletproof vehicle wouldn't necessarily be immediate. Thinking about this large iron contraption being bulletproof, an idea of wanting to ask for it popped into his head. Let's put the vehicle issue aside for now. An hour later, the military vehicle finally arrived at the most bustling electronic technology city in the region. Just as Lin Fei and Ma Liang were wandering around the tech city, a pleasant voice came from a nearby shop. Lin Fei instinctively stopped and turned his head, looking at the girl in front of him, with bright eyes and a white t-shirt paired with light blue jeans. Lin Fei furrowed his brow and tentatively asked, "Bai Jie?" He looked at the girl with uncertainty, unable to imagine that the class flower from high school, who came from a wealthy family, would appear in this tech city. Moreover, it seemed she was currently working at this shop's front desk. "It really is you." The girl joyfully approached Lin Fei, circling around him to get a good look. "Wow. Lin Fei, did you get plastic surgery over there? Come on. Is this how old classmates greet each other? What are you talking about? Does my looks need surgery? Who are you looking down on?" Although Lin Fei had some feelings for Bai Jie during school, it was merely a crush. Having lived 2 lives, he had always focused on how to take it easy in the future. As a result, he overlooked some people's existence, while some also overlooked him. Of course, Bai Jie was not one of those who were overlooked. After a pleasant exchange, the friendship they had as classmates was rekindled. "Are you here to buy a computer?" Bai Jie asked, as if remembering something. "No, I don't need one. It's for him." Lin Fei pointed to Ma Liang beside him and said, "Don't save money for him. He's a rich guy?" Okay." Bai Jie was taken aback for a moment, then smiled slightly. "All right, if you have any needs, let me know so I can prepare a configuration list for you. The demand is simple. Get me the most expensive one. The more high-end, the better." It was a rare chance to see an old classmate, and Lin Fei felt happy, waving his hand grandly. Chapter 133. Just cut a zero, don't make a fuss. Bai Jie looked surprised and quickly said, Lin Fei, as long as the configuration is sufficient, there's no need to buy the top model." "No, we want the top model." Lin Fei looked at Bai Jie, who was gaping, and said, "Don't worry, this guy has plenty of money. No need to save for him." Well, okay then." Seeing that Lin Fei was determined to take advantage of her teammate, Bai Jie had nothing more to say. She turned around to the front desk, took out the configuration list, and wrote down the highest configuration. She pushed the completed list in front of the two. "You guys take a look at the price." Hiss. 346,000. Upon seeing the price on the quote, Lin Fei couldn't help but gasp. Typically, a high-end VR setup would cost just over 100,000. However, the total price on Bai Jie's list was over 300,000. But upon seeing the configuration, Lin Fei knew that the other party wasn't trying to cheat her. Bai Jie then said, 346,800. "But since you're an old classmate, I can cut a zero for you." Lin Fei looked up in shock. 34680 is not too much, right? 34,680? Yes. Didn't you say to cut a zero? What? Is that what I meant? Why not just let me have it for free? Bai Jie rolled her eyes and continued, "No more back and forth. I think such a good configuration would be a waste." "Hee, just kidding." Lin Fei smiled and turned to Ma Liang. The latter instantly understood the look in his eyes and laughed. "It's not a waste. This configuration is great. Playing games is a lifelong thing. Look, this kid knows how to play the game." Lin Fei was quite pleased with Ma Liang and secretly gave him a thumbs up. She then said to Bai Jie, "See, what did I say? My friend isn't short on money. Let's go with this configuration and get him 5 sets. As for cutting the zero, let's forget it." Upon hearing Lin Fei's words, Bai Jie's beautiful eyes trembled. She thought selling such a configuration would be a miracle, but she didn't expect the other party to order 5 sets. She could hardly believe her ears and stammered, Really? Huh, are you looking down on my friend's capabilities?" Lin Fei pretended to be a bit angry and said, "This amount of money is nothing to him. Oh my, 2 million. How come I didn't know I had so much pocket money?" Ma Liang, who was nearby, couldn't help but be astonished at Lin Fei's words. Bai Jie glanced at Ma Liang, equally surprised. However, thinking of the profits she was about to earn, her eyes immediately turned into crescent moons. "Thank you so much. If I hadn't run into you today, paying rent this month would have been a problem." Lin Fei was taken aback. She remembered that during school, Bai Jie's family wasn't the best off, but they were still a wealthy family with assets in the millions. Now looking at Baijia, her attire and appearance didn't resemble that of a rich young lady at all. Instead, she looked like someone just starting out in the workforce. Thinking of this, Lin Fei couldn't help but ask, I remember your family is doing well, right? How could you not afford the rent? Heh. Upon hearing this, Baijia showed a helpless smile and said, there has been some issues at home. After saying that, she took the configuration list and left. Watching the beautiful figure walk away, Lin Fei asked after a long while, Liangzi, can we check the other party's family situation? Sure, Ma Liang replied and got up to leave the shop. He whispered a few words to the teammates on guard outside before returning. Mr. Lin, I've already sent someone to handle it. Lin Fei nodded at this and then said, from now on, just call me Fei Gu or a Fei Mr. Lin sounds awkward. All right. Ma Liang nodded. At this moment, Bai Jie approached, and Ma Liang held back what he wanted to say. Thank you, Lin Fei. Bai Jie smiled as she walked up. Leave your delivery address, and the delivery person and technician will come to install it for you. Without thinking, Lin Fei directly gave the studio address. Bai Jie was slightly surprised upon hearing the delivery address. You also live in Jinxing Yuan? Seeing Bai Jie's surprised expression, Lin Fei couldn't help but say, what a coincidence. Don't tell me you live there too. Although I don't want to admit it. I really do live there. Bai Jie replied. All right. What a coincidence. Lin Fei was slightly surprised. He didn't expect them to be neighbors, being old classmates. They ended up adding each other on a messaging app. After chatting about each other's trivial matters over the years, Lin Fei then left with Ma Liang and the others. Ding dong. As soon as they got into the car, Lin Fei received a message on the messaging app. He opened it to find it was from Bai Jie, who had just added him as a friend. Oh no, Lin Fei, I was so caught up in chatting that I forgot to tell you about something. There's a class reunion next Saturday. Are you attending? A class reunion? Seeing the message, Lin Fei couldn't help but think of his old classmates. To be honest, he had been too low-key back then and had become a bit of a nobody in class. On ordinary days, only a few close friends and enemies would remember him. Thinking of the cliché scenes in novels where old classmates flaunt their wealth at reunions, Lin Fei replied directly, forget it. I want to go. I was a nobody back in school, and I'm not sure anyone would remember me now. Besides, I don't like those kinds of occasions. Not long after sending the message, his phone rang again. Lin Fei didn't expect Bai Jie to reply so quickly. Hee, it seems you haven't changed all these years. Actually, I don't want to go either, but now. Forget it, let us see then. Let us keep in touch more often. By the way, thanks for your order today. I'll treat you to a meal when we have time. A meal? Looking at the message, Lin Fei hesitated for a moment before replying. Sure, I love seafood. On the way back, with Bai Jie chatting, it wasn't lonely at all, and they quickly returned to Jincheng Yuan community. By the time they arrived at the studio, the installation technician had already completed the installation of all 5 sets of equipment, excluding Lin Fei, Ma Liang, Tang San, and a few others. Each person will have a device. Once the 5 logged into the game, Lin Fei immediately utilized the system to assign them to the storyline dungeon area for testing. The next morning, the weather was gloomy, and after a night of testing, the truly significant bioweapon crisis storyline dungeon successfully passed the evaluation. To reward the group and comfort the frightened Jia Zhanzhan and another lady, Lin Fei decided to take a day off and organize a team-building activity. Naturally, the location for the team building was still within the city limits. As the ladies, Jia Zhanzhan and her companion immediately shouted that they wanted seafood, claiming they would eat Lin Fei into bankruptcy. Of course, that was impossible. Moreover, Lin Fei also liked seafood. So he took everyone to the restaurant he had visited with Lin Luo last time. Inside the restaurant, although it wasn't mealtime yet, there were quite a few people. Wow. Has the gaming company released a new game again? No way. Didn't they just launch one not long ago? Why is there another one now? As soon as Lin Fei walked into the restaurant and passed through the hall, he overheard a group of young people discussing nearby. The topic immediately caught his attention. At that moment, a young person at the same table looked surprised at his companion and asked, are you sure you didn't misread? They just incurred a loss and still dare to release a new game? No mistake, just check their official website and you'll see. Chapter 134, Find a Secluded Place. And let's take this opportunity to go in. Sure enough, in the new game release section on the official website of the company, Lin Fei saw their new game. But what does Tomorrow's Crisis mean? Is this a ploy? Upon seeing the game name, Lin Fei immediately felt something was off. But this kind of thing had already happened once. Even if someone is foolish and wealthy, they wouldn't do it again, right? He clicked on the game introduction. Wow. All Lin Fei could say was wow. It's actually free. This really fits the company's style. The game is completely free, but within the game, there are many hidden charges designed to entice players. Tomorrow's Crisis. Damn, it's actually an apocalyptic game. At the dining table, Tang San, who had seen a brief introduction, immediately exclaimed, these guys really haven't given up, have they? Do they really think that having money means they can do whatever they want? Hee hee, To be honest, having money really does allow for a lot of leeway. Lin Fei chuckled, not expecting that the company's new game would still follow trends. Although he didn't know how the game content would turn out, from the official introduction and some promotional material from various portals, it seemed the company had invested quite a bit again. Clearly, the wealthy company wanted to crush him with money. However, Lin Fei was not someone who could easily yield, especially since he had a hidden backing, let alone just one company. Even if the entire gaming market in the region wanted to challenge him, it would probably take quite a shake to do so. Regarding the company's obvious ploy, Lin Fei didn't take it to heart at all. In fact, he felt a little anticipation. Wow, which genius screenwriter came up with this story? It's incredible. At this moment, Sanjio, who had been quietly looking at his phone, suddenly exclaimed. Hearing his shout, everyone at the table, except for those responsible for security, looked over with curiosity. Seeing this, Sanjio directly shared the link in their internal group. Several people opened the link to check it out. Introduction to Tomorrow's Crisis. The game is set in the capital of the region. On a sunny day, a meteor falls in the suburbs. Upon learning this, the local government immediately seals off the area and begins an investigation. However, while the scientific team is investigating, a group of young people planning to steal the meteorite secretly sneaks into the exploration camp and becomes infected with an extraterrestrial virus. Thus, these young people bring the virus back to the capital, causing an outbreak and plunging the entire city into chaos. In this city ravaged by the virus, players can team up with each other and even establish their own safe havens. As everyone looked at the game introduction, their expressions were quite strange. The overall story seemed decent. There was nothing particularly wrong with it. But why did it feel so familiar? Is the screenwriter suffering from a mental block? This is clearly very similar to a certain area plot from a well-known game, especially as the plot planners. Tang San and Sanjio are extremely familiar with this storyline. Although the summary is a bit rough, it is definitely similar to the Nordic virus plot they set up. How shameless is that? Can we sue them? Tang San said angrily. Sue for what? Plagiarism? Lin Fei put his phone down on the table and said, forget it. They understand this better than us. Since they are willing to copy, let them copy. They can copy the game content, but can they copy the graphics? Although the plots are somewhat similar, Lin Fei knew that even if they went to court, it might not yield any results. It would be troublesome if the other party turned the tables on them. Since they are determined to go down the path of plagiarism, let them continue. After all, a game is not just about the storyline. If the plot is the skeleton, then all the details are the flesh on that skeleton. Even if they plagiarize the plot, the final result would just be a mishmash. So he wasn't too worried. However, because of the new game from the other party, the meal was somewhat lacking in enthusiasm. The news of the new game release from the other party has spread widely with extensive advertising. However, since they are still in a service suspension period, the game cannot be launched immediately, but the hype is already on the rise. Lin Fei didn't pay much attention to this, and even said he didn't have the time to care, because the annual game awards have already started. As an invitee, he had no choice but to attend. After all, if he wants to make a name for himself in the gaming industry, events like this are inevitable. Since it's South being held close to home, it's also a chance to broaden his horizons. Lin Fei finished preparing early and then took his bulletproof vehicle to the venue. Wow, Ma Yang, are you sure we're not at the wrong place? Looking at the sea of people at the convention center, Lin Fei for a moment thought he had made a mistake. Over the years, although the gaming industry has been thriving, there have been a lot of fans coming to events. However, none of the previous events had been like today. There were at least 1,000 young men and women gathered in front of the entire convention center. And, oh my, Ma Yang, look at the signs those people are holding. Am I seeing things? Noticing a few youths holding neon signs high, Lin Fei completely lost his composure. If I'm not mistaken, one says Lin the old thief, and another says Lin the pervert. Ma Yang looked at the youths holding the signs not far away and hesitantly said, Brother Fei, those people should be your fans, right? Fans. Have you ever seen fans give their idols such ridiculous nicknames? Looking at that group of enthusiastic followers, Lin Fei couldn't help but recall a few days ago when viewers in his live stream shouted about attending the convention. These people truly followed through. What is this? A surprise? No, this is a shock. With so many people blocking the entrance, how am I supposed to get in? As Lin Fei felt troubled inside, he secretly wondered if 2 luxury vans would appear at the entrance of the exhibition center when they were about to leave. With the arrival of the vans, the crowd of fans at the entrance immediately became agitated. It was Guan Xiaodong and Zheng Yangyang. He never expected they would also come to the event. Indeed, what a surprise. Hurry up and get their autographs. Since the awards ceremony and the game exhibition were held at the same time, the organizers, considering it was taking place in the region, naturally adhered to local customs. To boost popularity, they invited 2 domestic celebrities. It turned out that the organizers made a smart move, as the 2 stars attracted the attention of the surrounding youth as soon as they got out of the car. especially with Guan Xiaodong's long legs. A group of fans immediately started to imagine wildly. Lin Fei, who was hiding in the car at a distance, suddenly brightened up at the sight and immediately said to Ma Liang, "Find a place where there are no people. Let's take this opportunity to get in." Chapter 135. Brother, where are you developing? I'm developing at home. Guan Xiaodong. Zheng Yangyang. Can you sign for us? Look over here, Guan Xiaodong. I love you over here. Zheng Yangyang. I want to have your babies. The appearance of the two popular stars made the atmosphere outside the exhibition center exceptionally lively. Surrounded by the crowd, both of them were thoroughly enjoying the attention. With the protection of bodyguards and security personnel, they strolled leisurely, occasionally waving at the fans around them. When the crowd saw their response, the scene once again spiraled out of control. TSK, truly deserving of being popular stars. They are welcomed wherever they go. Watching the two surrounded by people from a distance, Lin Fei felt envious, but there was not a hint of envy on his face. Instead, he looked relaxed and quietly made his way towards the venue from behind the crowd. Oh dear, you people, don't you have eyes? Seeing a popular star is like seeing your own father. Just then, not far from Lin Fei, a loud cry of pain was heard, followed by a string of angry curses. Hearing the sharp insults, Lin Fei turned his head to look. He saw a girl wearing a baseball cap and a black mask sitting on the ground, cursing away. Goodness, this personality is quite comparable to that of his sister at home. Initially, a few people tried to retort against the girl's angry outburst, but unexpectedly, her sharp words left them speechless. Ugh, they're all acting like they've seen their mother. What is so great about it? Just a broken vase. I really don't understand what you all find so precious. Haha, this woman really isn't afraid of offending anyone. As the girl continued her colorful language, Lin Fei had already walked up to her. Finding a good impression of her, Lin Fei instinctively reached out to help her up. The girl frowned instinctively when she saw a hand suddenly appear in front of her, and then she looked up at the owner of the hand. However, when she saw Lin Fei's face, she immediately exclaimed, "Ugh, Lin the old thief." Lin Fei was taken aback upon hearing this. He then remembered that this was the nickname given to him by game fans. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something, quickly lowered the brim of his cap, and whispered, "Miss, you've got the wrong person." Saying this, he pulled her up without waiting for a response and planned to leave immediately. However, the girl was very straightforward and said directly, "Lin the old thief, even if I turned to ashes, I would still recognize you." Earlier, when she called him Lin the old thief, Lin Fei had already noticed the change in the crowd around him. But now, her shout was undoubtedly the fuse that ignited the bomb. The shout of Lin the old thief immediately made everyone around turn to look at Lin Fei. Seeing this, Lin Fei thought to himself that it was bad and decided to make a hasty escape. But even though he reacted quickly, he was still a step too late. Just as he lifted his foot to dive into the venue, someone in front shouted loudly, "Lin the old thief is here." The voice was so powerful that it shook the heavens and moved the spirits, causing a commotion at the entrance of the exhibition center. As soon as they heard the nickname for Lin, those game enthusiasts who had been surrounding two popular stars immediately shifted their focus to their true idol. Compared to games, those stars were nothing. With this thought in mind, everyone rushed towards Lin Fei. Meanwhile, Ma Liang and a few others, tasked with protecting Lin Fei, quickly formed a tight circle around him. "Hey, who stepped on my shoe? Watch your feet. Make way. Ouch, I'm getting squeezed." Guan Xiaotong and Zheng Yangyang were stunned as they watched the crowd suddenly surge to the other side. After a while, they exchanged glances and simultaneously asked each other, "What's going on?" Hearing each other's questions, they were both taken aback. They looked incredulously at the young man surrounded by the crowd like a star. Who is this person? Why have they never heard of him in the industry? In their circle, they had never come across anyone called Lin. Looking at the densely packed crowd, they felt a pang of bitterness. Their smiles even looked a bit awkward. Just then, an unbelievable scene unfolded before them. A group of foreign friends emerged from the exhibition center. More astonishingly, they were all waving their arms and shouting in broken Chinese, "Lin Latza! Lin Latza! Who on earth is this guy? What a big deal." So many international fans. Guan Xiaodong and Zheng Yangyang were completely stunned by the scene in front of them. At the same time, they became even more curious about the identity of the young man surrounded by the crowd. "Hey everyone, can we not be so unruly?" Lin Fei, sweating profusely and surrounded by fans, shouted to the enthusiastic crowd, "I have important matters to attend to. If you have any requests, can we talk about it after I come out? I don't believe it. You think you can go in and come out?" "Exactly. Even if you do come out, it might be in a sneaky way. Lin Latza, hurry back to make games. Don't just roam around. Look at this group of netizens who do nothing all day. I'm telling you, if you keep causing trouble here, the organizers might get mad and call the police. And you'll be the ones to suffer." Lin Fei could see that these people were just bored and came here to make trouble for him. There wasn't a serious question among them, just various complaints. However, The netizens, upon hearing his words, remained unfazed, and some even started to make bold claims. Stop trying to scare us with the police. Even if they come, we'll just get a lecture at most. Exactly. We've already discussed it in the group. We're definitely going to give you a hard time. This is our compensation for being scared in the game. Goodness. Is this even a sensible thing to say? Being scared in a game leads to causing trouble for the designer? However, upon reflection, this approach doesn't seem to have any major issues. For this group of online users, Lin Fei is someone they can't hit or scold effectively, just as he was at a loss. The organizers who received the news inside the exhibition center rushed out to maintain order. Faced with thousands of disruptive online users, the organizers were quite helpless. In the end, they promised that everyone could freely enter the exhibition center to experience the new game, use the demo products, and receive souvenirs. There were even free signed game merchandise from Lin Fei. This group of bored online users finally decided to let Lin Fei off the hook. The crowd dispersed, and Lin Fei hurriedly entered the venue. In the corridor, Xiao Tong and Zheng Yangyang watched Lin Fei, followed by Ma Liang and others. Zheng Yangyang couldn't help but ask Lin Fei, "Hey, where have you been developing? I've never seen you around." Lin Fei paused for a moment upon hearing this and turned to look at Zheng Yangyang, who was overly styled and had makeup on. To be honest, he was quite averse to makeup on guys. After a brief hesitation, he replied directly, "I'm developing at home." After saying that, he ignored the other person and quickly walked away. What the heck? Acting all tough while just hanging out at home. Zheng Yangyang stood there, feeling annoyed as he watched Lin Fei's retreating figure. Chapter 136 Annual Dark Horse Best Technology Award. As Lin Fei entered the venue, the staff of the organizing committee immediately recognized him. They led him to a prearranged seat. Since the exhibition and the award ceremony were held separately, the entire awards hall was filled only with industry insiders and media personnel. Shortly after Lin Fei sat down, a middle-aged voice sounded next to him. "Hee, I didn't expect to be seated next to Mr. Lin. It's truly an honor." Lin Fei, who was originally resting with his eyes closed, instinctively opened them upon hearing the voice. Perhaps sensing the confusion in his eyes, the middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses smiled slightly and introduced himself, "Mr. Lin. I am Zhang Chao, the deputy manager of the business department at Penguin Games." Penguin? Looking at the smiling middle-aged man, Lin Fei frowned slightly. He believed in the saying, "Don't hit a smiling face," but he didn't offer a warm response. He simply nodded and murmured a casual acknowledgement. Seeing Lin Fei's cold attitude, a hint of embarrassment flashed across Zhang Chao's face, and he then sat down beside Lin Fei. As more people entered the venue, it wasn't long before nearly half of the seats were filled. "Mr. Lin, the future prospects of your studio look promising. If there's an opportunity, I sincerely want to collaborate with your studio. Just name your conditions." At this moment, the middle-aged man on Lin Fei's other side spoke earnestly. He also glanced at Zhang Chao from the other side of Lin Fei. Lin Fei looked at the man who claimed to be the head of Haiyu, Li Donglai. He had to admit that this middle-aged man gave off a very pleasant vibe. However, that was all it was, just pleasant. Therefore, he could only respond to Li Donglai with a polite smile. Sorry, Mr. Li, but for now, Player Nation has no plans for external collaborations. However, if we consider collaboration in the future, I will definitely prioritize your company." Li Donglai could tell that Lin Fei's words were merely a form of consolation. With a wry smile, he said, If we want to collaborate with Mr. Lin in the future, it might be somewhat challenging." Hearing this, Lin Fei did not respond and merely shook his head, neither affirming nor denying the statement. Dear audience, esteemed guests, and friends from the media, today, I am honored to host the annual Game Developers' Choice Awards. On behalf of the organizing committee, I warmly welcome. At this moment, the host stepped onto the stage to introduce the content of the ceremony to everyone present. In the past, such ceremonies were usually held at the organizer's location. However, this year, the location was surprisingly set in a major city known for its vibrant culture. Of course, this decision was not without reason. Currently, players from a certain region account for 55% of the global gaming circle. It is evident that many game studios from various countries are trying to incorporate Eastern elements into their original games to cater to the Eastern market. After all, the population base and number of players in that region are significant. Just taking online games as an example, having just 2 servers abroad might be sufficient to accommodate local players. In contrast, if that situation were to occur in the aforementioned region, the servers would likely be overwhelmed by players in no time. The game developers had good intentions, but unexpectedly, a player-centric company emerged out of nowhere. Since the launch of I Am Legend VR, this company has disrupted all the plans of the other companies like a rocket. I've even heard that several awards had nominations this time. After a long while, the host finally finished introducing the evaluation content. Below, Lin Fei was feeling drowsy. "Mr. Lin, I heard your game received several nominations this time." Just as Lin Fei was about to fall asleep, Li Donglai whispered beside him. Drowsy Lin Fei immediately opened his eyes, wanting to verify the information. However, Zhang Chao, with a serious face, sneered, it's just nominations. Every year, half of the games in the industry get nominated. In the end, only a few actually win. Manager Zhang, why do I sense a hint of jealousy? Li Donglai remarked, looking at Zhang Chao. Mr. Li is joking. I'm just giving a piece of advice to the newcomer, so he doesn't get too excited too soon. Zhang Chao said with a forced smile, turning his head away. Li Donglai didn't mind Zhang Chao's attitude and turned to Lin Fei. Mr. Lin, I have a feeling you might win an award this time. Then let's hope for Mr. Li's good fortune. Lin Fei responded with a slight smile, appreciating Li Donglai's sentiment. Just as he finished speaking, the host on stage began. As a proud citizen, I am honored to host such a grand event today. Without further ado, let me unveil the first award of the ceremony. The award for Best Game Department of the Year goes to From Ice and Snow International. As the host announced it, the venue erupted with enthusiastic applause. Accompanied by the applause, a group of excited young adults walked up to the stage. The leader took the microphone from the host and started giving a speech. However, due to the heavy regional accent in their English, Lin Fei didn't fully understand it. But he grasped the general idea. It was about how grateful they were to their company, Ice and Snow International, for their achievements. This acceptance speech is lacking. At least they should thank their parents and various TV shows. Listening to the acceptance speech, Lin Fei couldn't help but complain a bit. Hearing this, Li Donglai joked, why don't you go up later if you win, and show them how it's done? Don't put me in that position. If I say something, I might get drowned in fan backlash. Even as an outgoing person, Lin Fei wouldn't do something embarrassing like that. While the two were talking, the group from Ice and Snow International joyfully walked down the stage with their trophy. Now, dear audience, let us unveil the next award. This award is called Best Technical Achievement. The host paused, put down the card in hand, and continued. Before announcing the winner of this award, I would like to ask everyone a question. The host looked at the crowd in front of him and asked, do you know what the hottest game is right now? Yes. A loud cheer erupted from the media group at the back as soon as the host finished speaking. Following that cheer, scattered shouts could be heard around the venue, with someone even directly calling out the name of a well-known game. Seeing the enthusiasm from the media present, the host was slightly surprised, and in the next moment, a sense of pride unique to the people of that country ignited within him. There was a time when games from this country were at the bottom of the global market. Now, they had finally welcomed a day of recognition. Suppressing his excitement, the host said loudly, that's right, media friends. You are absolutely correct. This game, being the most popular of the year, deserves the Best Technology Award. If it doesn't win, I can't think of any other game that could. Now, let's invite our esteemed guest to the stage to receive the award. Chapter 137 Acceptance Speech. Declaring war on Mr. Ma. A round of applause erupted. Hey, that's you. Li Donglai nudged Lin Fei. What? Lin Fei was taken aback, only then noticing that everyone around was looking at him. He instinctively glanced at the podium and saw the host's gaze fixed on him, realizing that he indeed won an award. Once Lin Fei processed this, he hurriedly stood up and walked to the podium, taking the microphone from the host. At that moment, the host asked, Mr. Lin, do you have any words of thanks for this award? Words of thanks. Lin Fei hesitated while holding the microphone and said, to be honest, I came here just to join the fun and never considered the possibility of winning an award. Lin Fei swore he was just speaking the truth. However, his honesty was perceived differently by others, especially by Zheng Yangyang, who had already taken a disliking to Lin Fei and was invited to the event. Seeing Lin Fei's display on stage, she muttered under her breath, TCH, what a show-off. Winning a measly award, and he doesn't know how to act. Really thinks he is a big deal. Sitting next to Zheng Yangyang, Guan Xiaotong rolled her eyes. At that moment, she had recognized who Lin Fei was. Although Lin Fei wasn't a pop star, his fame in another circle was no less than that of any celebrity. Compared to him, she might even be at a disadvantage. Especially now that the gaming company he represented had a significant influence in the industry, it was bound to draw a massive following in the future. If she could connect with Lin Fei, it would undoubtedly be a huge boost for her career. Therefore, she didn't share Zheng Yangyang's short-sightedness. As for reminding, forget it, there was no need to warn someone like that. While the two of them had their thoughts, Lin Fei's speech on stage elicited a wave of laughter from the audience. The foreign companies attending the ceremony didn't think much of it. However, the domestic game developers immediately labeled him in their minds. Show off. Does Mr. Lin lack confidence in his game? The host awkwardly asked. Confidence? Lin Fei looked at the host, a smirk on his lips, and replied, do you think my game needs something like confidence? Well, this guy is really showing off. Upon hearing Lin Fei's response, the host didn't dare to continue questioning and directly said, Mr. Lin, with your current achievements, is there anyone you would like to thank? After finishing, the host added jokingly, of course, various TV stations don't count. With that remark, the atmosphere in the room instantly lightened. Lin Fei, holding the microphone, smiled slightly, and said, "Initially, I really wanted to thank various TV stations, but since you've closed that door, I'll change my approach." He paused for a moment and continued, "I want to thank two people for my achievements today. One of them is the popular streamer from the Northeast, known as Lin Luo, who is actually my sister. Long before I started my business. Here, I want to thank my sister once again for her support. The next person I want to thank." At this point, Lin Fei turned his gaze to Zhang Chao sitting in the audience and slowly said, "The second person I want to thank is the CEO of a certain company. Without their encouragement, I wouldn't have reached this point today. I solemnly promise that their company will be my goal to surpass." This last statement immediately ignited the crowd. Lin Fei's previous interactions with the company were known to those in the industry, but no one expected him to boldly say such words in public. This was like publicly challenging the company. Who gave this young man such audacity? At that moment, most people felt pity for this rising star. He really thought of himself as someone important. In the audience, Zhang Chao looked at Lin Fei with disdain. Lin Fei's rise was indeed shocking, but trying to block their path was like a mantis trying to stop a car. His speech left the entire venue in shock, especially the media reporters who did not miss any details. Now, let's welcome our award presenter, the currently famous young actress. At this moment, the host immediately spoke up. Hearing the host's words, Lin Fei was slightly taken aback, looking at the host with a strange expression. He wanted to ask, "Did you make a mistake? Even if I win an award, shouldn't it be presented by the committee or the organizers?" However, he did not know that the organizers, in order to cater to Eastern culture and attract more attention, arranged for a popular star to present the award. Standing on the stage, looking at the elegantly approaching actress, Lin Fei felt speechless. There was no way around it. Since he was already there, he couldn't refuse to accept the award. Fortunately, the award presentation was brief and just a formality. Holding the trophy, Lin Fei instinctively planned to step down from the stage. Just then, he was called back by the host. "Mr. Lin, wait a moment." Hearing this, Lin Fei stopped and turned to look at the host. "Is there something else?" The host, taken aback, said, "The next award is also related to you." "Another one?" Lin Fei was completely stunned, instinctively thinking that it was surprising to win 2 awards. According to the rules, winning 2 awards is already remarkable. The host explained, "It's reasonable for your game to win 2 awards. I can responsibly tell you that I am also a fan of your games." At this point, the host couldn't help but make a joke, saying, "Instead of calling you Mr. Lin, I prefer to call you Old Thief Lin." Being called a nickname in public, especially in front of a group of gaming producers, left Lin Fei completely speechless. However, he wasn't upset about being referred to as Old Thief Lin by fans. It's just a nickname. Feel free to call me whatever you like. As long as you're happy, it doesn't matter." He added, "After the event, you can give me your ID, and I'll have customer service arrange some benefits for you." Upon hearing about the benefits, the host's eyes lit up. But then, as if remembering something, he chuckled awkwardly and said, "Forget about the benefits. I think a fair game is great." Their casual conversation not only avoided any awkwardness, but also made the atmosphere more lively. "Oh really? Then forget it. What's the award this time?" Lin Fei shrugged and asked. "Best Visual Arts." The host replied, "I've played both games from the Player Nation. I believe anyone who has played them would be captivated by the visuals, graphics, and details. So I think this award is the most suitable one the committee could give." Chapter 138. "Mr. Lin, please take all the awards." Best Visual Arts. Hearing this award, anyone who has seen the games from this developer would agree that it is well deserved. If this developer cannot win an award, then other games have even less chance. After all, whether it's the graphics or the game details, they speak for themselves. Even if there were any biases, one would think twice before proceeding. Congratulations to Mr. Lin for winning again. Guan Xiaotong smiled and congratulated Lin Fei while presenting the award. Thank you." Facing the star in front of him, Lin Fei didn't think much and just posed for a moment before leaving the stage. Back at his seat, Zhang Chao wore a sulky face, pretending not to see Lin Fei. In contrast, Li Donglai looked at the 2 trophies in Lin Fei's hands and exclaimed, "Wow." A whole group went up and only got 1 trophy. "But Mr. Lin, you went up and came back with 2. Are you trying to outshine everyone?" Hearing Li Donglai's words, Lin Fei felt a bit embarrassed and replied, I didn't expect to win 2 awards. Indeed, historically, it's rare for a work to win 2 awards." At this moment, Li Donglai patted Lin Fei on the shoulder, saying, "I have a feeling you might win more." This was not an empty statement. Given the popularity and content of the developer's games, it wouldn't be limited to just these 2 small awards in Lin Fei's hands. However, just then, the host on stage interrupted his thoughts. "Now I announce that the winner of Best Handheld Game is Huyo." "Haha, Mr. Lin. I have an award too. I won." Upon hearing the name Huyo, Li Donglai jumped up from his seat, as if electrified. He had learned through internal channels that his game was nominated. That's why he personally attended the event. But upon arriving and seeing Lin Fei, he felt he might have lost his chance. After all, Lin Fei had just won 2 awards in a row, which made Li Donglai doubt his own game even more. To his surprise, he actually won an award too, and it was for Best Handheld Game. While this award might not be significant among many, it was the most suitable one for Li Donglai's mobile game. As he stepped onto the stage, Li Donglai read a brief acceptance speech with slight excitement. He then happily walked off the stage holding his trophy. Hee, I really didn't expect to pick up a prize right behind you. Sitting back down, Li Donglai rubbed his trophy with a look of awe. Mr. Li, saying that is a bit self-deprecating. Hearing Li Donglai's words, Lin Fei immediately shook his head and said, rather than picking up a prize, it's more about how solid your game is. After all, the committee members are not blind. The two chatted happily at their seats, while Zhang, the deputy manager from another company, sat awkwardly nearby, ignored by everyone. As for the relationship between the two developers, they had no dealings with each other. So Li Donglai didn't feel the need to curry favor. And Lin Fei's relationship with that company? Well, let us not go there. In summary, neither of the two paid any attention to Zhang Chao. Zhang Chao, being proud of his identity, was too lazy to talk to other small vendors around him, making him look like a wooden statue. Oh, the next award is quite significant. At this moment, the host on stage began to speak, mentioning that this award is a recognition from the committee for a game. Now, let us reveal the winner of the Best Creative Award. The host turned to Lin Fei while raising his voice and announced, Player Kingdom's Lin Fei, please come to the stage. Lin Fei was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure and walked up to the stage without hesitation. When he arrived, the host handed him the microphone and asked, Mr. Lin, you've won another award. Do you have anything you'd like to say? Having been on stage before, Lin Fei was no longer as stiff as before and naturally took the microphone, saying, shall I read those words again? The audience burst into laughter upon hearing his words. After all, for such a global gaming award, just winning once is already impressive. Yet Lin Fei had won 3 times. Even if he had prepared in advance, it probably wouldn't be enough for 3 speeches. However, going up, accepting the award, and then turning to leave was clearly not conducive to the event's timing. For example, an award ceremony originally planned to last an hour had been reduced to just 20 minutes because someone accepted their award too quickly. If this continued, there wouldn't even be enough time left. With no other choice, the host had to improvise and asked, since Mr. Lin has no acceptance speech, can we talk about the game? I believe the media present would be more interested in that. Alright then. Lin Fei paused before responding. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. The host, holding the microphone, said, as a fan of Player Kingdom, I want to ask on behalf of many online users, what differences or changes can we expect in the 3rd phase of Resident Evil? Should I answer this question or not? Lin Fei looked at the host with a slightly mischievous glint in his eyes and said, you're trying to set me up, wanting me to reveal insider information ahead of time. Anyway, since the 3rd chapter is set to launch soon, I don't mind sharing some details. The main content of this phase revolves around a storyline map centered on a team. This story aims to clarify the origins of the virus for all players, so we named it Origins. Upon hearing Lin Fei's response, the audience seemed a bit confused. However, the host, being a loyal fan of Resident Evil, understood just how vast this world is. After hearing Lin Fei's words, he became curious about this storyline named Origins. Can I step down now? At that moment, Lin Fei's voice interrupted the host's thoughts. Oh yes, of course. The host finally realized and immediately invited the award presenter to the stage. After receiving the trophy, Lin Fei intended to leave. However, the host spoke again. Mr. Lin, I'm afraid you can't go just yet. Lin Fei looked at him in confusion, meeting Lin Fei's gaze. The host hesitated for a moment and said, here's the thing. You might as well accept the next few awards as well. It saves us the trouble of going back and forth. Boom. As the host's words fell, the entire venue erupted with thunderous applause. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief as they looked at the podium. Can you believe it? All the remaining awards were going to Lin Fei alone. Is this really happening? Is there some sort of hidden agenda behind this? At that moment, not only were the people below dumbfounded, but even Lin Fei on the stage was stunned. This is something else. Chapter 139. 6 awards collected by one person. Mr. Lin, you have won 6 awards at this ceremony. What are your thoughts? The host smiled at Lin Fei from the podium. Below, the audience stared blankly, feeling like everything before them was a bit surreal. Since the inception of this annual selection, no game or studio had ever won more than 2 awards. And now, here was this young man on stage, not only breaking records, but also claiming 3 major awards. Especially the Lifetime Achievement Award, which holds more weight in the gaming community than any advertisement. Wow, this guy is impressive. If he could have his game endorsed, it would probably skyrocket in popularity. In the audience, Zheng Yangyang watched Lin Fei on stage, holding 2 trophies with 4 more at his feet. His expression completely changed. Observing Zheng Yangyang's reaction, Guan Xiaodong couldn't help but curl her lip. However, just as Zheng Yangyang said, if she could connect with him, even become his game spokesperson, She could certainly ride this wave of popularity to a higher level. Yet, after a few encounters, she found Lin Fei was not an easy person to approach. He didn't seem to be interested in her beauty at all. Holding a trophy in one hand, Lin Fei felt a bit foolish. When he heard the hostess question, he replied without hesitation, "Right now? I just want to find a pocket to put these trophies in. Holding them like this feels a bit embarrassing." Wow. Suddenly, the crowd erupted. Can you believe this? People would beg for just one of these awards, and here he is, complaining that they're heavy and that it feels silly to hold them. What a lack of appreciation. Various small game developers in the audience were practically itching to rush the stage and give Lin Fei a good thrashing. Sorry Mr. Lin. But the organizers really didn't prepare anything to hold the trophies. After all, no one has ever won so many awards before. The host held the microphone, looking quite embarrassed. Lin Fei didn't really expect them to prepare anything for him. He glanced at Ma Liang at the back of the audience and waved his hand. Ma Liang immediately understood. To make it easier, he looked around and spotted a reporter with 2 black bags for equipment at their feet. He quickly approached, borrowed the bags, and brought them to the podium. Lin Fei took the bags and directly placed the 6 trophies inside, then handed the bags back to Ma Liang. Wow, this move completely stunned everyone in the venue, especially as they watched Lin Fei casually toss the trophies into the bags. A wave of bitterness washed over them. Those trophies, while not famous in the real world, were classic symbols in the gaming community. Yet, those trophies, which they valued so highly, were being carelessly stuffed into a bag by Lin Fei for his assistant to take away. This is truly extravagant. Wow, incredible. Player Nation is really bringing glory. Brothers, from now on, let me see which international friends dare to say that the games from this country are not good. Finally, we can stand tall. Indeed, it's amazing. That guy really is impressive, sweeping the entire award ceremony by himself. Haha, just look at those fools with their faces full of disbelief. It's so satisfying to watch. At the awards ceremony, he swept 6 awards with just one game, causing a massive stir in the gaming community. Especially that move of casually putting trophies in his pocket. It left everyone stunned. Watching this awards ceremony that felt like a personal show, the online audience couldn't help but wonder if the organizers were specifically there to give exposure to the gaming community. A single studio taking home 6 awards. This has never happened in history. Facing the dissatisfaction of other producers, the organizing committee was also at a loss. But even though they were helpless, there was nothing they could do. The games from this community are just too good. Not only is the graphics close to reality, but even the game content is impeccable. This morning, he truly stole the spotlight at the ceremony. Of course, this overwhelming success also sparked dissatisfaction among many game producers. Among them, the leading one is undoubtedly the Penguin. As soon as the ceremony ended, Zhang Chao reported the incident to his superior. Bang! Crash! In the office of the Penguin headquarters, the boss angrily swept everything off the table. Standing at the door, the secretary holding a folder trembled at the sight, not even daring to look up. There must be something going on behind the scenes. Have the committee members gone mad? The boss, with a flushed face, looked at the secretary and asked in a deep voice, "What is it?" The secretary hurriedly stepped forward and carefully placed the folder on the boss's desk. "Boss, this is the data report for Crisis Tomorrow from the past few days. The pre-download numbers are rising rapidly. I must say, the data for Crisis Tomorrow is indeed good news." Looking at the data file in hand, the boss's bad mood slightly improved, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, "Notify the gaming department to hold a meeting. We must bring that guy down this time." Okay, I'll notify them right away." The secretary nodded and turned to leave the boss's office. But internally, he shook his head. Bring him down? Is that even possible? If it were before, the Penguin might have had that capability. But just now, the other party had directly swept the annual gaming awards. Although these trophies may not be worth much, their significance in the gaming world is quite high. To put it bluntly, as long as they have these awards, any game this community produces in the future will definitely attract attention. Of course, the secretary considered these situations. But the boss also thought about it. But who is he? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the emperor of the internet in this country. Although he usually appears gentle and refined, once it comes to interests, he becomes an unyielding tyrant. Moreover, he is a tyrant with financial power. In terms of skills, he admits that Lin Fei's skills surpass his, but when it comes to financial strength, he fears no one. Lin Fei, either join his ranks and obediently become his loyal follower, or be crushed to death by his financial might. You heartless person. You received so many awards and didn't take me with you. I've cared for you all these years. As soon as Lin Fei entered the house, he was blocked in the living room by Lin Luo, who rushed over after hearing the noise, directly snatching the bag containing the trophies from Ma Yang's hands. She eagerly opened the bag, and when she saw the trophies inside, a greedy look unconsciously appeared on her face. Taking out one trophy, she admired it while mumbling to herself, "I need to find someone tomorrow to set up an exhibition stand in my room. Then I'll go live, using these trophies as the backdrop. Seeing his sister talking to herself, Lin Fei decided not to interrupt her and gave Ma Yang a glance. And the two quietly exited the room. Once outside, Lin Fei said, "Let's go to the studio." On the way back, he had already made up his mind. Taking advantage of the current wave of award excitement, he planned to release the third phase of the Biohazard project. Chapter 140 New Version, Origin Unleashed Lin the Thief. Dominating 6 major awards, successfully recorded in gaming history from now on, domestic manufacturing will lead the world, truly a moment for domestic products. Let us remember this moment together in today's era of advanced internet. The news of Lin Fei winning awards has already been spread by countless netizens. In no time, the name Lin Fei has once again appeared on the trending searches. It can be said that in recent months, Lin Fei has become a household name among the younger generation. However, amidst the overwhelming news of Lin Fei winning 6 awards, Lin Luo, the spokesperson for the gaming community, updated a thrilling message on social media. The buzz surrounding it is absolutely on par with Lin Fei's achievements. Moreover, it quickly shot up to the top 3 on the trending list. A game, a person, a studio, repeatedly dominating the trending searches, capturing people's attention. Even those who aren't interested can't help but click to check it out. Resident Evil Chapter 3, Origin will launch tonight at 8 o'clock. New map available for exploration. Haha, the eagerly awaited new version is finally here. I can't wait to see what the new map looks like. 8 o'clock tonight. The anticipation is palpable. I have to say, Lin the Thief really knows how to play this. A new map? Haven't we explored enough already? Brothers, do you think there will be new monsters? After all, a new map is being added, whether there are new monsters or not. I remember Lin the Thief mentioning during the livestream that the new map will feature a team storyline mode, and he wants to reveal some information about the apocalypse. Honestly, I'm really curious about how vast the open world of Resident Evil is. Regarding the storyline of Resident Evil Chapter 3, Origin, people only caught snippets during the livestream. But that doesn't stop everyone from speculating. Perhaps that's the fun of a game. As the news was released, netizens began to discuss it. During this time, as players became more familiar with Resident Evil, some high-level players or small teams have already found their own play styles. Besides triggering certain storylines, they also started trading virtual items. Lin Fei hasn't put a stop to this. After all, in any game, merchants are inevitable. The waiting time is always excruciating. But fortunately, it's only a little over half a day. Since Resident Evil updates in real-time online, there's no need to restart the server. Players just need to update and re-enter the game. At 7:59 in the evening, players collectively logged off the server. When the clock struck 8, they logged back in to update the game. Currently, as one of the top members of the most popular organization in the game, the Salvation Army, everyone has already made contact. They decided to team up to explore the new map once they logged in. As the largest organization in the game, its powerful logistical support is truly remarkable. As soon as they went online, the well-equipped Lin Luo and her team gathered in the outskirts of the ancient city. The viewers in Lin Luo's livestream were amazed to see the group, resembling steel lions. Wow, no wonder this is the top guild in the Biohazard crisis. Look at this gear. Sister Luo, are you still recruiting? My account is in a beautiful country, and it's a bit of a hassle to return. Whoa, the brother upstairs, can you tell me how to get into that beautiful country? I'm actually a foreigner. Nanny, you're impressive, forget I asked. Your Chinese is really good. While the comments flooded in, Lin Luo noticed that the personnel were almost gathered and directly spoke to Teacher Ma, who was not far away. Old Ma, choose 50 elites. Let us check out the new map first. Hearing Lin Luo's words, Teacher Ma turned back in surprise. Do you know how to trigger it? Come on, isn't that obvious? Lin Luo rolled her eyes and said, it's actually not that complicated. Just look at that. She pointed to the ancient city defense gate not far from the gathering point. Teacher Ma instinctively followed her gaze and discovered, at some point, a metal board resembling a bulletin board standing beside the gate. Teacher Ma could swear he had never seen this bulletin board before and couldn't help but ask curiously, what is that? I'm not sure either, but you can think of it as a place to take quests, or as a teleportation portal, Lin Luo explained. In fact, she wasn't clear on what it was either. Anyway, Lin Fei told her that this thing exists in various cities. As long as you accept the storyline quest above, you would be pulled into an independent storyline map. Upon hearing Lin Luo's explanation, Teacher Ma wasn't very satisfied. However, knowing Lin Luo well, he understood that she probably knew this much because her brother had told her. Thinking about being one of the first streamers to explore the new map, Teacher Ma felt excited. At the same time, he realized that there were no secrets that could be kept in the live stream. And he quickly selected dozens of elite members from the Salvation Army, including the few of them. There were a total of 50 people. Hey, Teacher Ma, can we hurry up? Yeah, I've been waiting so long my flowers are wilting. I can't take it anymore. Seeing that Teacher Ma and the others hadn't started yet, the viewers in the live stream became anxious. Faced with the viewers urging, Teacher Ma could only lead the streamers to the strange bulletin board. Just as everyone arrived in front of the board, an option popped up in front of them. Trace the origin. A few days ago, a celestial body fell in the northwest, and the only laboratory in our country researching viral serum lost contact. That is our last hope. Do you wish to head to the northwest desert to rescue Dr. Punk? Seeing the prompt that appeared before them, everyone instinctively looked at Lin Luo and Teacher Ma. Noticing everyone's gaze, the two nodded in agreement and simultaneously selected the yes button. As the selection was completed, the scene in front of everyone suddenly dimmed and turned black, followed by a sudden sense of weightlessness that sent chills down their spines. The unexpected turn of events made the streamers scream in shock, which in turn provoked the viewers in the live chat to express their frustration. Faced with the audience, the streamers could only direct their complaints towards Lin Fei. Damn it, that old dog Lin must have done this on purpose. It's so frustrating. Caught everyone off guard. Who wouldn't feel that way? It was like being on a roller coaster, with their hearts nearly leaping out. That old dog Lin is getting more outrageous by the minute. In Lin Luo's live stream, Lin Fei heard the comments from the streamers, smiled, and didn't pay much attention to their words. After a while, the live stream gradually brightened. The sound of howling wind filled the air, followed by a world engulfed in yellow sand. In everyone's ears, apart from the wind, there was no other sound to be heard. Even the visible world was dominated by yellow sand, with visibility reduced to about 10 meters. Chapter 141. The Bulletproof Corpse in the Vast Expanse. A hue of yellow filled the air, as dust obscured everyone's vision. Within sight, there lay a desolate wasteland devoid of life. As the perspective of the broadcaster shifted, it became evident that this was indeed a barren land. Everyone's hearts began to race. At that moment, a voice called out from within the team. The others instinctively turned to look. Following the gaze of the team member, they spotted a figure standing with its back to them not far away. Due to the strong winds and sand, they could only make out its silhouette resembling a human. It must be an NPC, right? Otherwise, who would be foolish enough to stand here in this desolate place? Some began to murmur among themselves. Looking at that figure, the team leader furrowed his brows slightly. As the actual leader of the group, he took the initiative to step towards the figure. As he got closer, the figure gradually became clearer. Beneath the wind and sand, the clothes on that figure fluttered and appeared extremely dirty. The two exposed arms had dry skin, lacking any sheen, and even the flesh seemed to be missing. Describing it as skin over bones would not be an exaggeration. Coupled with the sparse, withered hair on its head, the leader quickly came to a conclusion. This was definitely not an NPC. It was simply a desiccated corpse. Just as he had this thought, the figure slowly turned around to face them. As everyone got a clearer view, their already racing hearts jolted, and they instinctively raised their weapons to shoot. Seeing this, the leader immediately raised his hand to stop them. At the same time, the mummified corpse had fully turned around, and its eyes suddenly opened wide. A pair of pitch-black, emotionless eyes stared intensely at the group. In an instant, a hoarse, dry roar echoed, sending chills down everyone's spine. In the next moment, the emaciated figure lunged towards them. Damn, it's coming back to life. One team member, frightened, instinctively pulled the trigger. Bang, bang. The gunshots rang out, and 2 bullets directly hit the corpse's head. Seeing this, everyone let out a sigh of relief. However, before they could celebrate, the next second left them all stunned. They watched as the bullets fired by the team member embedded themselves into the withered layer of the corpse's forehead. Good grief. This emaciated corpse was actually bulletproof. Watching the fallen corpse slowly rise from the ground, everyone's faces displayed expressions of horror. Simultaneously, the audience witnessing this scene also began to react. Wow, this zombie is incredible. So dry and yet bulletproof. Amazing. I bet it's wearing some top-tier armor. Seeing that black, thin, withered corpse rise, the leader immediately drew the machete strapped to his waist. With his enhanced body, his movements were incredibly swift. The steel blade struck without hesitation. A sound like tearing fabric echoed, and the head of a shriveled zombie flew up, its neck wound smooth and devoid of the expected spurting blood. Only a small trickle of blood oozed from the wound, and the headless corpse thudded to the ground. The body fell. The head, rolling not far away, continued to open and close its jaw. Wow, these things really have a tenacious vitality. Lin Luo stepped forward and kicked the head like a ball. Seeing this, Teacher Ma shook his head helplessly and then turned to the group of team members behind him. He glanced around at the yellow sand and said, "Everyone, pay close attention to your teammates and do not leave the group." After speaking, he checked the surroundings again and started to move along a road seemingly covered by yellow sand. The others followed in an orderly manner. Before long, their figures disappeared from the area, leaving only a headless, shriveled corpse behind. However, at that moment, the ground below suddenly began to stir. In the next second, countless dry arms reached out from the sand, binding the headless body tightly. The headless corpse was slowly pulled into the ground, resembling quicksand, and in an instant, all traces disappeared. The group moving forward was unaware of what was happening behind them. At this time, Teacher Ma led the group to a desolate little town. Calling it a town was somewhat of a stretch. What appeared before them was merely a dilapidated ruin of an ancient border town, with crumbling walls letting the wind pass through. The group entered the town through the collapsed earthen walls. What greeted their eyes was nothing but decay and desolation. The entire street was lined with low houses made of adobe. Some roofs were completely missing, likely due to years of neglect. Hiss. It looks a bit like a horror movie. This is just too desolate. What is this? My hometown has such a small town too. Just that there are not many households. Just a place to keep out the wind and rain is good enough. The viewers in the live stream expressed their thoughts as they looked at the dilapidated town. Teacher Ma stood on the only main road, carefully observing the situation in the town for a while. There were no suspicious signs. With the sandstorm raging, even if they had a task, they would have to wait for the storm to pass. Thinking of this, Teacher Ma immediately made a decision. Everyone, form groups of 5 and find a room to shelter from the wind until the sandstorm stops. Hearing Teacher Ma's words, the team members, already fed up with the sand blowing into their eyes, eagerly teamed up with their companions. Before long, the teams were assigned, and everyone hurried to find a suitable room. Teacher Ma and a few others, with their gear, found an adobe house that looked relatively intact and settled down to rest. The surrounding earthen walls of the town, already crumbling, howled like ghosts as the fierce wind blew through. Apart from the howling wind, the group heard no other sounds. Teacher Ma stood at the door, cautiously watching through the gap for a while before turning back to Lin Luo and asking, "Hey Luo Jie, did you get a way to enter from your little brother's place? Otherwise, what do you think?" Lin Luo, leaning against the wall, rolled his eyes and complained, "Just getting a task prompt is already a great blessing. What more do you want?" Hearing Lin Luo's words, Teacher Ma's face flashed with a hint of embarrassment, and he was about to speak. However, at that moment, his expression suddenly became serious. "There is something." As he spoke, Teacher Ma returned to the door, peering through the cracked door gap, his expression grave as he scanned the outside. "Something? Why didn't I hear it?" Lying on the ground in a carefree manner, the little one sprang up like a spring, perked up her ears, and listened intently. But after a long while, apart from the howling wind, she couldn't hear any unusual sounds at all. Maybe I misheard." Hearing the little one's words, Teacher Ma felt he might have overreacted. With the outside filled with swirling sand, even if there were monsters, they might not be able to find this place. Chapter 142. The zombies dig holes. No one can stop them. Just as a few people were dismissing the situation, a heavy, collapsing sound suddenly came from outside. Before they could express their surprise, gunshots and the screams of players echoed from outside. Rat-a-tat-tat. What is this thing? Shoot quickly, save me. Don't just run, help me. Damn it. In the crumbling town, gunfire and shouting erupted in an instant. Save me. Inside the house, Teacher Ma immediately opened the wooden door upon hearing the commotion. A storm of yellow sand rolled in, obscuring their vision. Through the swirling sand, Teacher Ma and the others saw a nearby earthen house collapse, and several members of the rescue team fell into a pit. Rat-a-tat-tat. The members of the rescue team, scrambling up from the pit, frantically shot at the deep hole below them in terror. What is going on? Little Tuan Tuan, seeing the members shooting wildly, ran forward in confusion. What the heck? As she approached, she saw dark figures crawling out from the ruins. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the figures emerging from the rubble were the thin zombies they had encountered earlier. Without hesitation, Little Tuan Tuan raised her weapon and joined the others in shooting, occasionally asking the members beside her about what had happened. Not long before, several members of the rescue team had formed a small group as assigned by Teacher Ma, taking shelter in a house in the town to wait out the storm. Initially, they were very vigilant inside the house. However, after a while without any incidents, they relaxed and began to rest. If there were no accidents, then there would be accidents. Just as they were resting, strange sounds came from the floor beneath them. At first, they thought it was due to the dust storm outside and didn't pay much attention. However, the next second, the ground beneath one member collapsed, and several black hands dragged him directly into the pit. The sudden scene terrified the other members of the rescue team. When they heard their companions scream, they snapped back to reality and rushed outside. Just as they ran out of the room, the entire earthen house collapsed, and those withered black zombies surged out from the pit. Seeing the zombies crawling out, the group immediately opened fire. After hearing the story, Teacher Ma seemed to realize something. After carefully examining the pit from which the zombies emerged, he suddenly felt a slight tremor beneath his feet. Realizing something, Teacher Ma's expression changed drastically, and he shouted, "Everyone retreat, hurry, and leave." Saying this, he quickly pulled Little Tuan Tuan back. Although the withered black zombies had rough skin that was hard to penetrate, under the intense firepower of the group, they still fell back. As the group retreated and shot, They quickly cleared out the zombies that had crawled out of the pit and retreated to a safe distance. Unbeknownst to them, the dust storm had eased a bit. In the hazy yellow light, they could see a circle of sunlight and a very strange giant shadow. What the heck? No wonder we haven't seen any zombies along the way. They were hiding underground. This is absolutely unbelievable. Are these zombies or moles? A few members were discussing the zombies that emerged from the ground. Suddenly, a member felt a tremor beneath their feet, and a pair of withered, dark hands broke through the soil right under them. The hands, dry and claw-like, accurately grabbed that member's legs. As they walked, something suddenly caught their ankle, and the sensation was incredibly intense. That member let out a scream. Oh no, terrified. They fell to the ground and instinctively tried to crawl away and break free. However, at that moment, more popping sounds came from the ground, and several more withered hands emerged, grabbing onto the member's clothing. Help! The member was so scared that their cries for help were anything but pleasant. A few nearby members, seeing their companion down and grabbed by several dark hands, instinctively rushed forward to pull them up. However, those withered hands clutched the man like a vice and wouldn't let go. Seeing this, the surrounding members quickly drew their steel knives and slashed at the dark hands. Thud! Thud! The dry, dark wrists felt like cutting through a half-dry vine. Incredibly tough. It took 3 or 4 strikes to sever just one arm. But after being attacked, the hands emerging from the ground became even stronger, pulling with incredible force. Help me. Before the bound member could be rescued, they were instantly torn apart. Ugh. Watching the horrific scene, some couldn't help but gag. Just then, as everyone was working together to save their companion, the ground beneath their feet continued to make popping sounds. In an instant, pairs of withered arms began to wildly wave and reach for nearby targets. Seeing those emerging arms, several girls in the team immediately got goosebumps. If someone with a fear of clusters saw this scene, they would definitely be horrified and have tingling sensations on their scalp. Save them. Seeing this, the leader shouted loudly. Hearing the leader's words, the surrounding members quickly drew their steel knives and began swinging at the dark arms. One by one, the arms, resembling dried beef, were chopped off. Oh no, why does this look like harvesting wheat? Seriously, is your wheat black? And it has hands. Brothers, don't you think this underground city is filled with zombies? My goodness, zombies can dig now. Watching the multitude of withered arms breaking through the soil, everyone in the live stream started discussing. The leader and a few others pulled the rescued member out of the range of the hands and looked at the ground covered with severed limbs, feeling a chill run down their spines. Without waiting for him to make a decision, a voice came from behind. Old Ma, not good. Something has happened over there. Upon hearing this, Teacher Ma turned around and followed the direction pointed out by the speaker, only to see several arms breaking through the ground not far behind them. Those arms were targeting a few members who had just arrived. Realizing the situation, Teacher Ma seemed to think of something and immediately shouted, "Everyone, evacuate immediately to a safe location and try not to make any noise." Upon receiving Teacher Ma's instructions, the members of the rescue team swiftly retreated from the area to deal with the entangled dark arms. After exiting the area, most of them chose to climb to higher ground. With everyone no longer on the ground, the town returned to its previous tranquility. Soon, the severed limbs on the ground were buried by the passing wind and sand. The group crouched at a higher position, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Lin Luo, noticing that there had been no movement for a long time, quietly said to Teacher Ma, "Wow, just as you guessed, these zombies actually attack based on sound." After saying this, she looked around and hesitated. "I mean, we can't stay here forever, right?" Boom. However, just as Lin Luo finished speaking, the entire town they were in suddenly trembled, and the ground beneath them instantly collapsed. What the heck? Chapter 143. The anchor is so nervous, oh no. Help. Quick, fight back. My leg is pinned down, someone help me. Cough. Help. Something is grabbing me. As the ground collapsed, the entire town built from mud bricks fell more than 10 meters in an instant. Dust engulfed the scene, obscuring everyone's vision, and chaos ensued. Through the livestream screen, viewers were terrified as they saw zombie-like figures emerging from the dust. Oh my gosh, this is like a 3D experience without glasses. It scared me to death. Who said otherwise? It's so dark you can't see your hand in front of your face. Suddenly getting ambushed is really intense. The scene of the collapse was in utter chaos, with dust covering everyone's sight. Teacher Ma, who was aching from the fall, didn't hesitate and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Everyone, don't shoot. Use melee weapons. Everyone, don't shoot. Use melee weapons." Although they were in a team mode, in this world of biohazard, there were no settings to prevent friendly fire. In the pitch-black environment, firing a gun could easily harm teammates. To avoid accidentally injuring their companions, everyone drew their knives, daggers, and other weapons, remaining vigilant while searching for each other. Roar, roar. At that moment, amidst the chaos, hoarse growls echoed. The next second, withered, emaciated zombies broke through the dust and lunged forward. Faced with the sudden appearance of zombies, everyone was briefly startled but quickly regained their composure. Thud, thud. In the whistling wind, the sounds of sharp weapons cutting into flesh or slicing through leather could be heard. As the dust swirled, the chaos gradually began to clear. In the massive pit, corpses lay strewn about like dried bodies, alongside fresh blood and flesh. In just a few minutes, the battle had turned grim. Looking around, Teacher Ma couldn't help but frown. They had just entered the narrative world and had already suffered such heavy losses. What kind of difficulties lay ahead? Fortunately, all the zombies that emerged from underground had been eliminated, and the immediate danger was temporarily averted. But, looking at the surrounding cliffs and sheer drops, several people felt troubled. Teacher Ma, Wee made an unexpected discovery. At that moment, a team member who was counting the remaining personnel suddenly shouted. Teacher Ma exchanged glances with a few others and quickly approached the member. Teacher Ma, during the count, we found that this person is not one of us. Upon hearing the member's words, Teacher Ma carefully examined the unconscious woman on the ground. The woman's attire clearly resembled that of desert dwellers, and her appearance was somewhat similar to that of a distinct ethnicity. Lo, can you wake her up? Hearing Teacher Ma's words, Lin Luo slung her gun on her back and pulled out a water bottle from her tactical waist pack. According to movie conventions, there are usually two ways to wake someone up from unconsciousness. One is a slap, and the other is to give them some water. Lin Luo considered herself not the type to be so rough, so she opted for the second method. It turned out, just as she thought, that as soon as the water touched the woman's cracked lips, she slowly opened her eyes. Upon opening her eyes, she instinctively raised her hands to grab the water bottle and took several big gulps. After drinking the water, her gaze gradually became brighter. It was then that she noticed dozens of eyes staring at her. Stunned for a moment, she immediately asked, "Excuse me, are you the rescuers?" Rescuers? The teacher recalled the mission he had received and nodded. Yes, we received a distress signal and came right away. Hearing the teacher's acknowledgement, the woman wanted to get up but found her body too weak, so Lin Luo helped her up. As she stood, she urgently said to the teacher, "Quick, save Professor Peng. He was taken by those monsters." Taken? Upon hearing this, the teacher and the others were taken aback, feeling puzzled. Monsters, don't they eat living people? Why would they take someone? Yes, they took him. That group of monsters attacked the base not long ago, capturing Professor Peng and other researchers. After Mu Shue's description, the teacher and the others understood what had happened. It turned out the base they were looking for was not far from there, but it had recently been attacked by a strange group of zombies. After dealing with the armed security personnel, the zombies captured all the researchers inside the base. Fortunately, Mu Shue survived and used satellite equipment to send out a distress signal. Originally, she was waiting for rescue inside the base, but a large number of corpses attracted the dead bodies, prompting her to escape from the base. She had been hiding in a dilapidated house in the town, but just recently, it collapsed, bringing her down with it. Please, you must rescue Professor Peng and the others. Our antiviral serum is about to succeed. If the serum is successful, our country will be saved. Seeing that the teacher and the others were slow to respond, Mu Shue's face instantly showed anxiousness. Noticing this, Lin Luo quickly reassured her, "Don't worry, our goal is to rescue you." After saying this, she turned to look at the teacher. Sensing Lin Luo's gaze, the teacher nodded at Mu Shue, then scanned the surrounding environment. People need to be rescued, but we have to find a way out of here first. Looking at the surrounding ruins, the group realized they were now trapped in this giant pit. Climbing up the broken walls, looking at the height of over 10 meters, it was indeed a bit challenging for a group of untrained individuals. As they pondered how to leave, Xiao Tuan hesitantly suggested, "How about we go take a look inside there?" Hearing her words, everyone followed her gaze and saw the one-person high tunnels on the surrounding cliffs. Wow, you really dare to think that? Watching the tunnels dug by those creatures, the tension on the pig-faced man's cheeks was palpable, his head shaking like a rattle. "If you want to go, just go. I'd rather die." Before he could finish, he noticed the teacher next to him showing signs of interest and immediately exclaimed, Hey, I'm saying, old ma, you can't really be thinking of following that little girl ass." Before he could finish, the teacher interrupted, "What? Are you scared?" "Scared? No way. I'm just worried that tunnel is too narrow. I'm afraid I'll get stuck." The pig-faced man retorted immediately, "Don't worry, you won't get stuck." The teacher reassured him. Those corpses managed to reach the surface, so the tunnel must lead there. As he spoke, he glanced at the pig-faced man, adding, "If you don't want to, then find a way to climb the cliff." Looking at the cliff and then at the tunnel, the pig-faced man deflated like a punctured balloon. "Come on, do you think I can climb that with my size?" Hearing his words, the audience in the live stream burst into laughter. "Huh, come on, brother. Can't you be a bit tougher and show them what you've got?" "Show? What is there to show? I'm completely out of my depth." To be honest, the streamer was definitely in a tough spot. Whether he was scared or not, one thing was clear, The streamer was truly in a difficult situation. Chapter 144, Good Sister. Likes big toys faced with the ridicule of the audience in the live stream. The protagonist felt a rush of heat on their face. Damn it. They also wanted to show off, but climbing was really not their strong suit. Seeing no one object, the teacher immediately took the lead and led everyone toward the nearest tunnel. Upon reaching the entrance, they turned on a powerful flashlight. The dim tunnel was instantly illuminated. After a moment's hesitation, the teacher stepped into the tunnel first, and as they entered, the howling wind around them noticeably diminished. Contrary to expectations, the damp, foul smell did not appear. On the contrary, the entire tunnel was incredibly dry. Just as the teacher and the others had guessed, the tunnel was not very long. After walking for a while, they saw light ahead. This caught everyone off guard, who had been anxious until now. Once they safely exited the tunnel, the teacher and the others realized they had moved from a giant pit to a dirt pit. Although it was still a deep hole, the surroundings were not sheer cliffs. Climbing up the steep slope, everyone froze in place the moment they emerged. How could this be? Where did this come from? Yes, we didn't see this just now. Could it have been obscured by the wind and sand? As they reached the top of the sand pit, they looked at the towering black iron tower in front of them, which was at least 100 meters tall, completely bewildered. They clearly remembered that they hadn't walked that far in the tunnel. But suddenly, a black iron tower appeared right in front of them. Mu Shui, do you know what this is? At that moment, Lin Luo turned to look at Mu Shui beside them. Hearing the question, a confused Mu Shui shook her head and said, I don't know. I rarely left the base, and even when I did, there were always people with me. Besides, I've never heard anyone mention this thing. All right. After hearing Mu Shui's answer, the teacher and others knew they couldn't rely on her for this situation. But after just walking through a tunnel and climbing up a sand pit, to suddenly find a black tower in front of them was indeed a bit chilling. Look over there. Suddenly, a member of the rescue team shouted. The teacher and others instinctively turned to look, only to freeze in place once again. Earlier, they had been so focused on the black tower that they had unconsciously overlooked their surroundings, and only now did they notice a more bizarre scene around them. Several hundred meters away from them and the black tower, the wind and sand seemed to wrap this area like a tornado. The scene, reminiscent of the supernatural and crafted by divine hands, immediately drew gasps of amazement from the viewers in the live stream. If it weren't for the abrupt and strange black iron tower, the giant whirlwind wrapped in wind and sand would have been an excellent sight worthy of being a desktop wallpaper. However, with the existence of that black iron tower amidst such beauty, one couldn't help but feel it was quite odd. Someone, Xiao Tuan suddenly exclaimed. Everyone's hearts tightened, and they hurriedly followed her gaze. Following her line of sight, they saw a convoy bursting out of the wind and sand not far from them. In front of everyone's eyes, the convoy stopped right beneath the iron tower. Just as everyone was puzzled, the ground beneath the iron tower suddenly sank. As the convoy sank into the ground, several figures jumped out of the vehicles and ran towards Teacher Ma and the others. They discovered us. Seeing this, Sister Zhou exclaimed in surprise. As those figures approached, Mu Shui, standing next to Teacher Ma, turned pale. It's them, that group of monsters. That group of monsters? Upon hearing Mu Shui's scream, the others were filled with confusion. Instinctively, they looked towards the approaching figures. No matter how they looked at it, whether it was their running posture or the way they held their weapons, they didn't seem like monsters at all. As a person with a peculiar fondness for binoculars, the excited Zhu immediately raised the binoculars hanging around his neck. When he clearly saw the figures running towards them through the binoculars, his expression suddenly changed, and he exclaimed in fright, "Crap, it's zombies." Hearing Zhu's words, Teacher Ma and the others were startled and instinctively became alert. With Zhu's shout, the rapidly approaching figures also reacted correspondingly. They raised their guns and began to pull the triggers towards them. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, a series of gunshots rang out. Bullets whizzed past the group, making a sharp sound. Teacher Ma and the others were shocked and immediately dropped to the ground to fight back. Da-da-da. Bang, bang, bang. In a moment, the chaotic gunfire echoed. Facing the gunfire from Teacher Ma and the others, the group of figures continued to advance while shooting, truly fearless. As the distance between them closed, the members of the rescue team clearly saw the faces of those figures. Damn it, these are clearly not living people. They were obviously zombies dressed in tattered military uniforms, with gaunt faces and wearing steel helmets. Seriously, do they have any shame left? It's one thing for zombies to shoot guns, but they're even wearing steel helmets. They truly have no face left. Faced with a group of fearless, helmeted zombies, the rescue team quickly suffered casualties. Xiao Tuan, get your big weapon out. Seeing the zombies getting closer, Teacher Ma shouted loudly. Ababa. Xiao Tuan let out a strange cry and immediately took down the rectangular wooden box she had on her back. Darling, your glorious moment has come. With excitement on her face, Xiao Tuan opened the box without hesitation and quickly assembled the parts inside. In no time, A terrifying sniper rifle was completed in her hands. Wow, Xiao Tuan is going to show her power. Yeah, it's been so many days since we saw the little girl fire the big cannon. Upstairs, I suspect you're driving. As they saw Xiao Tuan lying on the ground setting up the sniper rifle, the viewers in her live stream became excited. Lin Luo, Teacher Ma, and the others were among the first batch of players transformed by the virus. The abilities they gained were also different. At first, Xiao Tuan awakened special vision, but over time, her physical condition improved as well. Although her physical condition still couldn't compare to Lin Luo, handling a gun and taking down a plane was not a problem at all. With a heavy sniper rifle capable of even penetrating tanks, she quickly dropped to the ground and, through the scope, locked onto a zombie. At the sight of the zombie, her mind instinctively predicted the shooting point based on the environment. Confidently, she pulled the trigger. Boom! A deafening sound erupted, resembling thunder, as the modified giant sniper rifle jolted back forcefully. Even with enhanced strength, the massive recoil made her wince. Through the scope, she saw the zombie wearing a helmet, which was running while firing, suddenly explode. The helmet flew off, and limbs scattered everywhere. How brutal, so savage. Among the entire rescue team, she was truly the most formidable darling. Who would disagree? How could such a girl develop a fondness for such big toys? Chapter 145. We were once kindred. Boom, crackle, crackle, bang, crackle, crackle. The sound of little Tuan is always so enchanting and joyful. With the adorable and captivating song, one armored zombie after another was shattered, turning into splattered flesh. The live stream audience erupted with cheers at little Tuan's impressive performance. Tuan is amazing. I must say, little Tuan's sniping skills are incredible. Seeing the barrage of comments from the live stream audience, little Tuan proudly said, "Hee hee, kids, the current me is no longer the rookie I once was. If you keep watching, there will definitely be surprises. Don't forget to follow me." The adorable voice prompted another wave of small gifts from the audience, as the approaching zombies were dealt with by little Tuan alone. Once there were no more attacking monsters in sight, the teacher, Ma, immediately led the rescue team towards the Black Tower. Before long, they arrived at the base of the Black Tower. "Damn, there's nothing here," complained a member of the team. Just as he said, within a few hundred square meters under the Black Tower, apart from the yellow sand and the withered grass due to lack of water, there was nothing at all. Earlier, they had clearly seen the group of zombies disappearing into the tower. But now, what lay before them was just a stretch of yellow sand, with no suspicious signs. Boom. Just as everyone was pondering how to enter underground, the ground beneath them began to tremble. The members of the rescue team had no time to react before they noticed the ground slowly sinking beneath their feet. "Stay alert, don't panic." Teacher Ma, sensing the situation, noticed the panic on the faces of the remaining team members and immediately shouted to reassure them. Hearing his comforting words, the members calmed down and focused their attention. As the ground sank, the surrounding light dimmed. Gradually, the sinking deepened, 10 meters, 20 meters, 25 meters, until the entire ground had sunk about 100 meters. The vibrations beneath their feet suddenly stopped. Bang, bang, bang. After the ground ceased to sink, a series of muffled sounds echoed continuously. With each sound, a light would illuminate, and soon a wide tunnel appeared before them. All eyes turned to Teacher Ma. Feeling the gaze of everyone, Teacher Ma hesitated for a moment, but resolutely said, "Everyone cover each other as we advance, little Tuan. Pay attention to reloading and don't mess around. Sister Luo will handle the approaching targets." After a brief allocation of roles, Teacher Ma took the lead and stepped into the tunnel with the others. Tap, tap, tap. In a tunnel with a diameter of at least 10 meters, the sound of military boots on the ground echoed in the emptiness. After a long time and a considerable distance, apart from the echoes in the emptiness, there was not a hint of change around them. Even the giant lights above them would illuminate one by one as they walked a certain distance. No one knew whether the road extending into the darkness had an end. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, from the darkness ahead, the faint sound of an engine roared. Upon hearing the sound, the instructor's expression changed dramatically, and he shouted, "Scatter, prepare to shoot." The members of the rescue team, who had already heard the commotion, immediately dispersed. With no cover available, they had to lie flat on either side of the tunnel, nervously aiming toward the front. Bang, bang. With the sound, the giant lights at the top of the tunnel lit up one by one. In the next moment, several military vehicles suddenly dashed out from a corner that was relatively far from everyone. The vehicles burst out of the corner like wild horses, charging toward the group with a roar. "Instructor." Seeing the vehicles getting closer, Lin Luo whispered. The instructor, who was in front of Lin Luo, frowned as he watched the approaching vehicles. After a slight hesitation, he raised his left hand, clenched into a fist. The rescue team members immediately readied their weapons. Their nerves taut. As soon as the instructor's fist came down, they would shoot without hesitation. However, at that moment, the convoy of military vehicles suddenly came to a halt. The screeching sound of brakes echoed through the tunnel, particularly jarring. In the air, there was a faint smell of burning rubber. What's going on? Why have they stopped? A puzzled expression filled the sweaty face of a certain member, their round eyes glinting with curiosity. Similarly, all the rescue team members looked confused upon seeing the convoy come to an unexpected stop. The other side was about to enter their firing range. Yet for some unknown reason, they halted, leaving everyone bewildered. What should we do? Sister Zhou glanced at the opposite side, and then at the instructor and the others, questioning. Should we blow up one of their vehicles first? Little Tuan Tuan looked at the instructor. No. The instructor was about to stop them when he saw the door of the lead vehicle open, followed by a man in desert camouflage stepping out. The distance between both sides wasn't too far. As the man got out of the vehicle, the instructor had already seen his appearance. It was precisely because he saw the man clearly that the instructor felt even more astonished. The man who got out was different from the helmeted zombies encountered earlier. Although he appeared human, he was actually a type of zombie never seen before. The man had a human appearance, but possibly due to the virus. His eye sockets were very deep, and his eyes were a bright crimson color. The terrifying-looking man did not approach the group after getting out. Instead, he stood in place for a moment before suddenly speaking. His voice was hoarse, like the sound of metal scraping against glass. Who is the leader? I want to talk. Talk. A zombie wants to negotiate. This is really something new. The instructor stepped forward at this moment. I am the leader. The man scrutinized him for a while, and then said, Dr. Blue wants to see you. Dr. Blue? Upon hearing this strange name, the instructor was filled with questions. However, the other party did not give him a chance to ask questions and continued, You'd better not resist, or we can't guarantee that we won't harm you. The man's attitude was very firm. Similarly, there was another strong presence. As the man spoke, a military vehicle drove out of the convoy. Upon seeing the military vehicle, all the members of the rescue team couldn't help but gasp. Goodness! The military off-road vehicle was actually equipped with a Gatling gun. This is unbelievable. Looking at the weapon aimed at him, Mr. Ma couldn't help but change his expression. After a moment's hesitation, he made a decision. We can meet Dr. Lon, but you need to ensure. At this point, Mr. Ma inwardly scolded himself for being foolish. Discussing principles with zombies was truly a lapse in judgment. However, the man seemed to have already understood Mr. Ma's intention. He immediately said, Don't worry, as long as you cooperate with us, we won't harm you. After that, the man murmured in a voice that no one else could hear. After all, we were once kindred. Chapter 146, Save Humanity? I refuse in the military vehicle. A group of saviors watched the zombies sharing the same ride with them. As they gazed at the decaying faces, the viewers in the live stream could no longer remain calm. The high-definition quality allowed them to see the rotting flesh on the zombies' faces in shocking clarity. The intertwining crimson muscle fibers were truly spine-chilling. However, this terrifying group of beings now behaved like well-trained soldiers. Apart from the fierce glint in their eyes, they showed no signs of aggression towards anyone. This situation sparked curiosity among the observers. What the heck? Are these guys considered humans or zombies? I don't think they can be classified as zombies. They can't be considered living people either, can they? No human looks like that. Whatever they are, I feel like these guys have ill intentions. They are not of our kind. Their hearts must be different. As the viewers in the live stream debated, the members of the saviors sitting in the vehicle were also filled with suspicion. Although these sudden beings had not confiscated their firearms, if they were to launch a surprise attack at such close range, the saviors might not be able to defend themselves. Looking at this group of mutated humans, who possessed human-like thoughts and could even speak, a cloud of unease loomed over everyone. Ever since entering the world of bioweapon crises, the transformations in this game world had repeatedly challenged their worldview. Slow-moving zombies, terrifying monsters with genetic mutations. Now, another batch of special zombies appeared, behaving just like humans and capable of using firearms and tools. What on earth is happening in this world? Just as everyone was drowning in their thoughts and confusion, several military vehicles arrived at a large space. The vehicles stopped, and the zombie leader jumped out, turning to Mr. Ma and others with a hoarse voice. It's not suitable for vehicles to enter ahead. Follow me. After saying that, it fearlessly turned and walked toward a nearby closed metal door. The group exchanged glances and then turned their attention to Mr. Ma. Sensing their unease, Mr. Ma contemplated for a moment and nodded gently. Let's go. Of the 50 people who initially entered the storyline map, only half remained. The remaining members followed Mr. Ma into a metal corridor alongside the zombie leader. Once they entered the corridor, the military vehicles turned to leave the area. Witnessing this, the group's worries eased significantly, and their courage grew as they looked at the solitary figure ahead. With only this one zombie left, if anything went wrong, they could easily take it down. However, the zombie leader walking ahead seemed to sense the malice behind it and said in a hoarse voice, Living beings, I advise you not to harbor any ill intentions. If you kill me, you will regret it. Upon hearing the leader's words, everyone was taken aback. They had never imagined that this zombie could actually perceive their hostility. Seeing this, everyone had no choice but to temporarily set aside their thoughts. Why do I feel like this zombie leader has become quite sophisticated? Whether it has or not, I don't know. I just know this guy's acting is quite convincing. It's not the number of zombies that's scary, but rather a cultured zombie. Clearly, this is a cultured undead. The knowledge displayed here is truly impressive. However, I sense there's more to what this guy is saying. As the special zombie leader moved forward, everyone soon entered an independent room filled with tables and chairs. This is the dining area, but the chef is already dead. The ingredients inside are fresh, so feel free to help yourselves. After saying this, the zombie leader continued, "You all wait here for a moment. I will go inform Dr. Blue." With that, it turned around and left the room. "Old Ma, what do you think about this?" After the zombie leader left, Sister Zhou walked over to Teacher Ma and whispered, "I'm actually quite curious about this Dr. Blue." Teacher Ma glanced at the still open iron door and pondered, "Since they invited us here, we might as well wait a bit." After saying this, Teacher Ma turned to look at everyone around. "Everyone, relax. I believe there shouldn't be any danger for the time being." Hearing his words, the remaining members of the rescue team finally showed relieved expressions. Then everyone sat down on the surrounding chairs to rest. Meanwhile, Teacher Ma, along with the others, began searching the room, just as the zombie leader had mentioned. Aside from some bloodstains in the kitchen, the entire room was empty. The refrigerator in the kitchen was fully stocked with ingredients. Teacher Ma and the others were not natives of this scenario, so aside from necessary energy replenishment, they rarely took the initiative to eat. While several people were searching, footsteps were heard from outside the open door. Teacher Ma and the others immediately became alert. Before long, a man dressed in a white coat, with a pale complexion, walked in. Behind him was the zombie leader who had left earlier. "Haha, finally, I see you all." The middle-aged man with glasses, looking pale and with thinning hair, entered the room and immediately smiled upon seeing Teacher Ma and the others. However, seeing the man smile, Teacher Ma and the others couldn't help but frown slightly. Although he was smiling, it felt very insincere. But as the saying goes, one should not strike those who smile. Teacher Ma suppressed his discomfort and replied with a smile, "I presume you must be Dr. Blue, as mentioned by it?" Hearing this, the middle-aged man maintained his stiff smile and replied, "Yes, I am Blue Shinzi." Upon hearing the self-introduction of this name, the members of the rescue team and the live stream audience all burst out laughing. Goodness, this name, are his parents serious? Although the name was indeed amusing, Teacher Ma was a professional and rarely laughed easily unless he couldn't help it. Dr. Blue, time is limited, so I don't want to beat around the bush. If you have something to discuss, please get straight to the point." Dr. Lan was taken aback by Teacher Ma's words. He never expected such directness. After a moment of hesitation, the smile faded from Dr. Lan's face as he said seriously, "Since that's the case, I won't beat around the bush. Let's speak frankly." With that, he looked up, his eyes scanning Teacher Ma, Lin Luo, Sister Zhou, and the other key members before continuing. "I can see that you have completely fused with the S virus, becoming what we internally refer to as the new humans. Therefore, I would like to request your assistance in conducting an experiment. You must believe that everything I do is for humanity. If the experiment is successful, humanity will enter a new era. At that time, we will not only dominate this planet, but may also become the rulers of the entire galaxy." The more Dr. Lan spoke, the more his eyes sparkled with an almost manic fervor. Saving humanity? Looking at the slightly deranged Dr. Lan, Teacher Ma and the others felt as if they were facing a madman. At the same time, they were somewhat speechless. The other party sought them out to use them as test subjects. This is ridiculous. Only a fool would follow along with such experiments. With this thought, Teacher Ma shook his head on behalf of everyone and said, "I refuse this matter." Chapter 147. "I curse you to never have a girlfriend. What did you say?" Dr. Lan, who was initially excited, suddenly had a dark expression upon hearing Teacher Ma's response. "Do you know? In this world, no one can refuse me." Seeing Dr. Lan's sudden change in demeanor and his furious expression, Teacher Ma felt increasingly that the other party had mental issues. In the face of the enraged Dr. Lan, he shook his head without hesitation. "In this world, no one can force us to do what we don't want to do. How dare you speak to me like that?" Upon hearing Teacher Ma's reply, Dr. Lan was completely enraged. He immediately took off his glasses, tucked them into his pocket, and said coldly, "Since you refuse to appreciate my kindness, don't blame me for being ruthless." Initially, the others were puzzled by his words. However, the next moment, they saw Dr. Lan, who had removed his glasses, suddenly have his facial muscles twitching, followed by veins bulging. The bulging veins looked like wriggling worms beneath his pale skin. Seeing this, everyone felt a chill run down their spines and raised their weapons, keeping a wary eye on him. The next second, their expressions turned horrified. In their eyes, the veins on Dr. Lan's face, which were wriggling, broke through the skin within seconds. The veins that burst out were red and sticky, quickly forming a brown muscle fiber that enveloped his entire head. At the same time, a hoarse voice emerged from that transformed head. The opportunity has been given to you, yet you did not cherish it. With that, a roar echoed, and an invisible wave spread out. What? Teacher Ma and the others were initially stunned. Then they felt the air around them suddenly become thick and heavy. Teacher Ma himself was shocked and immediately shouted, "Open fire." The members of the rescue team, already on guard, did not hesitate to pull the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the sound of frantic gunfire erupted. Dense bullets flew toward Dr. Lon. However, the next second, everyone's eyes widened, their faces displaying expressions of horror as if they had seen a ghost. They saw that the bullets, just as they were about to reach Dr. Lon, suddenly slowed down. No, it wasn't a stop. They were moving very slowly. The bullets were gliding through the air, creating visible ripples. Watching the slowly flying bullets, everyone was dumbfounded, and a term flashed through their minds. Superpower. Yes, it was just like the superpowers found in novels. Oh no. Suddenly, Teacher Ma seemed to realize something and shouted, "Dodge." Before he could finish his warning, Dr. Lon let out another furious roar, and the slowly flying bullets were rebounded by an invisible force. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, the rebounding bullets hit everyone like a rainstorm. Many members of the Salvation Army were instantly killed. In a moment of rage, Sister Zhou, whose face was grazed by a bullet, saw the heavy losses on her side and immediately drew the combat knife hanging at her waist, charging forward without hesitation. No, Teacher Ma exclaimed, reaching out to grab Sister Zhou, but he was a moment too slow. In the blink of an eye, Sister Zhou had already rushed in front of Dr. Lon. As she got closer to Dr. Lon, joy appeared on her face, her eyes filled with madness, and she swung her steel knife decisively at him. However, facing the charging Sister Zhou, Dr. Lon, standing still, calmly raised his arm. The onlookers were puzzled. Just then, bang. In an instant, Dr. Lan's raised arms seemed to move rapidly, as if cells were dividing, suddenly bursting forth and crashing into Sister Zhou's chest. Sister Zhou was sent rolling away like a tumbleweed. Seeing Sister Zhou motionless, the little group immediately rushed forward. When they turned her body over, they were horrified and screamed, "Sister Zhou!" Everyone's faces darkened as they looked at the bloody wound on her chest. Intellectuals attacking. How terrifying. While shocked, they all turned their vigilance toward Dr. Lon. No one expected that the seemingly harmless doctor would turn out to be so brutal. Especially now, his appearance was chilling. At this moment, Dr. Lan's entire head no longer resembled that of a human, but was covered in bright red, interwoven muscles. At the back of his head, there was a huge tumor rhythmically pulsating. His arms were also writhing like dividing cells, with 5 fingers glimmering with a dark, eerie light at the tips. Meanwhile, a more unpleasant voice echoed from his mouth. "This is the consequence of refusing me. Since that's the case, you are of no use to me. Eventually, someone will be willing to become my test subject." Boom. As the voice fell, Dr. Lan's body suddenly sank, and his legs exploded with terrifying power, shattering the pavement as he leaped up. Teacher Ma and the others were startled. Suddenly, Teacher Ma shouted loudly, "Sister Luo!" Lin Luo, who had regained her senses, immediately understood and drew her steel knife without hesitation. At the same time, Teacher Ma swiftly wedged his dagger into the barrel, instantly transforming his rifle into a long weapon. The two of them charged towards the descending Dr. Lon without any hesitation. With the long weapon in front and the short knife behind, the three collided in an instant. In terms of strength, there was likely no one in the Salvation Army who could match Lin Luo. And in terms of intellect and agility, Teacher Ma was undoubtedly the best. Their cooperation successfully intercepted Dr. Lon. After landing, Dr. Lon, slightly surprised, let out another roar. With the roar, the sensation that thickened the surrounding space surged towards the two of them again. Retreat. Teacher Ma immediately pulled Lin Luo back, showing no intention of fighting. Seeing this, Dr. Lon wanted to chase after them, but at that moment, a fierce voice suddenly rang out. Hey, take this. Bang. With the words, a roar like that of an evil dragon echoed. Bang. The terrifying kinetic energy instantly tore apart the surrounding space, and Dr. Lan's mysterious power couldn't stop the shot. Although he couldn't block it, under the influence of that invisible force, Dr. Lon managed to dodge the bullet aimed at his chest. He avoided a fatal hit, but a small bullet struck his left arm instead. The explosive power instantly shattered that strong arm. Although he had become something unrecognizable, Dr. Lon did not lose his sense of pain like a zombie. The agony of having his arm blown off made him scream in pain. Opportunity. Teacher Ma, pulling Lin Luo back, saw this and immediately threw Lin Luo out to attract attention. Damn it, old Ma. I curse you to never have a girlfriend in your life. Lin Luo, who was caught off guard and thrown out, immediately started cursing. Seeing that he was getting closer to that hideous creature, Lin Luo had no choice but to grit his teeth and raise his twin blades. Chapter 148. The incomplete body possession, I curse you to be a lifelong single dog. As the ugly figure of Dr. Blue approached, Lin Luo, filled with rage, could only grab her twin blades and slash towards him fiercely. At that moment, she viewed this hideous Dr. Blue entirely as her mentor. The only thought in her mind was to take him down. Bang! However, Lin Luo's furious strike was easily blocked by Dr. Blue's writhing massive arm. He let out a sinister laugh. Haha, woman, your strength is still insufficient. The giant arm of Dr. Blue continued to writhe as a tremendous force surged forth. Feeling the terrifying power transmitted through her blades, Lin Luo spat in anger and instinctively crouched down, retracting her blades. Whoosh! The powerful arm swept over her head, the fierce wind causing her hair to fly wildly. That was close. Lin Luo sighed in relief as she felt the gust above her. Just as she finished her thoughts, a thunderous explosion rang out behind her. The massive arm that had just passed over her head burst apart with a loud bang. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and Lin Luo was caught off guard, drenched in it. She stood frozen in place, the metallic scent of blood overwhelming her senses, and she immediately roared, "What the hell? Little dumpling." At the same time, Dr. Blue let out a scream akin to a dying pig. "Ah, Sister Luo, hurry up and act." Seeing Dr. Blue fall, her mentor shouted urgently from behind. Lin Luo reacted immediately. Without hesitation, she gripped her steel blades and charged towards him like a wild turkey. However, just as she was about to close in, the rolling Dr. Blue suddenly lifted his head. His scarlet eyes narrowed to pinpricks, and he opened his gaping red mouth to roar at her. Accompanied by the sharp, piercing roar, Lin Luo felt the air in front of her suddenly freeze. In the next moment, an invisible force surged toward her like a wall of air. In her moment of shock, the force slammed into her, sending her flying as if struck by a speeding car. With intense pain coursing through her limbs, Lin Luo felt her feet gradually leave the ground, and everything in front of her began to retreat. She was knocked away by that invisible force. Bang! Lin Luo flew more than 10 meters, tumbling like a rolling gourd. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Little Dumpling rushed towards Lin Luo in a panic. "Sister Luo!" Roar! Dr. Blue, who had used a special technique to send Lin Luo flying, staggered to his feet and growled towards the crowd. The next moment, a hoarse, cold voice rang out, "Bastards! You all deserve to die? Today, you will all perish." As he spoke, he slowly bent down, opening his gaping scarlet mouth towards everyone. Roar! 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 In an instant, a series of piercing shrieks echoed through the air. The sharp sounds immediately made everyone cover their ears. However, in the next second, they witnessed the air rippling visibly as the other party roared. With the appearance of these ripples, they faintly heard the sound of the tiles beneath them straining under pressure. Crack, crack, crack. As they saw the cracks appearing on the corridor floor with the roar of Dr. Blue, the audience in the live stream became utterly unsettled. What the heck? Is this sonic power? This is like something out of a nightmare. I have to say, this move is incredibly powerful. It's over. This attack will surely take out Mr. Ma and the others. Ah! At that moment, a member of the Salvation Army in the game suddenly screamed. With the scream, they saw blood flowing from the member's eyes, ears, all 7 orifices. Bang! Just as everyone showed expressions of horror, there was a muffled sound, and that member exploded like a bursting balloon. Seeing this, all the streamers' live streams instantly erupted. What is this? A human bomb? Is this some kind of sonic explosion? Resonance? Tremor fruit? The strongest man? The sudden scene completely stunned Mr. Ma and the others, and in an instant, despair filled their eyes. No one expected that Dr. Blue's abilities would be this terrifying. Roar! 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 Dr. Blue's roars grew increasingly powerful, and even the ripples in the air became visibly pronounced. At that moment, despair was evident in everyone's eyes. Mr. Ma suddenly snapped awake and shouted, "Run!" But just as he finished speaking, he felt as if something had been forcefully shoved into his brain. Instantly, a splitting headache ensued. Ugh! Bang! Bang! Suddenly, several more explosive sounds rang out. In an instant, a pink mist of blood floated in the air, and a strong metallic scent spread. It's over. It's completely over. At that moment, despair enveloped everyone. They never imagined that this seemingly inconspicuous researcher could be this monstrous. Ah! Mr. Ma, Little Tuan Tuan, Lin Luo. Everyone was writhing on the ground, tormented by the sudden headache. They felt as if their heads were about to explode. This feeling, it's truly worse than death. Just when everyone thought they would burst at any moment, a muffled sound suddenly rang out. Poof! Roar! At the same time, Dr. Blue's roars abruptly ceased. The shrieks disappeared. The sound wave stopped. The headaches of the crowd receded like a tide. In an instant, everyone became confused, instinctively looking up towards Dr. Blue. The next moment, they were all frozen in place. How is this possible? Why? A hoarse voice came from Dr. Blue as he turned his head in disbelief toward what was behind him. He could hardly believe his eyes as he looked at the special zombie leader gripping his brain. Why? There was no reason. The special zombie leader had its hand embedded in the bulging back of Dr. Blue's head, and with just a slight effort, it could take his life. Yet, it did not rush to do so. Instead, it slowly said, "If I had to give a reason, my current appearance is the best reason. I saved you, Doctor." Blue replied coldly, "Indeed, you saved me. That's because I am valuable." The zombie leader paused and continued, "But that doesn't mean I will always listen to you. How can you treat your benefactor like this?" Dr. Blue shouted angrily, then quickly shifted his tone. "I can forgive your ignorance. If you follow me, I will make you stronger." Stronger? Like your current half-human, half-zombie appearance? The zombie leader looked at Dr. Blue with a mocking smile. "If that's the case, I would rather die." Seeing the smile on its face, Dr. Blue's expression suddenly turned to one of terror as he exclaimed, "No, I have ways to make you stronger. Hee, I already know, and the one below can make me even more perfect." Upon hearing Dr. Blue's words, the special zombie leader sneered. At its words, Dr. Blue completely lost his composure and shouted, "How is that possible? How do you know what's below?" Before Dr. Blue could finish, the zombie leader crushed his brain. Chapter 149. Can such a person be trusted? Looking at the lifeless Dr. Blue, whose brain had been crushed, everyone in the corridor was stunned. The sudden turn of events left everyone bewildered. No one could understand why the zombie leader, who was clearly in cahoots with Dr. Blue, would suddenly turn against him. Perhaps sensing the horrified gazes of the crowd, the special zombie leader slowly withdrew its hand from the back of Dr. Blue's head and said, "The danger has been temporarily averted." It then scanned the crowd and continued, "The person you are looking for is in the lower levels. I can take you to him." However, at this point, it paused and did not elaborate further. Mr. Ma, whose mind was in a state of chaos, furrowed his brow and instinctively asked, "However, what?" Looking at Mr. Ma, the special zombie leader replied, "It's nothing. I just need you to do something for me. Don't worry, I am very trustworthy." Very trustworthy? Trustworthy enough to knock out a teammate when they are unprepared? And even kill them in the process? Can such a person be trusted? Although everyone knew deep down that this creature was not trustworthy, they had no other options at the moment. After a brief hesitation, Mr. Ma nodded and asked, "What do you want us to do?" Seeing the vigilance in Mr. Ma's eyes, the special zombie leader said directly, "Don't worry, I won't use you for experiments. All I want are some reagents from the laboratory in the lowest level." Upon hearing this, Mr. Ma's wariness intensified, and he immediately asked, "Since you know the location and Dr. Blue is dead, why don't you get them yourself?" You're right," the zombie leader replied. "But that place is a forbidden zone for zombies." The zombie leader briefly explained to Mr. Ma and the others. It turned out that in the lowest level of the laboratory, there was a terrifying, intelligent program. Any living being that stepped inside would immediately face devastating consequences. At the same time, it also informed them that the living individuals previously brought back were all imprisoned in the lower levels. After understanding the situation, Mr. Ma and the others discussed it and agreed to the request. Although they knew that those who are not of their kind often have different intentions, they were too severely injured to continue fighting. Upon receiving Mr. Ma's response, the zombie leader quickly called for its subordinates. Under the escort of a group of zombies, they successfully entered the elevator to the lower levels. "Teacher." In the lower room, upon seeing Professor Pong, Mu Shui burst into tears of joy. Mr. Ma and the others did not interrupt the reunion of the teacher and student, waiting until both parties had stabilized their emotions before Mr. Ma spoke up. "Hello, Professor Pong. We are here for rescue, and we will escort you." Before Mr. Ma could finish, Professor Pong interrupted. "No, we can't leave just yet." "Why?" asked Lin Luo, who was injured. "We have discovered a shocking secret here." As he spoke, Professor Peng's face lit up with excitement, and he said eagerly, "As long as we figure out that individual, we are very likely to develop a drug that can end the virus." That individual? Upon hearing Professor Peng's words, Teacher Ma and the others all looked curious. Perhaps sensing their curiosity, Professor Peng showed no hesitation and directly pulled Mu Shui, leading everyone out of the room and down the corridor. As they moved forward, a red beam suddenly appeared ahead. Everyone was startled and immediately tensed up. "Don't worry. This is just a scanning program from the central computer." Professor Peng quickly reassured them upon seeing their expressions. Hearing his reminder, Teacher Ma and the others managed to relax a bit. The red beam swept across, and nothing unusual happened. Meanwhile, they had reached the end of the corridor, which led to a dead end. Just as everyone was puzzled, a hissing sound was heard, and the wall at the end of the corridor began to slide apart, revealing a room to everyone. In contrast to Teacher Ma and the others, who wore puzzled expressions, Professor Peng ahead looked calm and stepped directly into the room. After exchanging glances, Teacher Ma and the others followed him inside. Compared to the brightly lit corridor, the light in this room was dim. However, it didn't affect the group much. Wow! As soon as they stepped into the room, a member of the group exclaimed in shock. With this exclamation, gasps filled the entire team. Compared to them, The audience in the live stream widened their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing on their phone screens. Wow, can you believe it? No way. There are actually aliens? What the heck? Could it be created by the virus? Amid the discussions in the live stream, Teacher Ma and the others began to whisper among themselves. They never expected to encounter aliens in this place. Moreover, it looked like an alien that was asleep. Staring at the alien that resembled the character E.T. from the movies, everyone had a ghostly expression. Professor Pong, you can't be talking about him, right? At this moment, Teacher Ma could no longer hold back and asked Professor Pong in front of him. Hearing his question, Professor Pong nodded seriously. Yes, that's him. Just recently, we discovered that this organism. Before Professor Pong could explain further, the member who had moved closer to observe suddenly collapsed onto the ground. Wow, it's alive. His scream was chilling. Everyone instinctively turned to look at the closed sleeping pod. In the next moment, when they clearly saw the situation inside the sleeping pod, they all froze in place, feeling as if they were paralyzed. Just as the earlier remarks had suggested, the alien lying inside the glass sleeping pod had indeed woken up. Its large black eyes, the size of a baby's fists, were fixed intently on the crowd outside. Looking into those big eyes, everyone felt a wave of tingling sensation. No one could understand why this being suddenly woke up. As everyone was filled with shock, the alien that had been staring intently at the crowd suddenly spoke. Welcome, beings of another kind. Although the words were not in their language, at that moment, everyone understood the meaning behind them. Beings of another kind? Who are you? As the most esteemed person among the group, Professor Peng took the lead and asked, Who are you? Me? I am Dangs, a wanderer. With this statement, the glass cover of the sleep chamber slowly opened, and the alien with a unique appearance gradually sat up. He raised his hands to stretch his palms and said, Please wait a moment. I need to understand the current era. After finishing his words, a device resembling an interface slowly extended from the side of the sleep chamber. At the same time, a crack appeared on Dang's wrist, and several wriggling thread-like objects connected to that interface. Chapter 150, Cortistar. Wow, this is blinding. Who would have thought that aliens would actually appear? By the way, do you remember there was a plot earlier that mentioned the creator? I can't believe it. But I actually recall. It seems to be related to some guardians. Looking at the bizarre scene in front of them, the hosts and the audience in the live stream were equally puzzled. After a while, the alien named Dangs disconnected from the device. With his large black eyes fixed on everyone for a long time, he sighed and said, I didn't expect the guardians to ultimately take action. At this point, he turned his gaze toward Lin Luo and the others, expressing his thoughts. I have to say, you all have perfectly inherited our genes. Inherited genes? Upon hearing that it was related to them, Lin Luo quickly asked, Could you elaborate on that? Hesitating for a moment, the alien being named Dangs began to explain. It turned out that Dangs and his kind had to leave their home planet due to its destruction, forcing their entire race to search for a habitable planet. By a twist of fate, they ended up on the blue planet. Initially, the blue planet was not suitable for their survival, although they possessed advanced powers. It was an era dominated by colossal beings. Without strong logistical support, they ultimately could not overcome the terrifying giants. To preserve their lineage, they had to take refuge in the most suitable tropical regions. In need of resources, they used the remaining energy they had to begin creating a labor force. Thus, the ancestors of humanity were born. They taught the subhumans various life skills and gathering techniques. However, as the subhumans multiplied and developed, they gradually began to be worshipped as gods. It was during this period that the Korda people experienced serious divisions. Some wanted to return to reclaim their planet and rebuild their home, while others wished to survive long-term on the blue planet, considering it their new homeland. Consequently, the dwindling Korda people split into two factions. One side, advocating for a return to their motherland, called themselves the Guardians. The other side, despised by the former as traitors, were known as the Exiles, or the so-called Wanderers. They believed that those Korda who had forgotten their homeland no longer deserved to identify as Korda. Thus they were labeled as exiles, those who had been cast out by their entire race. Due to the lack of consensus, the First War broke out on the blue planet. After deploying a significant amount of high-tech weaponry, the Guardians ultimately emerged victorious. However, as a result of this great battle, all spaceships and weapons were destroyed. To realize their dream of returning to Korda, the Guardians took the few remaining subhumans southward, where they began to thrive, build temples, and attempted to construct a spaceship to return to Korda. On the side of the Wanderers, they took another group of subhumans to the northeast to build an ancient capital, create wonders, and live a true life. In order to gather resources, the Guardians allowed the subhumans to reproduce unchecked. However, to prevent this planet from following the same fate as another star, they would wait until the population reached a certain number before launching wars or triggering natural disasters through special means to reduce the human population. This is what is referred to as the so-called human purification plan. Why do this? Lin Luo couldn't help but ask upon hearing this. Because of survival. When Stas said something that left everyone confused, he continued, "In the universe, every planet has its limits. Once a planet reaches its limit, if it continues to be destroyed, congratulations, you are not far from extinction." Hearing the alien's explanation, Lin Luo was not very satisfied and said, "So your point is that the Guardians eliminating humans is actually to protect the planet?" As an alien being who had been asleep for countless years, Stas paused at Lin Luo's words and replied, "No, I think this approach is very inhumane. Our philosophy as wanderers is that every person and thing has its own meaning of existence. Excessive interference will only lead us deeper into trouble." After finishing, Stas turned to Lin Luo and said, "Perhaps you perfect integrators will be the hope for the future." With these words, Stas walked to a large screen in the room and gently pressed it with his unique three-fingered hand. Suddenly, a pitch-black screen lit up. As the screen illuminated, a pleasant voice echoed, accompanied by that strange language. Although they couldn't speak it, everyone understood the meaning. "Welcome home. Athena is at your service." Athena? Upon hearing this name, Teacher Ma and the others became completely agitated. Earlier, they had encountered a creature, and now another entity named Athena had emerged. It was clear that this was another artificial intelligence, just like the previous one. As Athena was activated, a giant schematic unfolded, prompting another round of astonished exclamations from the team. "Wow, we're not on a spaceship, are we?" Although the schematic was difficult to interpret, the dense lines formed a model resembling a spaceship that everyone was familiar with. Looking at the schematic, everyone had only one feeling. It was huge. Really huge. "You're right. This is indeed a spaceship." Stas did not hide this and added, "However, this is a spaceship that cannot take off, because the energy required for this spaceship to launch will be difficult to develop on this planet for another 20 years. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped and felt a sense of frustration. But then they thought about it. At this moment, there wasn't a single company in the world capable of developing a spaceship. But the current issue had nothing to do with spaceships. I have a general understanding of the situation, and I even know that Master Ma and others, who are in the same position, are solely focused on safely bringing Professor Peng out of the scenario. At the same time, he hasn't forgotten about the promise made to the special zombie leader. The potions are right on the workstation not far from him." Looking at the potions, Master Ma hesitated slightly and asked, "What is that green thing?" "That is the DNA of the Corda aliens." When Dang Si glanced at the test tubes, his expression suddenly changed. "It seems that while I was sleeping, quite a few people had their eyes on my things." Seeing Dang Si's displeasure, Master Ma and the others did not respond. Chapter 151. Diligently working, earnestly gaming the game overturns evolution theory. Sparking discussions in academia, human ancestors turned out to be artificial intelligence with the latest developments in the game. Online discussions about the biohazard phenomenon have surged like mushrooms after rain. Among these posts, the most eye-catching are those related to the origins of humanity, especially the conspiracy theories about the destruction of ancient civilizations. They seem flawless, as if history should have developed this way. As the plot of the biohazard game progresses and various astonishing ideas are revealed, game developers around the world are starting to pay close attention to the realm of players. Director, I believe there is still a lot to explore in apocalyptic themes. I agree, the apocalyptic theme is promising. We should give it a try. It must be admitted that Lin Fei's game has been remarkably successful. In the conference room of the headquarters, the development department director, looking at his enthusiastic team, nodded in agreement. As one of the largest game companies in the world, they did not become complacent like others. Instead, right after the update of the biohazard game, they organized testers to enter the game. After completing the entire storyline, they found that this visually stunning game also had an equally captivating depth in its narrative. Especially upon learning about human origins and the eradication plan, all players immersed in the game world felt an overwhelming desire to continue exploring. Some even wished to stop everything, to halt the steps of the Guardians. Observing his employees, who were incredibly excited just because of a game, the director slowly spoke. "Now that the realm of players is successful, it cannot be stopped. But what makes me feel powerless is that I fear our developed games will never catch up with the realm of players." At that moment, the director felt as if the realm of players was an insurmountable mountain standing before him. Was it really that exaggerated? Hearing the director's words, the spirited employees couldn't help but reflect on the entire gaming experience. Sadly, they discovered that they had no interest in other games at all. Even recalling the games they had played before, they felt they were all subpar. Suddenly, they finally understood the director's feelings. The entire conference room fell into a heavy silence. The sense of helplessness in watching a competitor release an unparalleled, groundbreaking product was hard to accept. Clap, clap. Just then, the director clapped his hands. "All right, everyone, don't be discouraged. Even if we can't surpass them for now, we can create our own IP games. Our current technology may not compare to the realm of players, but they have opened up a new path for us. We can draw inspiration from this apocalyptic theme and develop our own unique apocalyptic game." In this regard, a certain gaming company is a prime example. However, their development team seems a bit out of touch. At this point, the director picked up a file in front of him and continued to address everyone, saying, "These are detailed records regarding a certain popular franchise, revealing some plot elements. Now, aside from important tasks, you can all set aside your current work. I will provide you with my full support. You can take the materials home to review or work from home. In a month, I will ask each of you about your progress here." Initially, when the director mentioned working from home, all the employees showed signs of happiness. However, upon hearing that their results would be evaluated in a month, their mood quickly soured. They are skilled in game production, crafting a storyline. That really feels like a tall order. "Director, do we really have to draw inspiration from this franchise?" One employee said, somewhat incredulously. "In the past, other games borrowed from us. And now it's our turn to borrow from others." The director looked at the speaking employee, shook his head, and sighed. "That's true. But ever since the emergence of a certain gaming studio, I have a feeling our time may be coming to an end." Hearing the director's words, all the employees fell silent. Generally speaking, the evolution of games requires a gradual process. It's like social development, going from bulky mobile phones to smartphones, which took about 20 years of transition. However, since the emergence of this new studio, the entire gaming market has been swept away like a storm. Within just a week, all games have entered a state of decline. Some games that were already struggling have completely perished in this storm. Even those games that were doing relatively well were not spared from this disaster. Although there are still players on the servers, these players have become expendable for the gaming companies. The games from these companies are at risk of shutting down at any time. Those once popular games have inevitably lost countless players. It cannot be denied that the root cause of all this is the new gaming studio. However, the various gaming companies, fully aware of this, have no way to respond. Even if they wanted to file a lawsuit, they have no grounds. Are they supposed to claim that their games are so good that their players have left? Such shamelessness wouldn't hold up in court, and they aren't ready to go down that route yet. Compared to these companies, it is the gaming division of the aforementioned company that has suffered the most in this storm. In just 2 months, not only did the company face shutdowns, but they also incurred significant expenses developing new games. When the monthly financial report reached the higher-ups, they were utterly shocked. "Wow, I have money, but I've never spent this much before." Last month, the gaming department's servers were completely shut down, resulting in a negative revenue for the entire department. After all, maintaining the operations of the department also requires substantial funds. During this period, you developed 2 games. Although many streamers paid compensation for breach of contract, the actual amount was only enough to cover personnel expenses, especially for the newly developed game we incurred. Hearing such high costs, even for someone as wealthy as you, it must feel quite painful. Particularly after this setback, the gaming department has fallen into its lowest period in history. If we cannot produce a groundbreaking work, there will be no place for us in the gaming industry in the future. Are we really going to exit the gaming scene? No, absolutely not. Even if it means taking a risk, I will make sure the gaming department thrives. With that thought in mind, you made a bold decision and called for your secretary. "Go, find me a game development team. No matter the cost, bring them to me. I refuse to believe that he can create games while I cannot." At this moment, you seemed a bit obsessed. Previously focused solely on agency work and imitations, you now feel the urgent need to develop a game that can bring everything back to life. But is that really possible? Chapter 152, a baseball bat wrapped with iron spikes, a whistle sound. In recent days, the entire world has shown the utmost attention to a certain game. Even some university professors from abroad have begun to analyze this game comprehensively in their classrooms. Leaving aside entertainment, when it comes to the game itself, its storyline may seem somewhat chaotic at first. However, judging from some revealed information, the ideas related to human origins surprisingly hold up from a scientific perspective. Some of the settings, viewed from a historical angle, align perfectly with established facts. It must be said that, in the eyes of these scholars, this game is no longer just a simple game. It can even be said that it has ventured into the realms of science, history, and even theology. With the increasing attention from various sectors, the previously steady popularity of the game has suddenly surged again. However, those who are not professional players tend to enter the game and exit almost immediately. To be honest, this game is not only realistic but also has elements of psychological torment. Of course, shortly after exiting, these players stabilize their emotions and can't help but dive back in. This is the charm of the game. It can instill fear and dread, but at the same time, it ignites an irresistible desire to explore. Within just a few days, a greeting has become popular across the globe. Whether among friends or colleagues, the instinctive first question upon meeting is, "Have you played the game?" In this day and age, if you say you haven't played it, you might as well be embarrassed to go out. The game's popularity has also sparked a boom in the electronics market, particularly in VR devices. Within just a month, all VR equipment has sold out, and even with factories working overtime, supply still cannot meet demand. Amidst this frenzy, The VR factories in a certain country have reaped substantial profits. Likewise, the dominant nation has gradually realized another characteristic of this game. It can train soldiers' willpower. Even though the game's settings are clearly unfriendly to Western countries, they can't resist giving it a try. Moreover, due to the game, soldiers in service have found solace, leading to a rapid decrease in disturbances within military camps. Young, vigorous individuals are pouring all their energy into the game. Damn, listen. That bunch of rookies in the new recruits camp is howling again. Haha, are you envious? I don't even want to stand guard for a minute now. Why the hell does the captain make bets like this, forcing us to stand guard for a whole week? Outside the military camp, two soldiers on duty, listening to the screams from inside the recruit camp, began to feel envy and resentment. To them, it seemed completely unfair. Why should they stand guard while that group of rookies plays games? It's simply too unfair. However, the new recruits in the barracks were equally troubled. Over the past few days, they had endured countless trials filled with blood and tears. For them, these days felt like a nightmare. Undoubtedly, the cause of their distress was that damned game. As a psychological training simulation for new soldiers, this group had gradually adapted to the game world. After initially experiencing fear, they were no longer afraid of the mindless creatures. Yet, they had no idea that in a post-apocalyptic world, zombies were the most gentle and considerate beings. The true terrifying beast was human nature. In recent days, they had joined a man named Rick Grimes in establishing a human stronghold once again. Just as everything seemed to be improving, a leader of a group from the West named Negan appeared with his men. With a baseball bat wrapped in barbed wire and a haunting whistle, he had become the nightmare of these rookies. This man named Negan was a ruthless demon who could kill without a second thought, forming a stark contrast to the Eastern saviors they had seen online. One by one, the new recruits were terrified into submission by his brutal methods. Even at night, they could hear the terrifying whistle in their dreams. Negan had become their nightmare. Meanwhile, the most frustrated were the employees of the Ice and Snow Company. Ever since their supervisor had given them time off to go home and study the game, they were initially quite happy. However, as time passed, their minds went blank, and they had no clues whatsoever. It is said that to defeat the enemy, one must first understand the enemy. With this in mind, this group of people directly dove back into the game. A game developer who doesn't play games is not a qualified employee. Therefore, they quickly got the hang of the game. That said, the supervisor seemed to have told them to ponder over the plot at home, but once they entered the game, they fell in love. They became deeply enamored with this game. As for the ideas about their own game development, they had long forgotten. Thus, they transformed from painstakingly thinking about the game to diligently playing it, even becoming loyal fans of the gaming realm. However, compared to these employees, the supervisor also needed to consider the new game issues. He couldn't rely solely on his subordinates for every problem. This reflects the work efficiency and attitude often associated with people from the West. With this in mind, the supervisor entered the world of the game under the guise of gathering references. To be honest, the game was really fun. But just as he had barely logged in, his phone suddenly rang. Ding ding ding. The supervisor had no choice but to temporarily exit the game and picked up the phone to take a look, instantly surprised. The caller was actually one of his university classmates from a well-known institution, who he heard had now entered the upper echelons. What made this guy think to call him? As he looked at the call from a classmate he wasn't very close to, the director hesitated slightly before sliding his phone to answer. Bob, I thought you weren't around. Why did it take you so long to pick up? As soon as the call connected, a familiar, cheerful laughter came through the receiver. With a puzzled expression, the director asked, Griffin, is there something you need? Logically, the other party was a high-ranking official from a major tech company, while he was just the director of a gaming company. There was a clear difference in their positions, and he couldn't guess the reason behind the sudden call. Haha, old classmate, it seems you don't know yet, do you? Before long, your company will be under our umbrella, Griffin said with delight, and I will soon be your boss. How does that make you feel? Excited? Thank you. No way. The words from the other side were undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for the director. What are you planning to do? The director said, trying to suppress his irritation. He knew that such business secrets wouldn't yield answers, even if he asked. However, to his surprise, the other party seemed unconcerned and continued. The gaming era is about to change. Our higher-ups have unanimously decided to enter the gaming industry. Acquiring your company is just the first step. Next, we are set to acquire a major player in the region. Upon hearing this, the director's heart sank. What did he just hear? They were planning to target a major player in the gaming sector? But wasn't the other party just a studio? They weren't even a publicly traded company. Didn't they think too highly of themselves? Chapter 153. Protecting the owners is our first principle. After joining the director of the Ice and Snow Company was completely taken aback by the words on the phone, leaving him speechless. He even overlooked the fact that the caller was about to become his direct superior. Wait a minute. The player realm isn't even considered a formal company right now. Even if your company wants to acquire it, there should be a way to do so, right? Who said we want to acquire the player realm? Didn't you just say to take down the player realm in that country? Yes. Taking down doesn't necessarily mean through acquisition, does it? I'm not afraid to tell you that this time, we have shown great sincerity. Our representative has already arrived in that country, and it won't be long before we can bring that genius back to headquarters. Really, can you bring him back? The director felt it was a bit far-fetched. Judging by his years of experience in the gaming industry, if he had skills like Lin Fei, he definitely wouldn't work for someone else. In a clearly profitable situation, how could he allow others to interfere? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but say, I don't think this is possible. I don't believe the player realm is lacking money right now. Haha, old classmate, your perspective is still too narrow. You can consider this point. And we can consider it too. From the beginning, we never thought about using money to persuade them. So how do you plan to do it? The director became curious. The entire company is offering 11 of the shares in the gaming department, not to mention the identity from that country, and he listed a series of benefits and continued, compared to that outdated place, which do you think is more enticing? I have to say, your conditions are indeed tempting. Even for me. The director admitted, the conditions offered by the company were truly attractive. However, a country lacking cultural depth and even national sentiment. Only knowing the supremacy of profit, how could they understand a nation with a rich history of 5,000 years? Although the conditions were enticing, how could they impress Lin Fei? At that moment, at the headquarters of the company located in Jiazhou, the executives were once again holding a meeting regarding the player realm. Surprisingly, they were discussing the future development direction of the player realm under the company. With the efficiency of this group of executives, it's hard to tell whether it should be praised or not. During the meeting, someone even proposed taking the theme of Resident Evil to Hollywood for film adaptation. Throughout the meeting, the executives had completely regarded the player realm as theirs for the taking. A series of development ideas made one admire how clever these people were. They didn't feel at all that they would fail. After discussing the IP, they began talking about the two artificial intelligences discovered in Resident Evil. These two AIs, Jingwei and Athena, had already surpassed the artificial intelligence they had researched in the game. Although it was just a game, it left a profound impression on them. Two artificial intelligences, surprisingly intelligent, far surpassing the so-called artificial intelligence they possess. If it weren't for the game, they might even suspect that this artificial intelligence has developed self-awareness. This point is precisely what they aim to break through. However, there is a saying in the region, wishful thinking. No, please say that again. Lin Fei raised an eyebrow, looking at the well-dressed, middle-aged man before him. Upon hearing his words, the middle-aged man showed no impatience and spoke. Mr. Lin, hello, I am from a certain software company. The following are the conditions offered to Mr. Lin by our company. If Mr. Lin finds anything unsuitable, we can discuss it. In the future, Mr. Lin will be one of the most esteemed citizens in this region. Likewise, our company has prepared a hillside villa for Mr. Lin in a certain city. Hearing the man's words again, Lin Fei's brows furrowed tightly. It wasn't that he had any particular feelings toward the man before him. He simply found the tone uncomfortable. Especially the insistence that he would undoubtedly agree made him even angrier. However, it must be said that the company's offer was indeed substantial. They actually presented conditions that were hard to refuse. Shares in the gaming department, 40 of net gaming revenue, with all development and risks borne solely by the company. No matter how one looks at it, this approach by the company is undoubtedly a significant loss for them. However, Lin Fei, who was aware of his own situation, knew that this was the company's keen insight. They had already realized that as long as he joined, the benefits generated would absolutely outweigh the costs. The company's loss would merely be a matter of earning slightly less. If Lin Fei did not join, it would be the company's greatest loss. Truly worthy of being a top global enterprise, their foresight and vision were indeed somewhat intimidating. Though the conditions offered were enticing, Lin Fei said, I haven't considered betraying my nation for now. The middle-aged man continued, for a young talent like Mr. Lin, once you join us, it won't take a year. Suddenly, the middle-aged man paused, looking at Lin Fei in surprise. What do you mean by that, Mr. Lin? Seeing the astonished expression on the middle-aged man's face, Lin Fei impatiently said, Isn't it obvious? The gaming sovereignty currently belongs to this nation, and it will continue to belong to this nation in the future. Upon hearing Lin Fei's response, the middle-aged man's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't believe that, with such substantial benefits from the company, the other party could actually say no. Did this young man not know the total value of the company's gaming department? Or perhaps, was this young man trying to raise the stakes? Mr. Lin, you need to consider carefully. Our company is coming with complete sincerity this time. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Fei. Not everyone has the honor to receive such an invitation from us. Watching the arrogance radiating from the middle-aged man, Lin Fei completely lost his patience. He didn't even want to say a word of refusal and directly walked into the community. The middle-aged man, seeing this, immediately stepped forward to block his path. Before he could speak, Ma Liang, who was beside Lin Fei, stepped in front of the middle-aged man, glaring at him fiercely. In Ma Yang's eyes, anyone trying to win over Lin Fei was an enemy of the state. There was no need to be polite with enemies. Similarly, the security guards at the entrance of the community, who were always alert, quickly rushed out to surround the middle-aged man as soon as they saw Ma Yang's actions. If the middle-aged man made any sudden moves, they would take swift action. The sudden turn of events startled the middle-aged man, who looked around at the fierce security guards and stammered, "What do you want?" "Protecting the residents is our first principle since we joined," the security captain said with a menacing glare at the middle-aged man. Faced with the intimidating security guard in front of him, the middle-aged man felt a wave of anxiety. Since arriving in the city, he had used various connections to find out where Lin Fei lived. He had rushed to this community called Jin Xingyuan, but he never expected that the security measures here were comparable to those of a military base. It was incredibly difficult for strangers to enter this community. And these security guards, each one looked like a soldier. Their eyes were fierce and terrifying. Chapter 154. Bro, are you out walking the birds? Looking at the fierce security guards in front of him, the middle-aged man was completely dumbfounded. What the heck? When did the security in this country become so dedicated? Under the watchful eyes of the guards, the middle-aged man felt utterly helpless and could only leave for the time being. Upon returning to the hotel, the man immediately contacted the headquarters of a certain company far away in a beautiful country. What? That guy actually refused? How is that possible? Has that person lost their mind? That greedy individual. Hearing the report from his subordinate, angry voices erupted in the office located in a certain city. In their view, inviting Lin Fei to join was already a huge favor. They never expected that such a sure thing would be met with rejection. The attendees couldn't understand why this young person from the country would turn down their offer. After all, if this young man joined, it wouldn't be impossible for him to become a high-ranking official in the future. Yet, he rejected such temptation. Could it be that he was foolish from playing too many games? Regardless of how the executives thought, Lin Fei's rejection was a fact. This forced those who initially discussed the future development direction of their company to change their approach and figure out how to win Lin Fei over. However, in this world, not only the company had foresight. As one of the big players in the gaming industry, representatives from another company had also arrived in the city. However, unlike the first company, the representatives did not immediately seek out Lin Fei. Upon landing at the airport, they utilized various connections to gather information about Lin Fei. They even went so far as to infiltrate Lin Fei's internal organization, fan group. Just a few minutes ago, when the security guards at a certain community were driving the middle-aged man away, two men in a nearby small square secretly recorded everything with their phones. One of them, with a scruffy mustache and a somewhat shifty demeanor, looked at his meticulously groomed companion beside him. "Hey, I feel like the security here is a bit different. Don't you think? The guards seem more formidable than our self-defense forces. I suspect these people are the elite of the country." Hearing his words, the well-groomed man replied, "Please be quiet. Our mission is to gather information and find a way to recruit Lin. I have already found out Lin's detailed address in a group chat. Tonight, we will go to the community to gather intel." Upon hearing his companion, the scruffy man's eyes sparkled, and a grin appeared on his face. I can't wait. That streamer, Luo Jie, is quite nice looking. I even want to." Before he could finish, the well-groomed man immediately interrupted him sternly. "Focus. Remember, our mission is Lin. If you fail in your task, the president won't let you off easily, so please don't drag me down." "Hey, don't worry. We will definitely complete the task," the man with a shifty appearance replied with a dismissive look. In his opinion, both the conditions given by the contact and the environment of the headquarters were far superior to that of a certain country. Such good conditions. Even a fool wouldn't refuse. After a day of waiting, the night fell silent. Outside the newly renovated community wall, two men, looking disheveled as if they had been drinking, approached the vicinity of the wall. They glanced around, seeing no one, and turned their backs to the road to unbuckle their belts. "Hey, you can't be so uncivilized. Come on, am I supposed to wet my pants?" The two leaned against the wall, swaying like drunks. After a while, noticing that no one was around, their bleary eyes suddenly became alert. They exchanged glances and nodded slightly. Following the man with slicked-back hair, the scrawny man made a run-up and climbed onto the wall using his companion's hands. Lying on the wall, he signaled to his partner below, and the latter jumped up, their hands meeting as the scrawny one pulled his companion over the wall. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. The movements flowed smoothly, giving the impression of seasoned criminals or well-trained professionals. Without hesitation, they jumped down from the wall and ran towards the building where Lin Fei was located. "Do you think this way will cause unnecessary trouble?" The man with a shifty appearance looked back at his slick-back companion. Hearing his words, the slick-back man replied, "Are you stupid? If we don't come in this way, how will those guards let us in? Didn't you see that they don't even allow deliveries?" The scrawny man didn't respond and quickly ran towards the building not far away. As long as they could avoid the guards and see Lin Fei, they were confident they could get him to cooperate. If they couldn't find Lin Fei, stealing the computer hard drive would also be a good outcome. With the increasing security in the community, property prices have risen, leading many residents to sell their homes. Strange enough, houses in this community sell easily, but those sold remain unoccupied, and there's no sign of renovations either. Over time, this has become a notable oddity of the community. Now at night, some residents are already asleep, while others wander outside out of boredom or insomnia. To avoid drawing attention, the two started walking casually, even greeting passing residents with smiles. Their actions were indeed deep inside enemy territory. However, some ingrained habits are not easily changed. It's like now, when a guy is out for a stroll with a birdcage, and two people, in an effort to show good manners and avoid drawing attention, casually comment, "Nice bird you have there." Upon seeing the guy, they instinctively bow. Coincidentally, this man, feeling quite good tonight, passed by a pharmacy before heading home and bought a blue pill. To get a head start, he took the pill on the way home. He originally planned to have a fun time with his wife, but as soon as he got home, he found the house empty. Confused, he called to find out that his wife had unexpectedly gone back to her family for the night. What luck, not returning earlier or later, but just when the pill was about to take effect. This could be a disaster. The man, already feeling irritable, was further annoyed by his parrot squawking incessantly. Frustrated, he decided to take the parrot to the security guard, asking for help to look after it for a couple of days. However, as soon as he stepped out, he encountered two strange individuals who immediately started mocking him about his pants. "What the hell? You're the one walking the bird. Your whole family is walking birds." Enraged, the man's eyes blazed with fury. At that moment, he felt like a bomb with a lit fuse, ready to explode at any moment, and the consequences would be dire. Chapter 155. Two foolish thieves encounter trouble. How rude can they be? Shouted the man, his face turning red with anger as he confronted the two newcomers. "What are you doing here?" The man, hearing the awkward language spoken by the other, felt a surge of fury and disbelief. "Who are you calling a brat? We're the new residents." The middle-aged man, startled by the heated response, quickly attempted to explain. "New residents? What do you mean?" The other man, feeling increasingly agitated, couldn't understand why he was feeling this way. "I know if there are new residents in the community. Now tell me, what are you here for?" Panic set in for the two as they exchanged worried glances, especially when they noticed the man's furious eyes. Even if they had climbed over the wall to come in, there was no need for such hostility, right? "We're just here visiting a friend. We just had some drinks and we're about to leave," they stammered, regretting their earlier decision to flaunt their cultural customs. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, a group was closely monitoring the situation from behind some nearby greenery. "Captain, isn't that Zhao? Why is he out here at this hour with those two?" one of the observers asked. "Who knows? Just keep an eye on the residents' safety. As for those two, the team will handle them," came the response. Suddenly, several young security guards in uniforms burst out from the bushes, wielding electric batons with lights. They made a loud commotion, deliberately slowing down their pace. "Oh, we've been spotted," one of the newcomers gasped, turning pale as he saw the guards. The middle-aged man, however, remained calm and quickly pulled his companion towards the greenery nearby. "Thieves!" Zhao, clutching a birdcage, was already agitated and, seeing the two run from the guards, threw the cage at them in pursuit. "Stop, Zhao!" shouted the leading security guard, trying to intervene. But with the adrenaline pumping, Zhao was beyond reason. The two newcomers, feeling the pressure, glanced back and saw not only the furious Zhao, but also several security guards following closely behind with their batons. "These community guards are terrifying," one of them thought, now only focused on escaping the area. Just as the two were about to reach the community wall, victory in sight, the middle-aged man in the lead suddenly slammed to a stop. Before Kinzawa and Aguri could understand the situation, they felt themselves being pulled and dragged in another direction. "I said," as he began to speak, a low voice rang out, "Trying to run?" It was unclear whether it was intentional or not, but the streetlights around the community had mysteriously gone out. The voice came from the darkness ahead of them. Startled, the two instinctively stopped and looked at the dimly lit path, unease flashing in their eyes. Who is that?" Kinzawa finally couldn't help but ask. This was a reflexive question, and they hadn't truly expected an answer. To their surprise, a figure in the shadows responded while walking, "Security." For some reason, hearing the word security made them both breathe a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, their expressions changed drastically. Just moments ago, the shadowy figure claiming to be security suddenly produced a bright light and a crackling sound. The figure with the flickering electrical baton was getting closer. "Damn, an electric baton." Both felt a chill run down their spines. "This guy has bad intentions. Damn it, let's go." The leader, trying to compose himself, urged his companion. Kinzawa looked at him in horror. "Big brother, that guy has an electric baton. What are you afraid of? He's alone." The leader steeled himself and charged toward the approaching shadow. Seeing this, Kinzawa could only grit his teeth and follow. In their youth, they had been members of a fierce organization, fighting and brawling was commonplace. However, as they aged, their innate bravery had gradually turned into mere posturing. As they charged toward the shadow, they both shouted fierce cries, attempting to intimidate their opponent. But they did not expect that their show of force had no effect on the shadow in front of them. In the blink of an eye, they were engaged in close combat. Crack, bang, In just one encounter, both of them stiffened, foam at the mouth, their bodies rigid like they were having seizures, collapsing to the ground. What the hell? Is that it? As they fell, another shadow slowly emerged, looking at the two rigid figures on the ground with surprise. Ma Liang, are you sure these two are spies? Yes, that's what the information says. Another shadow replied. Just then, the streetlights flickered back on, illuminating the two shadows. It was Lin Fei and Ma Liang. Lin Fei looked in disbelief at the two middle-aged men on the ground, foaming at the mouth and rolling their eyes. To be honest, he felt quite disappointed. Initially, when Ma Liang mentioned spies infiltrating the community, he had been somewhat excited. But now seeing this, is that it? They were taken down by Ma Liang in just one encounter? Can this really be called espionage? It's so different from what I see in movies. Lin Fei expressed his confusion. How are spies usually dealt with? In normal circumstances, the punishment would depend on the severity of the situation. However, since they are commercial spies, I'm not too sure about the specifics, Ma Liang replied, glancing at the two individuals on the ground. But I imagine it won't be a light punishment. Captain Ma. At that moment, a group of security personnel approached, greeting Ma Liang. He nodded and immediately instructed a few of them to take the two away for further handling. It seems like things won't be calm for a while, Lin Fei remarked on their way back. Today alone, we've encountered several groups of people, but tonight's sneaky activities are truly one of a kind. Hearing this, Ma Liang casually reassured him, Brother Lin, don't worry. As long as you don't leave this community, even mercenaries wouldn't be able to do anything. Although it may seem like there are only these security guards on the surface, there are actually quite a few hidden watchers arranged by the higher-ups. News of the commercial espionage incident at the community quickly reached the military bigwigs in another city. Soon, these leaders compiled all the information and sent it overnight to an elder who was recuperating in the capital. Chapter 156. Good things come in pairs. Visiting the official television station, no one expected that a small studio would cause such a huge uproar. The next day, upon receiving the news, Elder Zheng was furious. Enraged, Elder Zheng directly sought out a powerful figure at the same rehabilitation center. When this prominent individual learned that a certain country was using such underhanded tactics, along with exorbitant conditions proposed by another nation, he was equally outraged. On the surface, Lin Fei was merely the founder of a gaming studio. However, his influence within the military had reached a level that could not be overlooked. The game in question was no longer just a simple game. After a period of trials and practice, they discovered that the content within the game was far more complex. Following an assessment by academicians from the Academy of Sciences, all the technologies featured in the game were thoroughly documented. Although they could not immediately grasp all the technological insights from the game, the academicians believed that with continuous experimentation within the game, within 2 years, the technological level of the country would undoubtedly surpass that of another nation. Everyone has their own secrets. After confirming the situation within the game, high-level officials convened several discussion meetings on this issue. This was also why Elder Zheng returned to the capital. Ultimately, the senior officials decided to remain silent on the matter. The protection of Lin Fei had escalated to a level equivalent to that of a vice-state official. Simultaneously, the senior officials unanimously decided to conduct a thorough cleansing of the gaming industry and community in the country, expelling those foreign-funded tumors from the market. Initially, some official agencies began to release statements. Upon investigation, companies like XX Entertainment, XX Games, have used improper means to harm minors and induce them into consumption. According to the latest guidelines issued by the Ministry of Culture, any game content that harms individuals or national interests will not be tolerated. Well, once this news broke, it sent shockwaves throughout the entire gaming community in the country and even the global media. In no time, the movements within the gaming market of the country became the focus of worldwide attention. Anyone who saw this news wore a shocked expression, even raising questions. What was this country trying to do? Did they want to return the gaming industry to primitive times? However, at that moment, observant individuals noticed that the announced list did not include several major companies and players from the country. It could be said that the companies and studios being dealt with were all joint ventures or companies under foreign control. Once the news was released, the authorities quickly sprang into action, with several departments conducting joint law enforcement. In an instant, the gaming community in the country faced the most terrifying purge in history. Strangely, there was no sympathy from players for the downfall of these gaming companies. Everyone knew that behind the glamorous facade of these companies lay countless dark secrets. It could be said that the hands of these individuals were already stained with blood, especially those who induce while promoting rational consumption. It's truly hypocritical. How many teenagers have been led into consumer traps through gaming? ending up on the irreversible path of online debt. How many families have been torn apart because of this? At this moment, all gaming companies are in a frenzy. They never expected that the authorities would act so decisively this time, leaving no room for retreat. Initially, these companies tried to struggle, but in the face of the state's power, they appeared powerless. Meanwhile, on social media, countless netizens expressed their opinions on the incident. So refreshing. Really refreshing. Just like saying, if you're my brother, then go ahead and dig a pit for me. I still haven't paid back the $20,000. If you ask me, all gaming companies in the country should be shut down, leaving only one for the players. To the guy upstairs, are you inciting hatred against that company? Haha. Would that company be afraid of such hatred? With all their resources, they wouldn't care about this little attack. Although it's satisfying, I still want to see that company fall. Yes, compared to these smaller companies, that company deserves to fall the most. They just dig pits for players all day long and specifically make trash games. That company, I just laugh, watching the show. For a moment, comments online seemed to be led by someone. All netizens directed their anger at that company. Suddenly, the internet was flooded with insults, and everyone began to tag that company on social media. Of course, even if the online outcry was loud, relevant departments had to consider it carefully. Sometimes, taking too big a step can lead to trouble. However, although that company did not face direct punishment, due to public opinion, its stocks plummeted dramatically in the market. The CEO probably never imagined they would be caught in the crossfire, and it was somewhat fatal. Who am I? Where am I? When the CEO saw their company's stock market crash, they were completely stunned. Looking at the cliff-like data, they even doubted if they had time traveled. Watching their wealth shrink and devalue, they felt they were no longer that wealthy person. Just as the gaming circle and stock market were shaken, the official website released another unbelievable message. At 8 p.m. on Sunday, we will invite the founder of the gaming company, Mr. Lin, for an interview. A game developer, actually receiving an official invitation, and even appearing on a television program. Is this for real? Upon seeing this news, the internet erupted again. Initially, everyone thought this news must be fake, but after repeated confirmations from the verified account, netizens had to accept the reality. That is, Mr. Lin is really going to be on TV. This is truly insane. Yes, Mr. Lin is a role model for us. I have to say, this is incredibly realistic. It's the first time I've seen someone from the gaming industry appear on television. Meanwhile, Lin Fei felt completely stunned, standing frozen in place with his phone that only emitted a busy signal. He never expected that an official television station would call him, and they had even arranged his schedule. After a while, a flicker of surprise or excitement suddenly shone in his eyes. Although the official invitation was a bit unexpected, it was an indescribable honor for him. They say fortune comes in waves, and today, Lin Fei truly understood this saying. Just then, his phone rang again. In a good mood, he didn't mind that the caller was an unfamiliar number and answered it directly. Hello, Mr. Lin, please forgive my bold interruption. My name is Kylina, and I am an invitation officer for GESCOM. On behalf of the organizers, I sincerely invite you to attend our exhibition. The organizers will reserve a space for you in the exhibition hall, and we hope you. GESCOM. At first, Lin Fei was a bit confused upon hearing this name, but soon, he recalled that there was indeed a gaming exhibition aimed at audiences from certain European countries. Okay, I will go, and I will bring my new game. Thinking that there was still nearly a month before the exhibition, Lin Fei pondered for a moment and then agreed. This opportunity for free publicity was more than welcome for him. Chapter 157. Just coming to the airport to vent frustration soon, the interview date arrived. Due to the location being in the capital, Lin Fei had to head there ahead of time. In recent days, the gaming market in the country felt like it had experienced a massive earthquake. Many once well-known gaming companies had vanished from the market. Even the renowned giant faced a significant decline in stock prices during this crisis, entering its worst winter ever. As the person at the center of this turmoil, Lin Fei, accompanied by Ma Liang and others, boarded the flight to the capital. At the international airport, which is the largest and most important gateway in the country, the arrival hall was crowded. This scene inevitably led people to wonder if an international star was arriving. Are you here to pick someone up? No, I'm not. Not picking anyone up? What are you doing then? I'm just here to vent about a few people I can't stand. Hearing this, a young man in the arrival hall looked shocked at the stylishly dressed youth. Coming to the airport not to pick someone up, but to vent? What kind of operation is this? Just as the young man was puzzled, the fashionable youth suddenly asked, Aren't you here for the same reason? The young man paused, then instinctively raised his phone and said, I'm not here to pick anyone up. I'm here to catch a glimpse of a star. A star? Yes. A member of a popular girl group, Mary. Oh, I don't know her. Okay. The young man was somewhat speechless, seeing that the stylish youth didn't even know who Mary was. Just as he was about to say something, someone in the arrival hall shouted loudly, The plane has landed. Brothers, get ready to boo that old thief Lin. The young man was taken aback and turned to see who was causing a scene in the hall. However, before he could react. A crowd of young people surged towards the arrival gate. Goodness, the energy of the crowd was overwhelming. If this were on the street, one might be scared enough to run away. Meanwhile, Lin Fei instinctively stood up to disembark the plane, but halfway down the aisle, he was stopped by a hand. A woman with black-framed glasses and long golden hair blocked his way, saying, "Please wait. Let Miss Mary go first." Miss Mary? Who was she to be so arrogant? Lin Fei furrowed his brow at the woman who was obstructing him. The woman ultimately did not pay any attention to the man, but rather pushed aside the arm that was blocking her and walked forward. The woman was taken aback, just as she was about to call out to him. A group following closely behind him passed by. Watching them leave, she felt an irritation in her teeth. However, since they had already moved on, she couldn't just chase after them to stop them. She could only once again block the passengers disembarking from the plane. Before turning to the woman in the seat wearing glasses and a mask, "Sister Molly, you can get off the plane now." As soon as she finished speaking, several strong men in suits stood up around her, escorting her off the plane. The man had lived in the bustling city all his life and had never left it. Now, for the first time, as he walked through the tunnel leading to the exit, he paused to gaze through the floor-to-ceiling glass at the vibrant metropolis. Unable to help but exclaim, "No wonder it's the capital. It's so prosperous." The three behind him nearly stumbled upon hearing this. They thought, "Big brother, you stood here for so long just to make this one remark. We almost thought you were going to recite a poem. TSK, such a bumpkin." Just then, a light-hearted mockery caught their attention. They instinctively turned to look. Two women, escorted by a group of well-dressed bodyguards, walked past them. Seeing the women, he was momentarily taken aback, a displeased expression flashing in his eyes. He couldn't be bothered to deal with such women after they passed. He blandly continued toward the exit with his companions. Unexpectedly, right after disembarking, he encountered a peculiar situation. As they approached the reception hall, he was surprised and thought, "No wonder it's the capital airport. It's many times more prosperous than the bustling city. These people must be here to welcome some star." Understanding his thoughts, one of his companions explained, "I've been here a few times for missions, and usually, the reception hall isn't this crowded." Hearing this, he felt relieved and instinctively looked up toward the two women surrounded by bodyguards ahead. At the same time, the woman in front noticed the situation in the reception area and suddenly stopped, looking surprised as she said, "Sister Molly, your popularity is really on fire. You actually have so many fans welcoming you." Saying this, she hurriedly stepped forward to help the woman with glasses. The first thing she did was to take off the mask. Then she pulled out various cosmetics and skincare products from her bag to tidy her up. The man, watching everything unfold from behind, found it quite interesting. He had never been in contact with celebrities before, and he didn't expect them to be like this. Before long, they had arrived at the exit. To avoid a repeat of the earlier incident outside the airport, he deliberately slowed his pace, preparing to wait for the women and the fans to leave. The group slowly walked out of the exit, and looking at the throngs of people outside, they instinctively paused. "NZ, are these people here to welcome us?" Looking at the crowd in front of her, which consisted of people of varying ages, Mary couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. It's true that she is a star, but her popularity is mainly among teenagers. Yet, at the arrival gate, there were clearly middle-aged individuals who looked to be around 40. Could they really be her fans? Haha, this just proves that Mary has a wide appeal, attracting both young and old. Her assistant, who is affectionately called Swallow, knew very well that there were no other celebrities on this flight aside from Mary. The excitement in the eyes of this group of people clearly indicated that they were there to welcome her. If they weren't there to greet her, then who else could it be? With this thought, a smile appeared on Swallow's face as she positioned herself in front of Mary to ensure they would be seen in the cameras. She also signaled to the bodyguards nearby. As soon as they stepped out of the exit, Swallow immediately took on her role, standing protectively beside Mary and loudly saying, "No photos, please. Everyone step back. Don't disturb the other travelers." Chapter 158. Don't think about leaving until you finish signing, please. Fans, step back and don't disrupt other travelers. Who is this? The fans standing on either side of the exit were momentarily stunned by the woman who was talking to herself with quite a flair for performance. Just now, she referred to fans. Could this woman be the companion of that infamous figure? But it seems there hasn't been any mention of him having a companion. Fans, could you please make way and not add to the airport's burden? If you want autographs, we can go outside. Just don't disrupt the order here. The woman was completely oblivious to the expressions of those around her, continuing to talk to herself. She even stood in front of the woman in the middle, blocking the way, seemingly trying to clear a path for her. But, aside from your own group, no one else is paying attention to you. Don't you feel embarrassed? Ingzi? At this moment, Mary, who was being shielded in the middle, sensed that something was off and wanted to call her assistant. However, the assistant didn't feel anything was wrong at all, and while clearing a path, she shouted back, "Sister Mary, it's okay. I'm here for you." She even turned back to the crowd and shouted, "Everyone, please make way for our sister Mary to go out first." Upon hearing the name Mary, some in the crowd recalled who she was. They remembered that she was a traffic star who relied on her looks, with no acting skills and no real talent, just a manufactured face. Watching the self-important assistant rambling on, someone finally couldn't hold back. "Can you all move a bit faster? The road is so wide. Is it not enough for you to walk through? Who do you think you are, hogging the space here, trying to ride the coattails of that infamous figure's fame? An 18th-tier little star, who even knows you? Hurry up and get lost. Don't disgust people here." You all. The assistant Ingzi, who was enjoying the performance, froze at those words. Seeing the hostile expressions around her, her face turned extremely ugly. What a bunch of losers. What are you blocking the way for? Furious, Ingzi lost all composure and yelled, "Security, where's security? So many people are causing trouble here. Isn't anyone going to manage this?" Seeing the woman suddenly act like a shrew, the fans of that infamous figure wouldn't let it slide. After all, cursing isn't illegal, and they immediately started to retaliate with insults. In an instant, the entire arrival hall became chaotic. The airport staff, witnessing this, broke into a cold sweat. Such scenes of fans and stars hurling insults at each other were quite rare. And those who came to greet Mary felt utterly disgusted by her assistant's lack of decorum. This is the beautiful star they admired? Forget it. In no time, even Mary's original fans joined in the shouting match. "What the heck? Ma Liang, just now. It seems I heard that group of people calling my name." Lin Fei, who was following the crowd, looked at the chaos at the exit and felt a sense of worry in his heart. "Brother Lin didn't hear wrong. I heard it too." Ma Liang nodded calmly. "What the? Is it really?" Looking at the throng of people at the exit, Lin Fei couldn't help but think of the scene outside the airport in the metropolis. Suddenly, he felt a chill in his heart. Damn, why are these people so idle? Watching the enthusiastic fans outside arguing with the fans of a popular celebrity, Lin Fei was at a loss for what to do. As the verbal conflict escalated, with the risk of it turning physical at any moment, he felt increasingly uneasy. If these fans really clashed with the celebrity because of him, he would probably be implicated. Damn, it's just a celebrity support. What is the big deal? Who says it's not? They're rehearsing here and blaming us for delaying them. People with no manners like this should just get out of the entertainment industry. Damn, who are you cursing at? Security, catch those who are yelling and send them to the police station later. Do they really think I can't deal with them? The female assistant, Yan Zi, was so furious she felt like she might explode, losing her cool and speaking recklessly. Upon hearing Yan Zi's words, the fans of the gaming company immediately got angry, glaring, and ready to charge forward. The airport staff hurriedly intervened to stop them. The entire hall was in chaos. Mary and Yan Zi, looking at the agitated crowd around them, were also frightened, their faces turning pale. Seeing that the emotions of the crowd were spiraling out of control, Mary, who was blaming Yan Zi in her heart, began to tremble uncontrollably. Not only was Mary scared, but her supporters and security personnel were also getting tense. Faced with so many people, if the other side truly lost control and did something, it would ultimately be them who suffered. Just when everyone was at a loss for what to do, a voice suddenly came from behind them. "I'm saying, everyone, if we really have nothing to do, wouldn't it be better to go deliver some takeout or something? Why must we be here causing trouble?" Wow, upon hearing this voice, the whole place was in an uproar. The fans who were originally furious suddenly fell silent. The next moment, "Damn, Lin, old thief, are you even speaking human language? Who says it's not? Does brother care about that little bit of money? Damn, the delivery industry is tough right now. It's all taken over by women. And just being late? It takes half an hour to deliver?" In an instant, the chaos at the airport exit erupted again. However, this time, the chaos was different from the earlier verbal conflict. The previously furious fans now wore smiles, as if they were meeting old friends after many years. The airport staff, Mary, and the supporters and security personnel stood frozen, staring at the suddenly changed atmosphere. What is going on? How could the crowd, who were previously furious, suddenly turn friendly and start joking? "It's you." Yanzi turned around and saw Lin Fei standing behind them, her eyes clearly showing a hint of surprise, and she opened her mouth to retort. However, before she could speak, Lin Fei took the initiative to say, "What's wrong? Are you not planning to leave?" Upon hearing Lin Fei's words, Yanzi suddenly recalled the terrifying scene from earlier and froze in place. Looking at the change in the crowd, and then at the young man accompanied by 3 bodyguards, she realized there was no point in pretending anymore. Although she understood the situation, knowing that this group was here to pick up the young man behind her made Yanzi feel quite displeased. Seeing the obvious displeasure on her face, Lin Fei shook his head with a smile, thinking that women like her would eventually suffer due to their arrogance. He felt no particular emotion towards her, or even the young star named Mary, not sparing her a glance. As he walked past the group, he naturally raised his hand to wave at the fans, jokingly saying, "Looks like I need to hire more bodyguards when I go out in the future. Otherwise, who knows when I might get beaten up by you all." Haha, Lin Laozhai, since you're scared, just obediently sign for us. Yes, yes. If you don't finish signing, don't even think about leaving. What the heck? Are you sure you're speaking human language? Do you really think I'm a printing machine? Chapter 159. Suspecting he is showboating, but no evidence. Do you really think I'm a printing machine? This phrase echoed in Lin Fei's mind. He did not choose to evade the enthusiasm of his fans. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but there were just too many people. He simply couldn't escape. If there was even a glimmer of hope, he wouldn't want to sign autographs for anyone. But there was no way out. The crowd was too large, and he was being watched closely. He feared even a quick getaway wouldn't work. Fortunately, at that moment, Ma Liang noticed his predicament and whispered in his ear, "Brother Lin, just hold on a bit longer. I've already informed the higher-ups." Hearing Ma Liang's words, Lin Fei finally felt at ease. He trusted that the organization would not leave him to fight alone. Not long after, a peculiar scene emerged in the arrival hall. A diverse group of fans, spanning various age groups, formed a long line, waiting for a young man who was not a celebrity to sign autographs. The items in their hands were an eclectic mix, but they all shared one common feature. They were all printed with an apocalyptic image titled Biohazard. Yanzi, check on that young man when we get back. After exiting the hall, Mary glanced back at the line that had formed outside, feeling a mix of emotions. TCH. Maybe he's just some unknown internet celebrity who paid a bunch of fools. Enough. Without waiting for her assistant to finish, Mary furrowed her brows and said, I haven't forgotten about today's incident. When we get back to the company, I'll report to Sister One about replacing my assistant. With that, Mary ignored Yanzi and left directly under the escort of her bodyguards. What a joke. Does she really think she's a star? She's just a minor character. Yanzi spat as she watched Mary walk away. I say, old Lin, could you sign one more for me? My dad is a fan of Biohazard too. All right, since you're so persistent, I'll write one more. Even though his wrist was sore, Lin Fei endured and signed another autograph for a fan. To be honest, he never imagined he would be signing autographs like this. In the past, he used to envy those big stars who signed for fans. But now, let's not even mention it. Looking at the long line of fans, Lin Fei felt a bit overwhelmed. What a hassle. When will this end? He turned to glance at Ma Liang, unsure of when the support would arrive. Here it comes. At that moment, Ma Liang's eyes lit up as he looked toward the entrance and whispered to him. Lin Fei's heart lifted, and he turned to look. What the heck? Unable to hold back, Lin Fei exclaimed in surprise. Hearing his exclamation, the fans in line instinctively turned to look at the entrance. What the heck? Why is the military here? Yeah, could it be that some big shot is arriving? Are you serious? This is the arrival hall. Maybe some VIP is getting off the plane. But wait, even if it's a big shot, shouldn't they be on a private flight? As a group of soldiers suddenly appeared in the arrival hall, everyone widened their eyes in surprise. It's quite rare to witness such a scene at an international airport. Normally, even if an important figure arrives in the capital, they would be greeted directly inside the airport. It's truly uncommon to see a situation like this in the arrival hall. Watching the soldiers, the expressions of the crowd shifted from astonishment to curiosity. They were eager to see which notable figure had arrived at the international airport. However, in the next moment, their curiosity gradually turned into shock and horror. They never expected that this group of soldiers was, in fact, related to them. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the soldiers quickly approached Lin Fei. They saluted Lin Fei and Ma Liang, saying, Comrade Lin Fei, we have been ordered by our superiors to pick you up. Please come with us. As the soldiers stood before him, the hall fell silent. Everyone quietly watched Lin Fei. Much like the saying goes, watching you show off in silence. No one could have imagined that these soldiers had come specifically for Lin Fei. Suddenly, the previously quiet hall erupted in whispers. What is the true identity of this old rogue? Could he be the illegitimate child of a military bigwig? Is Lin Fei a member of a prominent family? For a moment, speculation spread throughout the hall. Lin Fei, equally stunned, finally reacted. He turned to Ma Liang beside him, and his expression seemed to say, Is this the solution you were talking about? But seriously, isn't this a bit too ostentatious? The unusual gazes around him made Lin Fei, who preferred to keep a low profile while achieving high results, feel quite uncomfortable. At that moment, he felt as if he was glowing, especially under the watchful eyes of the crowd. He felt as though he was floating. This was not what he wanted, but there was no turning back. He could only accept it with a smile. Sorry everyone. It seems our signing session has come to an end. Lin Fei looked up, awkwardly addressing the crowd. Upon hearing this, the crowd gazed at Lin Fei's faint smile, momentarily at a loss for words. They couldn't shake the feeling that this guy seemed to be showing off. However, no matter what, they could no longer continue to linger and ultimately had to let this show-off leave in style. Wow, how impressive. A game developer actually gets an escort by military vehicles. I seriously suspect Lin Fei has a significant background. Regardless of his background, as long as it's about the game from Player Nation, I will support it all the way. What do you think? about what's been happening in the gaming industry here lately. Wow, I must say, it's really possible. I have to watch tonight's TV interview. There might be some new information. Yes, I definitely need to see it. Oh no, what should I do if my home doesn't have a TV? Wait, it seems like my home doesn't have a TV either. I wonder if my phone can receive the broadcast. Sitting in the military vehicle, Lin Fei suddenly felt tense. He didn't know where the vehicle would take him, and the uncertainty made him a bit anxious. He feared he might encounter some significant figures. But when the military vehicle arrived at its destination, he was completely stunned inside the car. On the way, he had tried to think of all possible destinations. Yet he never imagined he would end up in such a place. The South Sea Sanatorium. Seeing this name, anyone from this region would not think of it as an ordinary sanatorium. The legends surrounding this name are countless. Lin Fei never expected that right after getting off the plane, he would be brought to such a place. Mr. Lin, we have arrived. The senior officials are waiting for you inside. Oh, it wasn't until the car door was opened that Lin Fei snapped back to reality, hurriedly responding and quickly getting out of the vehicle. Ma Liang, do you know what kind of people are inside? After getting out of the car, Lin Fei quickly walked over to Ma Liang, asking as if he had found a savior. Boss, it's rare to see you so nervous, Ma Liang couldn't help but tease. But the next moment, his smile disappeared, and he stood up straight. Just as Lin Fei was puzzled, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Haha, after waiting for ages, we finally have you here. Chapter 160. Oh no, there's an assassin. Ah, Mr. Zheng. Lin Fei turned around and saw the elder who had clearly come out to greet him, instantly feeling flattered and surprised. Although he possessed a system and had limitless potential in the future, he still lowered his stance in front of this revolutionary predecessor. This was the respect a citizen should show to their forebears. Hee hee, Lin boy, it's been a while since we last met. Come on, I'll introduce you to a few old folks. Mr. Zheng patted Lin Fei's shoulder heavily and then led him into the wellness center. To be honest, Lin Fei was quite curious about this wellness institute that had been the subject of numerous folk legends. He took out his phone and instinctively snapped a photo of the sign at the entrance, Nanhai Wellness Institute. A soldier following Mr. Zheng instinctively opened his mouth to speak. However, Mr. Zheng was quicker. Shaolin, it's fine to take photos, but don't include us old folks. Hearing Mr. Zheng's warning, Lin Fei suddenly came to his senses, breaking out in a cold sweat. He had been a bit carried away by excitement. Now he realized that this wellness center was not an ordinary place. Any of the elderly here held a prominent position in the country. If he inadvertently exposed this, wouldn't it be? Just thinking about it made him feel uneasy. Lin Fei hurriedly replied, Don't worry, Mr. Zheng. I'll delete the photo right away and won't share it recklessly. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Mr. Zheng was about to shake his head and smile. As long as you don't take pictures of us old guys, everything else is fine. If you like, you can share it on your social media. Share it on social media? What does that mean? Why can't I understand? Lin Fei's mind briefly went blank at Mr. Zheng's words. Can photos of the Nanhai Wellness Institute be shared online freely? He was puzzled but nodded in agreement. Curious as he followed Mr. Zheng. At this moment, Ma Liang, who was beside him, suddenly leaned in and whispered, You fool, Mr. Zheng is hinting for you to establish your identity. Establish my identity? Hearing Ma Liang's words, Lin Fei was jolted awake, finally understanding Mr. Zheng's intention. It turned out that he wanted Lin Fei to share on social media to indirectly indicate his connection to the country. Otherwise, he wouldn't be appearing at the Nanhai Wellness Institute. As for the nature of that connection, it was up to others to speculate. In short, this was a way of indicating that his backing was the state. Lin Fei never imagined that he would receive Mr. Zheng's tacit approval for such a matter. Since that was the case, why should he be polite? Thinking of this, he immediately took a few more photos of the empty scenery. To be honest, the entire environment of the wellness center was truly commendable. Whether it was the green pines and plants in the courtyard or the lawn and rockeries, all blended seamlessly with the surrounding architecture, giving people a tranquil and elegant feeling. Mr. Zheng, walking ahead, smiled slightly upon hearing the sound of the camera shutter behind him. Without saying anything, the guard standing nearby, seeing the situation, decided not to interfere. Soon, a set of elegant landscape photos was uploaded by Lin Fei to his personal social media. After the upload was complete, Lin Fei began to curiously look around. To be honest, if possible, he would love to stay here. Of course, this place is considered a restricted area in the country. He could only think about it. Without the guidance of Elder Zheng, he probably wouldn't even reach the entrance. The people inside, well, it's definitely not a place for ordinary folks. Following Elder Zheng, they passed through an archway and officially entered the sanatorium. However, just as they stepped inside, Lin Fei saw a balding man with bottle-bottom glasses rushing toward them. Oh no, an assassin. Lin Fei was startled, and, before he could dodge, the man grabbed his hand. Haha, you must be Lin Fei, my little brother. Who is this guy? Lin Fei was shocked, looking at the middle-aged man who clearly resembled a tech enthusiast, feeling a bit uneasy. Fortunately, at that moment, Elder Zheng intervened and said, Tao Kai, quickly let go of Lin Fei, don't scare the kid. Hearing Elder Zheng's words, the tech enthusiast named Tao Kai realized he had been a bit too enthusiastic. He immediately released Lin Fei and awkwardly smiled. Little brother, don't be afraid. I'm just excited. It would have been better if he hadn't said anything. Lin Fei rolled his eyes internally. What kind of person gets so excited to see me? I'm a man. Looking at the other party, Lin Fei still felt a bit uneasy and instinctively took a step back, saying, hee, it's okay. Being in the sanatorium, his status was definitely not low. So Lin Fei didn't foolishly show a displeased expression. Although Tao Kai looked like a middle-aged tech enthusiast, his actual identity was incredibly significant. He was the director of the military technology department. This title may not seem to hold much power, but in reality, when it comes to the military equipment replacement throughout the country, who wouldn't want to maintain a good relationship with him? However, despite being a person of authority, he was wholly dedicated to research, often working long hours without rest, which recently led to insomnia and nervous exhaustion. The country cherished talents like him immensely, so they directly sent him to the sanatorium. Restless, Tao Kai unexpectedly got a hold of Lin Fei's Pacific Rim through Elder Zheng. Driven by curiosity, he entered the world of Pacific Rim, and upon doing so, it was as if he had discovered a new continent, leading him to become completely engrossed in it. So, hearing that Lin Fei was coming today, that's how the earlier scene unfolded. Having a general understanding of the situation, Lin Fei had to take another look at the tech enthusiast, Tao Kai. To be honest, if it weren't for Elder Zheng confirming his identity, he would never have guessed this guy was a military big shot. After a brief conversation, Tao Kai couldn't wait to get to the point. Little brother, do you understand mecha technology? Lin Fei was taken aback. The more he feared something, the more it seemed to come true. Initially, the establishment of the Pacific Rim aimed to utilize high emotional values to manifest all the technology within it, with the goal of strengthening the nation. This is also why he chose to exchange it for the Pacific Rim instead of a simple military confrontation game. Although he could use the game to look up mecha manufacturing techniques, those were merely theoretical concepts within the game. Even if he could recite them, understanding them was another matter. Creating mechas is a highly advanced skill. Director Tao, I believe you can send a large number of personnel to act as engineers in the game's base. This way, you can understand these technologies while repairing the mechas. No one can achieve everything at once. All technological development requires gradual progress. Just like now, Tao Kai is eager to start building mechas. But the core energy for the entire mecha is something that requires extensive research. Yes, I think so too. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Tao Kai expressed his excitement, saying he would gather engineers immediately and that, aside from eating and sleeping, they should all play the game. Watching the overly excited Tao Kai, Lin Fei felt a hint of concern. This guy, could he really be a madman? Chapter 161. Has the system been exposed? What the heck? Where is this old thief? Am I seeing things? Aren't you supposed to go to the capital? How? Is this a certain rehabilitation center? The old thief actually came to the capital and went to a rehabilitation center? What the? This is insane. The old thief actually made it to the rehabilitation center. Brothers, it's confirmed. The old thief must have connections. That place is not for ordinary people. I heard that it's full of big shots from a certain country. Can someone clarify if this is true or not? I really didn't expect it. The old thief actually has someone in the inner circle. Brothers, I live in the capital. I really want to go send him a message. Go ahead. I support you. What the heck? Who can get in there? To be honest, the old thief is impressive. That place has always been legendary, and there are very few photos online. You really dare to post it? Right. Hurry up and delete the photo. Otherwise, the security agency will come looking for you. Come on, you guys don't understand. The old thief is just showing off. Can't you see that? Everyone, let us leave. Someone is just showing off here. There's nothing to see. Due to time constraints, the big shot meeting Lin Fei was undergoing therapy. While waiting, Lin Fei opened his phone. Unexpectedly, his recent post was flooded with comments. Looking at the replies, Lin Fei felt speechless. He thought it was really unfair. He never intended to show off. He just wanted to prove his connection with the authorities. As per Mr. Zheng's suggestion, he really wasn't trying to flaunt. Why can't these people understand? Thinking this way, he felt the need to clarify and immediately replied under his post. Brothers, do you think this photo needs some editing? My phone has camera isn't that great. As soon as this message was posted, his feed exploded again. Seriously, do you have no shame? Is flaunting done so openly now? Who agrees? Old thief. Is this really interesting? Well said. The old thief honestly admitted it. Are you a certain big shot-ass illegitimate child? Old thief, I'll give you an address. Come find me, and I promise not to beat you to death. Oh no. Lin Fei was completely stunned. There were actually people inviting him offline for a duel. No way, I need to run. Thinking this, Lin Fei quickly exited the app and stopped browsing. Just as he turned off his phone, Mr. Zheng's guard informed Lin Fei that the leader's therapy had concluded and he could go in. Upon hearing this, Lin Fei immediately put away his phone, stood up, and followed the guard into a separate courtyard. As soon as he entered, he saw a gazebo by a pond where 3 elderly men were sitting. One of them was the familiar Mr. Zheng. As the guard approached the gazebo and Lin Fei saw the other 2 men, he was utterly shocked. Although the 2 elderly men had long retired from the public eye, Lin Fei immediately recognized them as descendants of founding figures. Compared to the status of Elder Zheng, it is hardly any less. The young man Lin Fei has met 2 marshals. Upon hearing Lin Fei's words, one of them waved his hand and said, "Let's drop the title of marshal. We are just 2 old men now." As the elder finished speaking, the other elder chimed in, "Yes, just consider us as ordinary old folks." Hearing their words, Lin Fei was both surprised and a bit apprehensive. The elders before him, regardless of their identity and status, even if they had stepped back from the forefront, still possessed extraordinary power. He certainly would not take their words at face value. Bowing respectfully to the 2 elders, he said, "You 2 have made it difficult for me. Elderly, Elder Hua, it's a great fortune for me to meet you both." Observing Lin Fei's astonishment and how well he carried himself, the 2 elders showed satisfaction in their eyes. At their invitation, Lin Fei cautiously took a seat and began to chat with the 3 elders. As they became more familiar with each other, the atmosphere gradually shifted from tense and awkward to relaxed, and eventually harmonious. Lin Fei responded carefully, but it was evident that the pressure he initially felt in front of the 3 elders had dissipated. He understood that this was due, on one hand, to his growing familiarity with the elders and the amicable relationship they had developed. On the other hand, the 3 elders intentionally restrained their aura, even going so far as to present themselves as ordinary old men. In this friendly atmosphere, Lin Fei shared a simple and nutritious meal with the 3 elders. After the meal, the guards cleared the dishes, and Elder Li and Elder Hua suddenly became serious. Seeing this, Lin Fei's heart sank. He knew this was the moment to discuss the main topic of his visit. As he had guessed, the eldest, Elder Hua, spoke first. "Shaolin, we invited you here not only to see you but also to discuss some matters with you." Although Elder Hua's tone was gentle and kind, Lin Fei could still detect an undertone that suggested refusal was not an option. Perhaps this was what it meant to be in a position of authority. Lin Fei, however, did not take it too seriously. He felt that he was aligned with the National Front, and the Chinese blood flowing in his veins made him wish for a prosperous nation. "Please, Elder Hua, whatever you need, just let me know. As long as I can do it, I will not refuse," Lin Fei reiterated in front of the 3 elders. "Huh." At that moment, Elder Zheng suddenly burst into laughter and said, "See, what did I tell you? Shaolin has a high level of awareness." As Elder Zheng finished speaking, Elders Li and Hua also smiled in response. Elder Li then added, "Shaolin, it's actually not a big deal." After taking a sip of health tea, Elder Li continued, "You know the draft is coming up soon. Although our nation does not have mandatory conscription, you should be aware that over the years, our country has seen a decline in each generation. This situation is evident to all, and I believe you can see some of it too. Due to these factors, recruitment in various regions has declined year by year. If this continues, it won't be long before our country has no soldiers available for enlistment." At this point, the 3 elders shook their heads and sighed simultaneously. Seeing this, Lin Fei suddenly had a flash of inspiration and said, "You 3 aren't thinking of having me." Before he could finish, Elder Hua eagerly interjected, "Yes, just as you thought. We learned about your abilities from Elder Zheng, and we want you to create a recruitment game. It should be able to inspire the fighting spirit of our youth." Lin Fei was somewhat at a loss for words upon hearing Elder Hua's statement. He had indeed guessed it right. These 3 elders wanted him to make a recruitment game. To be honest, there are many such games, and it wouldn't be a difficult task for him. What concerned him was the earlier statement about knowing his abilities. At first glance, it seemed unremarkable, but upon closer consideration, it made him break out in a cold sweat. Could it be that he had been exposed? Chapter 162. I won't pretend anymore. I'm coming clean. I have a system. Something feels off, very off. Lin Fei looked at the 3 elderly men in front of him and seemed to have realized something. From the moment he first interacted with the military, he knew that his secret could be exposed to the authorities at any time. At the same time, he understood that even if he hadn't cooperated with them back then, the exposure would have been inevitable sooner or later. However, he never expected that things would be revealed so quickly. So, should he come clean or deny everything? For a moment, Lin Fei found himself in a dilemma. In fact, regarding Lin Fei's situation, a discussion had already taken place a few days ago when Elder Zheng arrived in the capital. Seeing Lin Fei's silence, the 3 of them could easily guess his thoughts. At this moment, Elder Zheng, who was most familiar with Lin Fei, smiled kindly and said, "Hee, it seems this matter has put little Lin in a bit of a tough spot." Looking at the smile on the other's face, Lin Fei felt a cold sweat break out. Could it be that they really guessed it? Would he have to come clean? Lin Fei could already imagine that scene. He had initially planned to conduct his own game as an ordinary person. Unexpectedly, What he received was the attention of military bigwigs. Did that mean, I won't pretend anymore? I'm coming clean. I have a system. Thinking of this, Lin Fei quickly shook his head, trying to dismiss the thought from his mind. This was not appropriate. It was even a bit too arrogant. There was no problem pretending to be an ordinary person, but these three elderly men were not something an ordinary person could compare to. If he really impulsively said that, it was highly likely he would be taken away for dissection. Seeing him remain silent, Elder Hua also spoke up. Little Lin, I'm speaking to you on behalf of the authorities this time. If there is anything difficult, feel free to bring it up. We trust you with your abilities. You can definitely handle it, right? What? Lin Fei was startled upon hearing this. Why was this old man so certain that he could manage it? Elderly noticed that Lin Fei looked confused and added, Little Lin, do you know how much technological advancement that one game has brought to our country? Now that there are no outsiders, I'm not afraid to tell you, as long as our Academy of Sciences successfully completes its preliminary research. At this point, Elderly raised 3 fingers. If the research is successful, our technological level will be ahead of the world by these years. 3 years. Lin Fei instinctively responded when he saw the 3 frail fingers. What 3 years? It's 30 years. We could be 30 years ahead of the entire world. Elderly was somewhat excited. 30 years? Is it really that amazing? Lin Fei was completely stunned. He had considered that the technology from the Pacific Rim could boost the country, but he never imagined that just through existing technology research, it could bring such technological power to the nation. It seems he had underestimated the strength of his homeland. However, Li Lao became increasingly excited as he spoke, even a flush appearing on his face. Moreover, this is just some ordinary technology inside. If we can successfully research mechs, then I can responsibly tell you here. Once the mechs are successful, forget about any foreign entities. From now on, anyone who dares to provoke our nation internationally, we will be able to suppress them all. Seeing Li Lao getting more and more excited, even a bit out of breath, Lin Fei was genuinely worried that the other party might have an incident in his excitement. If something were to happen, he would become a historical sinner. I promise you, after this interview, I'll go back and form a team to develop the game. Please don't get too worked up. Lin Fei quickly reassured the elderly man in front of him. At the same time, he understood that Li Lao's excitement stemmed from the late start of their nation. Even though there had been rapid development in recent years, facing foreign technology blockades, they could only develop bit by bit. In this era of advanced manufacturing, such a development model, constrained by foreign powers, left all the big shots in their nation feeling stifled. However, just then, Lin Fei's game emerged. After research and uncovering its secrets, how could these big shots not be thrilled? To put it bluntly, if the technology research within the Pacific Rim were understood, from now on, it would be their nation that held the reins on the world. Once the patents were applied for, those foreign entities would have to look to them for permission to use the technology. The 3 elderly men had all come from impoverished times. They could better appreciate how exhilarating it would be if everything succeeded. Now, hearing Lin Fei's promise, Li Lao could no longer contain his excitement. Standing up to shake his hand, saying fervently, Xiao Lin, thank you so much. Your contribution to the nation will be remembered by all of us. No, it will all be documented. Lin Fei nodded in confusion, not quite understanding what the other party meant. Rest assured, the nation will not shortchange anyone, especially talents like you. In the future, we just ask that you don't make the games too good. Of course, any games required by the nation, you must give it your all. Wow. Hearing this, if he still didn't understand what was going on, he would really be a fool. Lin Fei suddenly realized. No wonder the other party was being so vague. It turned out they were hinting at him. I'm just someone who makes games. However, the 3 elders could be assured that he would do his best in game development. Yes, just do your best. Lin Fei said humbly, explaining, I'm just a game developer. There's no need for such flattery. No, the games you create are a symbol of our nation. You don't need to explain. Just go ahead and create boldly. The 3 elderly men, all of a certain age, could easily see through things. Seeing Lin Fei's demeanor only confirmed their suspicions. However, despite their guesses, they had no intention of breaking the silence. How games are made, and why the technology inside them is so advanced, has nothing to do with Lin Fei. As long as these things ultimately benefit the country, Lin Fei can create any game he likes. With this in mind, Mr. Hua immediately spoke up. Xiao Lin, you can rest assured to make games. As long as you dedicate yourself to creating games for the country will not treat you unfairly. At this moment, Mr. Li added from the side, yes, just focus on making games. The country will support you with everything else. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, just bring them to the authorities. You just need to focus on making games. We will take care of everything else. Lin Fei listened, feeling somewhat speechless. Wow, the implication here was clearly for him to concentrate on making games. At this moment, Lin Fei didn't know whether to be happy or not. He could only keep nodding vigorously. Chapter 163. Not just a little liking, but more liking. Here it comes. Here it comes. Brothers, hurry up and tell me. How many are glued to the TV? Haha, sorry, I'm not in front of the TV. I'm watching the live stream on my phone while on the toilet. Do you really respect that old man? Does he need our respect? Where is everyone? Why aren't they out yet? Can they stop airing commercials? Who says that that's not ridiculous? The official channel is actually running ads right now. Before the TV interview even starts, netizens have already opened their devices early, chatting to pass the time. At this moment, Lin Fei has arrived backstage with the staff, preparing for the interview. To be honest, this is the first time in his life he is being interviewed, and it's on television. It's no exaggeration to say he is nervous. The host and the staff can see that the young man in front of them is a bit tense. To ensure the show goes well, the director and host try to comfort Lin Fei. Little Lin, don't be nervous. Just treat it like a casual chat. Yes, just perform normally when the time comes. Looking at the two, Lin Fei rolls his eyes inwardly. It's easy for them to say, although he hasn't been on a TV show before. He has seen enough related segments, especially the host, who might throw him a tricky question. If he can't answer, wouldn't he embarrass himself? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but ask, do we have a script or something for the interview? I've seen online that they usually have a script. Haha. The beautiful host awkwardly smiled, glanced at the director beside her, and said to Lin Fei, according to the normal process, there would be a script. However, your situation is a bit special, and we haven't prepared a script at all. Seeing Lin Fei's worried expression, she added, don't worry. Your situation has already been communicated above. We won't mention any off-topic subjects in the show, and most of the questions will revolve around the game. This is our question booklet. You can take a look in advance. As she spoke, the beautiful host handed Lin Fei the question booklet. Not one to be polite. He took the booklet and started looking through it. There weren't many questions, just a handful. And as the host said, the questions didn't involve anything else. Seeing this, he finally felt relieved. Just then, another young woman rushed over backstage, asking the director if makeup was needed. Seeing the curious gazes of the others, Lin Fei, being a straightforward guy, immediately refused without a second thought. Although he usually doesn't pay much attention to grooming, he made an effort on the way to the TV station. As for makeup, forget it. He doesn't like it. He believes a man should just be clean and doesn't need any excessive grooming. Upon hearing his response, the others did not insist further. They believed that even without any special grooming, Lin Fei, dressed in casual attire, possessed an honor that would make all men envious. His physique was even remarkably perfect. Just like the saying goes, if a person is handsome, even a burlap sack cannot conceal their striking appeal. At this moment, wearing a pre-prepared black suit, he showcased his figure and temperament perfectly. His calm yet piercing gaze highlighted the rebellious aura he exuded. This sunny, handsome young man was simply flawless, even comparable to any popular celebrity. Mr. Lin, the interview is about to start. Just relax. As the broadcast time approached, the beautiful host comforted him again. Lin Fei nodded slightly and revealed a confident smile. Seeing this, the host smiled back and walked towards the front stage with her question card in hand. As the time arrived, the live broadcast began. Under the gaze of countless players nationwide, the elegantly dressed host, wearing a light blue long dress, gracefully stepped onto the stage in front of the camera. Hello, dear audience. I'm your host, Xiaohi. After a brief self-introduction, the beautiful host got straight to the point. I believe everyone in front of the television already knows who our guest is this episode. So, without further ado, let us welcome the founder of the gaming community from our nation. As the host's voice rose, Lin Fei, dressed in a black suit, walked out from backstage. When he reached the camera, he showed no signs of nervousness, calmly waving his hand. Hello everyone, I'm Lin Fei. After a brief introduction, he walked to the set and, at the host's invitation, took a seat on the sofa. The beautiful host, Xiaohi, sat opposite him. Seeing Lin Fei's performance, Xiaohi's eyes flashed with surprise. She did not expect Lin Fei to perform so well. A television interview broadcast is quite different from an online influencer's live stream. It not only reaches the entire nation but also touches thousands of households. This was a national television interview, which could even attract the attention of foreign friends. Having interviewed countless personalities, Xiaohi knew that even some big-name stars could appear somewhat awkward in this setting. Yet, the young man before her remained composed, showing no signs of discomfort. Considering the recent rumors and trending news surrounding Lin Fei, Xiaohi quickly came to terms with it. Perhaps this was what people referred to as a true talent among men. Watching Lin Fei, who seemed confident and unflustered, Xiaohi felt a slight tension for some reason. Wow, am I seeing things? Why do I feel like Lin Fei is interviewing the host? Yeah, just look at Lin Fei's calm demeanor. I have to say, he is really nailing this act. Haha, I agree with the opinion above. It must be said that this time, the gaming brand has truly become famous. From now on, it will be the pride of our country. In fact, I used to like this brand a bit, but now, I like it even more. I can guarantee that from now on, this brand will be a symbol of our country. Wow, I can't believe I'm witnessing this historic moment. My mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch TV. Hey, don't you all care about the person behind the brand? He is so impressive. It's frustrating. We can't see it. We're blind. The person is so cool. Watching it once a day is a must. No dating allowed. Watching the calm demeanor of the person on the TV show, the online viewers completely erupted with excitement. Compared to the slightly flustered host, he seemed more like a professional TV presenter. Chapter 164. With hair all over, calling others monkeys. Mr. Lin, we won't discuss your game for now. I believe the national audience must be curious about one question. What prompted you to enter the gaming industry? After collecting her emotions and stabilizing her mind, Xiaohe smiled slightly at the camera and then turned to look at Lin Fei. Wow, and yet you say it's not beyond the scope. This is clearly a setup. Upon hearing the question that wasn't on the card, Lin Fei was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. After a brief moment of thought, you probably won't believe it if I tell you. What led me into the gaming industry was not some dream. At the time, I thought this industry was very simple and made money quickly. As he said this, he shook his head, adding that he didn't expect the industry to be so deep. He exaggeratedly gestured with his hands, saying, it's the kind of depth that you can't see the bottom of, do you understand? Looking at Lin Fei, the host he momentarily didn't know how to respond, but as a quick-thinking host, she immediately joked. Mr. Lin is quite humorous. Now the whole internet knows that before you founded Player Kingdom, you had a failed experience. So, I think there is no such thing as a simple success in this world. I believe Mr. Lin's entrepreneurial journey must be very bittersweet. Upon hearing the host's words, the gaming audience in front of the TV immediately felt displeased. What? He calls that bittersweet? He is the one scaring people right from the start. We're the ones who are bittersweet, okay? Who doesn't remember, when I first played I Am Legend? I was so scared I didn't dare to sleep alone for a week. What is that compared to our dorm buddies who were scared for 3 days straight? What about that? My best friend still hugs Lin's doll to sleep every night. As the audience discussed, the conversation between Lin Fei and the host had already gotten to the point. Mr. Lin, many people online say that your predecessor company, Player Kingdom, had disputes with a large enterprise in the industry. What are your thoughts on this? Hearing this question, Lin Fei couldn't help but grumble. Damn, another out-of-scope question. However, regarding this issue, Lin Fei smiled subtly and replied, what can I say? I can only sit back and watch. I generally don't like to respond to rumors like this. However, I want to make it very clear here. No company will have disputes with Player Kingdom because I want to give them that opportunity. Just after finishing, before the host he could speak, he shifted his tone, saying, however, I still want to give a piece of advice to my peers. I don't resist competition in the industry. After all, only through healthy competition can good works emerge. Companies that operate under the guise of gaming while actually extracting players' wealth should be dealt with severely by the authorities. Hiss. Upon hearing Lin Fei's words, everyone in the television studio and viewers nationwide gasped in shock. This guy? He is really bold. He dares to say anything. Doesn't he fear offending anyone? While people were astonished, Lin Fei's words resonated with countless players, who all started to applaud him. Well said. Support a clean internet. Yes, support. Right now, the entire gaming circle in the country is just a money-grabbing pigsty. Who says otherwise? They talk about rational spending while plotting to take money from players' pockets. Such companies should be driven out of the domestic market. Free is the most expensive. I support a buyout model. Yes, I believe games should be a one-time purchase. Or a monthly card system, with no in-game store. As the audience discussed, Lin Fei's speech echoed again on the screen. Although the current gaming market is chaotic, I believe that soon, a new era will rise in the gaming industry. Here, I solemnly assure all players and viewers nationwide that all games from our company will adopt a buyout model. No secondary purchases. I want to tell the world that our gaming industry has entered an era of resurgence, and we are going to create a brilliant and colorful gaming world. Lin Fei smiled as he spoke, each word striking directly into the hearts of the audience. Hearing this, viewers in front of their screens suddenly felt a surge of excitement coursing through their veins. Goosebumps covered their bodies. Their scalps tingled. Wow, that was so well said. No doubt about it. Those unscrupulous companies should exit the market. From now on, we only support our own company, no exceptions. Oh, I can't believe I've finally waited for this day. Who says otherwise? Previously, I was forced to play foreign games, but not anymore, because we have our own. Long live our company. This is a conscientious enterprise. You know, I have already achieved financial freedom thanks to this game. I really can't take it anymore. I'm so excited all over. After hearing Lin Fei's words, the viewers were completely captivated. Even those who had never played our games felt a rush of adrenaline upon hearing this. Once they researched more about the company online, their curiosity about the widely acclaimed games grew. In short, at this moment, countless viewers nationwide became aware of a conscientious game studio in the country. Of course, While some people were optimistic about the company, there was also a group that launched fierce attacks against it. This group shared a common trait. They considered themselves the so-called elites. This group of people, earning a regular 9-to-5 salary, harbors ambitions of raising emperors. They want their sons to become dragons and their daughters to become phoenixes. These are the very people. To them, gaming is seen as a distraction from serious pursuits, a stumbling block that hinders children's futures. And this stumbling block, not only is it not punished by authorities, but it has even made its way onto television. Has the media lost its mind? Why interview about games? It's outrageous. Such things should develop quietly, yet they are put on screen. If my child sees this, they might not focus on their studies. I think the authorities have gone mad for allowing games on TV. With money, anything seems possible. It feels like they are colluding. And honestly, all games should be banned to prevent children from going down the wrong path. What is this absurdity? Not knowing how to educate their children, yet blaming the world? Seriously, what are they thinking? Who says players are bothering you? My son learned to swim and drive because of gaming. So what? They are just making noise without self-reflection. It's laughable. Chapter 165. New military-themed game. As the television program aired, opinions online split into two factions. One group felt that interviewing about the game was inappropriate, believing it was a form of promotion for the game. The other group consisted of players and some parents whose children benefited from the game. Initially, these parents were also resistant to the game. However, after their children experienced it, they underwent significant changes, becoming more responsible and even acquiring various skills: swimming, driving, cooking. These practical life skills were evident to the parents. Thus, the game no longer seemed like a mere game in their eyes. Consequently, when they saw negative comments about the game, they quickly defended it, even transforming into fierce online advocates. Meanwhile, the interview on television continued smoothly. Lin Fei and Xia He were approaching the end of their interview after several questions and answers. At that moment, the host suddenly asked, "Mr. Lin, before you came for this interview, my colleague saw on your social media that you visited the Nanhai Sanatorium. Can you share more about it?" Upon hearing this question, Lin Fei, who had been calm throughout, suddenly stiffened. He never expected the host would boldly ask such a question. This involved sensitive issues surrounding the Nanhai Sanatorium. Even if he could answer, he wouldn't dare to speak about it. Some matters are not just casual talk. Just as Lin Fei was about to change the subject, he caught a glimpse of the director's team in his peripheral vision. He saw Ma Liang from the director team holding up a whiteboard with the words, "Recruitment." What the heck? They can do this too. Seeing the words on the whiteboard, Lin Fei was utterly speechless. He never anticipated that the three elderly men would resort to such tactics. Using an official television channel to directly advertise recruitment was truly outrageous. This level of audacity could only be pulled off by those three. Since the higher-ups had permitted it, Lin Fei felt he had nothing to hide. However, he still knew what was appropriate to say and what was not. As thoughts raced through his mind, he adjusted his suit and said solemnly, "Generally speaking, such questions are not suitable for television discussions, especially since they pertain to sensitive information." Seeing Lin Fei play coy, the host Xia He rolled her eyes internally but had no choice but to cooperate. "That's true. However, I still hope Mr. Lin can enlighten us, as very few people from the public get to visit there." Wow, is this just to show off? Lin Fei nearly lost his composure upon hearing Xia He's words. He winked at her and then smiled. "Haha, Sister Xia, you don't need to elevate me like that. I will say what needs to be said, and I won't dare to say what shouldn't be said." With that, he paused and added, "However, to be fair, some things do not involve that region. Since you want to know, I have nothing to hide. After all, this matter will be made public soon enough." Lin Fei naturally picked up a bottle of mineral water from the table, took a sip, and said, "Honestly, I was also quite surprised about where I could go. But the reason for my visit is not as people online say. I want to clarify that both I and my family come from an ordinary background. I'm just an ordinary person, not as complicated as you might think." Lin Fei smiled and leaned back on the sofa. Wow, here we go again with Lin Fei acting all mysterious. Come on, just spill it. Who cares about your family background? The audience in front of the television, filled with curiosity, could no longer hold back. A group of people, anxiously waiting, found it frustrating that he was rambling on. Now, who even cares about your family ties? But regardless, Lin Fei's actions had completely piqued the interest of a national audience. In the program, the host couldn't help but roll her eyes at Lin Fei's demeanor. However, as a qualified host, she knew that Lin Fei was playing his cards very well. "Mr. Lin, with the way you're keeping everyone in suspense, I can't guarantee you won't get booed when you leave the studio," the host joked. Haha. Lin Fei smiled slightly at the host Xia He's joke and replied meaningfully, "Sister Xia, what do you think of the current state of the country? The social development is rapid, and the living standards of ordinary people are quite good." Before the host could finish, Lin Fei interrupted, "I'm not talking about that. I'm referring to the trends among the younger generation." "Trends?" The host was somewhat confused, but soon thought of some popular celebrities and street youth she had interviewed before. She quickly realized the issue, but in front of a national audience, she couldn't speak freely and could only look awkward. Seeing her expression, Lin Fei nodded and said, "It seems you've already thought of it. Indeed, as you suspect, the new generation in the country is no longer what it used to be. Young people today." Lin Fei began to express some opinions and views on the current social environment, then shifted his tone, although what I mentioned is just a small part. If this trend is not curbed, I'm not being alarmist. The issue of cultural shifts will become increasingly severe worldwide. Lin Fei's comments left everyone feeling awkward. Although there was an element of alarmism, it was undeniable that the current cultural atmosphere was indeed concerning. As a top host of the official television station, Xiaohe was undoubtedly smart enough to navigate the situation. From Lin Fei's few words, a hint of something unusual was sensed. His eyes sparkled, and he immediately asked, "You mean to say that there?" Before the other party could finish, Lin Fei interrupted again, nodding and saying, "Just as you think. In a while, it will be the annual recruitment in my country. I am going there to discuss recruitment matters." Recruitment? Xiaohe was somewhat puzzled. What does recruitment have to do with your company? Realizing something, she quickly covered her mouth in surprise, exclaiming, "It can't be that they plan to use recruitment as a game, right?" Hearing Xiaohe's words, Lin Fei looked at her in astonishment. He had not expected this woman to be so sharp. He couldn't help but give her an appreciative glance and nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "That's right. It's not far from what you think." Upon hearing his response, the host Xiaohe became even more surprised. "Mr. Lin, while I wasn't in the design field during university, I do know that creating a game shouldn't be that easy. Moreover, with just over a month left until recruitment, can a game really be made in such a short time?" Lin Fei shook his head with a smile and said, "Haha, Sister Xia. I never said we would make a game right now. To be honest, I already have a game that is about to be completed. And the theme is precisely related to the military." Chapter 166. The TV station shows CG. Is this operation real? Host Xiaohe, with her beautiful eyes wide open in disbelief, stared at Lin Fei. Hee. Lin Fei merely smiled slightly and said, "In fact, this game was already a half-finished product I created back then. Due to certain reasons, it wasn't announced at that time. I never expected it would attract national attention." What a blatant lie, without a hint of shame. People like Lin Fei are probably the ones who say such things. Xiaohe, on the other hand, was left in shock. The audience in front of the screen all widened their eyes in astonishment. "Wow, I knew the old thief was hiding something. Damn it, good thing I watched the program. Otherwise I wouldn't have known this news. This is outrageous. This guy really doesn't treat people like humans. Having such a great game and keeping it under wraps. Love it, love it. Hurry up and get back to making the game. What's there to talk about in an interview?" Lin Fei's announcement created a sensation online. No one expected this guy would drop such a bombshell out of nowhere. Everyone felt like they were on edge, eagerly wanting to know what game Lin Fei was talking about. At that moment, Xiaohe voiced the audience's thoughts. "Mr. Lin, would you mind revealing some details about the new game?" Lin Fei showed a troubled expression upon hearing this. After hesitating for a while, he said, "It's not that I can't reveal it, but I just don't know if it's convenient for the program team." Upon hearing Lin Fei's words, Xiaohe didn't answer immediately. Instead, she shifted her beautiful eyes towards the director below. The director, sitting next to the cameraman, nodded immediately upon seeing this. Although the interview program was nearing its end, the ratings had already surpassed previous episodes. Moreover, before the show started, it had been instructed that the program duration could be extended. Since Lin Fei mentioned the new game, the real-time data beside him began to rise again. Now that there was still content to cover, this was certainly what he wanted to see most. After receiving the director's approval, Xiaohe smiled slightly and said, "What is inconvenient about it? You are the protagonist of our show this episode. We can accommodate anything you need. Well, I happen to have a USB drive here, which contains the CG animation of that game." Saying this, Lin Fei took out a USB drive from his pocket. Of course, this USB drive was just a regular one from his keychain. However, just moments ago, he had used the system to copy the game's CG onto it. Although the game wasn't fully completed, I do have the opening CG. If it's convenient, you can play it. After all, talking about it is not as convincing as seeing it for yourself. It exploded. It completely blew up. Lin Fei's words drove the players in front of the screen into a frenzy. Everyone felt their heads buzzing. One must say, the impact of Lin Fei's words was equivalent to a heavy punch. Everyone is feeling dizzy. That old thief is really something. He quietly developed a new game without a word. Wow, this old guy is really sneaky. If it weren't for the TV appearance, we might not have known until the game was released. This is truly impressive, isn't it? Quietly, planning to amaze everyone. Exactly. I was wondering why there was no news at all. It's outrageous. The quality of the old thief's games is unquestionable, and the production rate is terrifying. Who says otherwise? Even the donkeys in the production team haven't worked this hard, right? Hearing the real news about the new game, who could possibly sit still? Although the previous game was fun, No matter how entertaining it was, it might not be as appealing as the new game. However, with countless players discussing it, some even posted the news online. The viewership of the official TV interview program skyrocketed again. The director. On the side, a screenwriter suddenly gasped at the real-time data. What? The director looked at the screenwriter in confusion. The data is wrong. The screenwriter stammered. What's wrong? The director instinctively looked at the equipment nearby, and upon seeing the numbers, exclaimed, wow, what is going on? The viewership, which was just 1.7, had now risen to 2.5. As the director of this program, he was completely dumbfounded. Is it really that terrifying? The previous 1.7 had already surpassed past episodes and even exceeded most programs on the network, hinting at a record-breaking possibility. Yet, how did the viewership just jump to 2.5 in a blink of an eye? Is the equipment malfunctioning? Sensing his thoughts, a technician adjusting the equipment nearby shook his head. Director Jiang, the equipment is fine. This is the real viewership. Hiss. The technician's words made everyone around gasp in shock. What is the highest record for all their programs? Is it 1.9 or 2.0? But even if it's 2.0, it's incomparable to today's data. But you have to know, this isn't a local TV station. It's aimed at a national audience. 2.5. Director, it's now 2.7. What? It went up again? Hearing the technician, Director Jiang almost fell off his chair. Is it really that terrifying? However, before anyone could be surprised, the increasing viewership continued to rise steadily, averaging an increase of 0.1 every few seconds. This data can be said to be unprecedented. At this moment, everyone in the audience looked at the young man on stage with disbelief. What on earth did this guy do? Why is the viewership so high? It's hard to imagine that this was just an ordinary interview, yet it became so fantastical. All right, I'll have the technician take care of it. Xiaohe carefully took the keychain USB drive handed over by Lin Fei and walked cautiously to the edge of the stage. Seeing this, the technician below quickly stood up to take the USB drive. Wow, it's 3.0 now. When the technician returned to the equipment, he instinctively glanced at the real-time data notebook, and his heart jumped to his throat. No way. Is that true? Could there be a problem with the equipment? It can't be. That would be too terrifying. With a national population of 2.1 billion, even if 200 million people are watching, this data is likely to. Although nowadays, very few people watch television anymore, the population base is still there. This data, not to mention them. Even national television stations probably don't have such terrifying numbers. At the same time, the official television station's interview program was about to broadcast news about the new game CG from a certain gaming company, which instantly went viral online. Upon seeing this news, all fans of that gaming company and players from a certain survival horror game immediately put down what they were doing. The new game CG actually made it to the official television station. Isn't that just too amazing? Chapter 167, CG Explosion. The gaming studio has once again made headlines, with a new game SCG set to debut on official television screens. As soon as this news broke, it swiftly climbed to the top of trending searches. A game studio that has recently garnered global attention has surprisingly released a new game without any prior notice. And it's being broadcasted on official television. How incredible is that? Do they have connections that allow them to be so open about it? Or is it possible that the studio head is ready to lay everything bare and stop pretending with fans? This trending news instantly captivated gamers worldwide. The gaming studio is no longer the small workshop it once was. It's no exaggeration to say that every move they make captures the attention of gamers around the globe. Moreover, this news not only attracts players, but also prompts major gaming platforms and review media to take action. Wow, this is truly explosive. Just as the previous game was gaining traction, they are already announcing a new one, who said they wouldn't run out of steam. But honestly, the studio head is quite generous. Let us hope this game isn't horror themed. It seems it's not, as I heard from a friend that it's a military warfare game. I can't take it anymore. I'm on my way to the supermarket. I need to watch TV. Yes, hurry to find a TV. CG must be watched on a big screen. Wait, the TV station is too slow. It's already started. A new game from the gaming studio is indeed explosive news. Gamers across the internet are going wild. Some people rush into large shopping malls, heading straight for the electronics section to watch. However, upon arriving, they find the area already packed with people. Eventually, the mall owners decide to project the interview program onto a giant LED screen outside the mall. Wow, what a sight. In an instant, the mall was cleared out. While outside, traffic became congested. The small square in front of the mall was completely paralyzed. Whether they were gamers or curious onlookers, everyone stood in the square, gazing up at the massive LED screen. Boom. Just then, amidst the chaos, a sound reminiscent of cannon fire erupted. The flashing LED screen slowly lit up. Smoke swirled. The booming sound continued. Boom. Another explosion echoed, and the square fell silent in an instant. What is going on? What are they showing? It feels like a war film. I don't know. I heard it's some kind of game. I'm just here for the excitement. A game? Since when did mall advertisements start showing games? Boom. Just as the crowd was discussing, another explosion rang out. The crowd suddenly fell silent, mouths agape, unable to finish their words. It was such an abrupt halt, because, accompanied by an incredibly sharp explosion, a battered steel beast drove across the screen. Looking at the dilapidated old tank before them, even though it was riddled with wounds, it still advanced like a lion. At that moment, everyone's hearts raced, all worried for the two tanks. However, just then, in the square, people saw a head pop up from a corner not far from the tank. Following that, the man who had appeared fixed his gaze firmly on the tank. Amidst the crowd's confusion, they watched as the man dashed out from cover, clutching a square object as he ran towards the tank. What the heck? Is this guy crazy? Who just said this was a game? Isn't this a movie? Watching that man, carrying a bundle of explosives, dressed in tattered clothes, charging towards the tank with determination, everyone in the square was moved. Boom. A violent explosion erupted, flames igniting. In high definition, everyone clearly saw that fearless, resolute man being torn apart by the blast. His remains, stained with sticky blood, splattered everywhere. Hiss! This guy is tough. Someone in the crowd gasped, admiringly. Just as the event had begun, no one understood what was happening. They had no idea why that man would blow up a broken tank. However, as the flames burned, the tank hatch was pushed open. Clang, clang, clang. The first soldier to climb out of the tank was engulfed in flames, but jumped down without hesitation, rolling on the ground. But as that soldier shouted, everyone in the square changed their expressions. Damn it, they are the enemy. Haha, burn, burn well. I'm bowing to that guy from earlier. It was only at this moment that everyone realized the fearless man had blown himself up against a tank from a certain country. Suddenly, everyone felt immensely oppressed by the man's death. But upon seeing the soldier crawling out of the tank, they felt a surge of satisfaction. The hatred towards the enemy had already seeped into the bones of every person from that country. 3 enemy soldiers were burned alive. Only then did the crowd see that this was an old city filled with smoke and gunfire. Speakers hung on the building echoed various chaotic sounds. There were gunshots, artillery fire, and even planes flying low, leaving a roar behind. Amidst this cacophony, one could faintly hear the cries and shouts of people, screaming, weeping. What kind of terrifying scene is this? Suddenly, the screen went black and then transitioned to a trench. At this moment, a young, disheveled face appeared before everyone. It seemed to be a child, looking even younger than an adult. But at this time, that innocent face was darkened by smoke and dirt. The young boy bore wounds on his body, with bandages wrapped around his arms and his cotton pants soaked in blood. Even in high-definition quality, everyone could see the crimson ice crystals formed on the blood-stained pants. The boy's injuries were severe, yet his eyes showed no sign of pain, only an endless rage burning within. His youthful face was filled with determination. At that moment, the boy suddenly pulled the pin from an old-fashioned grenade in his hand and shouted fiercely, "You bastards, I'll blow you all up." Boom. As he spoke, the boy stood up and threw the grenade. But before anyone could react, the boy, who had just risen, was blown apart. Inside the trench, limbs and dirt flew everywhere, accompanied by the deafening sound of the explosion. The injured boy had vanished in the midst of the blast. Chapter 168. We were born here, and we will die here. What is going on? In the square, everyone was stunned. Even the drivers who were irritated by the traffic jam stopped honking their horns. At that moment, the square fell into a deathly silence. Everyone couldn't believe that the 15 or 16-year-old boy had just died like that. Not even a complete body was left, just like that, blown apart by enemy fire. In an instant, an indescribable oppressive atmosphere spread throughout the square. Everyone felt a lump in their hearts. There was an emotion that couldn't be expressed, making it hard to breathe. If this war doesn't end, the nation will perish. At this moment, the scene shifted to another position. From the surrounding objects, it was clear that this was a square. In front of the middle-aged man speaking, stood hundreds of young people dressed like students. As the man delivered his passionate speech, it became evident that this was a rally. Oh no. Just then, someone in the audience noticed something in a corner of the screen, and their expression suddenly changed. With the audience's exclamation, a plane was seen approaching low in the sky. Accompanied by the sharp roar of the plane's engine, the onboard machine guns roared fiercely. Bang, 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 bang. Bang. The machine guns continued to roar, and dense bullets began to sweep across the square. The terrifying aircraft swooped past, rolling away. Ah, my leg. Help. In an instant, the square was filled with blood, and severed limbs torn apart by bullets were seen everywhere. The shocking scene was laid bare before everyone's eyes. It was horrific, beyond description. As the aircraft passed, the city had already turned into ruins, smoke billowing, and flames rising. Civilians under attack ran around like headless chickens. The next moment, accompanied by the whistling sound of dropped bombs, they disappeared in the smoke of the explosions. In the background, cries could be heard. Even the cries of babies. In everyone's eyes, those bodies scattered everywhere might have been someone's child or father or mother and daughter. In short, it was a kind of tragedy that was hard to describe. The perspective of the scene slowly rose, shifting to a bird's eye view. At this time, everyone could see that the soldiers of the invading forces each resembled venomous snakes. Their ugly faces and every cell in their bodies radiated a malicious greed. Boom! As the sound of artillery rang out, a disorganized group, seemingly hastily assembled, charged into the streets. Every young face was filled with endless rage. They shouted at the top of their lungs, an inch of land, an inch of blood, 100,000 youth, 100,000 soldiers. This is our homeland. We will protect it. We were born here, and we will die here. Better dead than surrender. We will never yield. Boom. Suddenly, a shell exploded in the crowd. A group composed of people from various social classes suddenly erupted in a thick cloud of blood mist. Even if they were injured and crying out in pain, there was not a single person who showed any sign of retreat. In their hearts, there was only one thought: to defend their homeland and protect their home. At that moment, the square fell silent. Everyone had tears in their eyes, gritting their teeth as they stared at the scene before them. They had unknowingly clenched their fists. No one expected that just 1 minute of animation could make their hair stand on end. This scene reminded everyone present of the country from decades ago, the one that had been invaded. At this moment, after witnessing this, it was hard to imagine any compatriot remaining calm. If a person from that country was nearby, they might as well prepare a burial plot in advance. You reckless fools truly have no regard for your lives. On the screen, the scene continued. An old soldier, dressed like a beggar, kicked over a young man who was trying to rush forward. The old soldier pulled the struggling youth, who had lost his reason, into cover. Without a word, he slapped him twice. The soldier's actions stunned the young man. You're giving away your life for nothing. Who do you think you are? The old soldier scolded, throwing a salvaged weapon to the youth and angrily saying, going to battle is to kill the enemy, not to give away your head for free. Just then, someone shouted, the enemy is coming. Hearing this, the old soldier ignored the youth, crouched down, found a spot to take cover, and quietly aimed at the opposite side. Bang! Soon, the old soldier began to shoot. As the gunfire erupted, the enemy responded in kind. In an instant, a street battle broke out in the area. Fight! Hit them hard! Came the order from above, insisting that they capture this street at all costs. Otherwise, they would all be trapped in the city. Kill those bastards! The frantic shouts echoed as soldiers hidden in various spots began firing at the opposite street. Under the intense exchange of fire, a squad of soldiers appeared on the screen. The soldiers in their drab yellow uniforms suddenly caught the attention of all the viewers. Seeing this group, everyone's expressions changed. Gazing at their greedy, bloodthirsty faces, the crowd's teeth began to grind together. The deep-seated hatred surged, causing many in the crowd to redden their eyes. That unforgettable humiliation, etched in the hearts of the people, was a reminder of the demons devoid of humanity. Bang, 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 bang. The dense gunfire filled the entire street, with bullets flying wildly as if they had no aim. The officer leading the enemy troops drew a long knife from his waist. Just like in the dramatic shows they often watched, the curved blade was unsheathed, and he roared against the hail of bullets. Charge forth! Looking at that ugly and sinister face, all the spectators felt an impulse to rush in and deliver a beating. With the excited shouts of the enemy commander, the soldiers behind him seemed to be invigorated, some even shouting in celebration. As this group of soldiers roared, the sound of gunfire in the entire alley intensified. In terms of weaponry, they were significantly more advanced compared to the opposing forces. With each charge from the enemy, the hard-fought positions of the opposing troops were pushed back once again. Witnessing such a scene, the crowd in the silent square felt a heavy pressure in their chests. The greedy, violent, and malicious faces they saw ignited their anger. The sight of the opposing troops being suppressed only fueled their fury even more. Watching those clad in dark uniforms slaughtering the people on their homeland, everyone wished they could crush this group of enemies right before their eyes. Enough of this. Hurry up and eliminate these beasts. One day, I will settle the score with you. These creatures are only fit to drink polluted water. The enemy soldiers deserve nothing but contempt. Chapter 169, The Hero's Last Stand. Even in death, they must stop their advance. The ground was stained red with blood, as the homeless suffered the most brutal massacre. Yes, this was a slaughter. A group of demons clad in filthy yellow uniforms, mercilessly killing the people of this nation. Watching vibrant lives fade away before their eyes, everyone in the square stood frozen, their faces reflecting intense rage. Though it was just an image, at that moment, everyone felt the acrid smell of blood and gunpowder filling their minds. At this moment, the history long buried in memories was reopened by the scene before them. War has never known peace. What exists is only fear, terror, and brutality. It was like a hell on earth. As the enemy charged, the soldiers of this nation began to retreat step by step. Ruthless bullets pierced through their bodies and shattered their heads. Watching one soldier after another fall, the crowd could no longer bear the oppression and erupted in anger. Damn it, these beasts, I only regret being born too late. Otherwise, I would have taken down 2 of them back then. Damn it, not just back then, even now. If I were given a gun, I would dare to march into their territory. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the crowd was filled with fury, a deep roar echoed. An old tank rumbled around the corner of the street. Some recognized it as the lightest tank from back in the day, even though it looked outdated now. It had once been the most advanced weapon for the ancestors of this nation. The tank was equipped with only 1 cannon and a machine gun. Its armor was far inferior to current military equipment. However, on the side of the nation's army, the strongest firepower was merely a machine gun. Even with frenzied shooting, the bullets merely left a few insignificant marks on the tank. With the appearance of the tank, the charging enemy soldiers seemed invigorated. Long live. Charge forward. Long live. The enemy shouted as they hid behind the tank and rushed towards the small squad. Their rampant expressions made one's teeth itch. They provocatively taunted the soldiers of this nation with incredibly vile words. Kill those pigs. We want to prosper together. Long live imperialism. In the square, hardly anyone could understand the enemy's language. Yet, their arrogant demeanor and overwhelming hostility had already enraged everyone to the point of having bloodshot eyes. Dense bullets struck the tank, achieving nothing. Behind their retreating cover, the soldiers' eyes turned blood red. At this moment, everyone understood that if the enemy continued to charge like this, losing control of the street was only a matter of time. Damn it, go die already. The furious roars erupted from the small squad of this nation, as one soldier after another bravely charged out from their cover. With weapons in hand, they unleashed their fury upon the slowly advancing tank. However, the only response to them was the sound of clashing and the rampant provocations of the enemy. Despair surged like a tide. The echoes of those impacts continuously filled everyone's hearts. The emotions in the square completely spiraled out of control. Damn, this broken tank looks like garbage now. Yes, but for that era, it was advanced weaponry. Damn it, is there really no way to stop this group of beasts? With our military's equipment, it's very difficult to halt that tank. Just as everyone in the square was discussing, a furious shout came from the LED screen. Damn it, I'll fight you to the end. As the tank slowly advanced in the footage, a rugged man with a dark complexion roared as he charged out from cover. His face resembled that of a miner who had just crawled out of the mine. His dark, rough face was entirely consumed by anger and determination. Faced with the howling enemies who trampled on the dignity of our nation, he showed no fear whatsoever. His bright black eyes were filled with resolve. The man crouched low and quickly ran towards the enemy's direction. He was a veteran, knowing how to evade enemy fire. Every few steps, he suddenly changed his path. He moved like a nimble monkey, weaving through the smoke-filled battlefield. Cover! Cover! Seeing the man's actions, his comrades shouted hoarsely, their faces flushed with excitement. You damn beasts! I'll shoot you dead. One day, I'll take revenge on your country. Kill these bastards. With each roar, soldiers crazily shot towards the tank. They couldn't stop the advance of that steel monster, but they could suppress the soldiers hiding behind it, with the cover from his comrades. The dark-faced, middle-aged man increased his speed. Get him! Shoot that enemy pig! Don't let him get close. Hurry, shoot! As the man drew nearer, the enemy panicked at the sight of the explosives he was carrying. Bang! 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 Suddenly, accompanied by the sound of machine guns, bullets rained down, kicking up a cloud of dust. Damn! The charging man's pupils contracted, instinctively trying to dodge, but unexpectedly. Thud! Thud! Terrifying bullets pierced through his body and legs. With a spray of blood mist, his entire right leg was severed, and his coat was torn open on the left side. Blood flowing freely. Watching the motionless man, a thick layer of gloom settled over everyone in the square. Damn, this guy? What a waste. Damn it, I feel so frustrated. I just want to go to that country and take them down. This group of beasts should pay blood for blood. The tank continued to advance slowly, and the smoke of battle still enveloped the area. On their path forward, however, there lay a corpse. The soldiers paid no attention to the dead body. As the command had issued a strict order, the area must be captured within an hour. Time had already passed more than half, and both sides were in a life-and-death struggle. At this moment, who would care about a corpse? Yet, coincidentally, the route of the fallen man was right in the path of a tank's track. Just then, the perspective on the screen suddenly shifted to the horizon. In the view, everyone saw the injured man lying on the ground suddenly open his blood-red eyes. His mouth was full of blood, and his gritted teeth suggested he was enduring immense pain. Upon seeing this scene, everyone in the square was moved. Wow, this guy is actually playing dead? Incredible. With such serious injuries, he didn't even let out a sound. A true hero. This is a real hero. Yes, this is the hero in our hearts. This is a real man. Chapter 170. Forgive my unfilial actions. I can only serve the nation with loyalty. Salute to the heroes. Salute to the heroes. It was unclear who shouted, but soon countless voices echoed in agreement throughout the square. On the screen, the man's face was filled with pain, yet his bright, dark eyes radiated an unwavering determination. Suddenly, there was a loud clattering and rumbling sound of metal rolling, along with the roar of an engine. It turned out that the tank had arrived right in front of the man. Oh no, is it really going to run him over? This big brother seems to have no intention of surviving at all. As the tank tracks drew nearer and the man's unwavering gaze remained fixed, the crowd in the square finally realized that this dark-skinned man was prepared to perish alongside the tank. To avoid being discovered by the soldiers hiding around the tank, he remained utterly still, even as the rolling tracks were about to crush him. Just as the tank was about to run over him, the man resolutely detonated the explosives he was holding, accompanied by the sound of the fuse rapidly burning. The thunderous tracks crushed the remaining lower half of the man's body with a snap. The excruciating pain of shattered bones and flesh tearing apart finally forced a pained scream from the man. "Ah, die you beast!" The man, face twisted in agony, had his eyes filled with overwhelming rage. He roared in anger, staring fiercely at the tank above him, his eyes gradually losing their spark. Yet, the anger and unwillingness that belonged to him remained etched on his face. That unforgettable visage became crystal clear on the big screen. The expression of determination and choice was deeply engraved in everyone's minds at that moment. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, flames erupted, instantly engulfing the entire scene. And that unforgettable face was completely swallowed by the inferno. In the square, everyone fell silent. They clearly felt the brutality that war brings. Everyone had forgotten that this was just an opening CGI for a game. At this moment, they regarded it as a documentary, a segment about the painful history of their nation. He is a hero. He did not die for himself, but for every descendant of the nation. Indeed, although war is brutal, our nation has a group of reliable ancestors who are willing to sacrifice for future generations. The man's death brought a powerful shock to everyone, and a profound sense of tragic grandeur spread throughout the square. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, accompanied by the sound of car horns, a voice of discontent erupted. What are they doing up there? Blocking the road. However, the complaining voice suddenly stopped. Looking ahead at the countless malicious glares, the man couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Yet, there was not just one irritable person like him on the road. As the traffic jam continued, more and more people began to express their dissatisfaction. Even though these individuals were visibly dissatisfied, they all fell silent in the face of the crowd with red-rimmed eyes. Among those who were confused, someone took out their phone to contact the transportation department. Just after hanging up, a loud bang echoed unexpectedly. The sudden sound startled the latecomers, and they instinctively looked up at the large LED screen outside the mall. You bunch of fools, remember this. In our nation, not a single one of us is a coward. Even if we only have a grenade left, we will go down with those bastards. A heavy rural accent roared through the smoke-filled street. With every word spoken by the veteran, it resonated loudly in everyone's ears. If we lose this street, our troops will be completely trapped in the city. At that time, it won't just be us who die. There are countless innocent civilians as well. So, even if it means death, we must take this street. As this voice echoed, images of ashes slowly fell onto a man. This man was not very tall, but his cheekbones were quite prominent. In his eyes, determination and anger intertwined. Amidst the billowing smoke, this man seemed to be making a final vow, conveying to everyone that they would not retreat until this street was taken. Troops from the region, Zhongliao, sworn to never return. From your province, Li Jin, sworn to never retreat. Troops from the region, Guangdong, father, mother, forgive your child for being unfilial. One voice after another rang out, from middle-aged individuals to young men, and even underage recruits. Each straightened figure and resolute face flashed across the screen. These individuals seemed to be making their last declarations and final words on everyone's faces. Besides the firm resolve to face death, no other emotions were visible. Each solemn and passionate declaration deeply moved everyone. The previously irritable individual, upon seeing the images on the screen, instantly felt a chill run down his spine, tears of excitement trembling down his face. He had once been a soldier. Although he had not participated in war, the steel will of a soldier had always flowed in his veins. At this moment, witnessing such a tragic scene, he could not help but empathize deeply. At this moment, everyone clenched their fists, their eyes wide with fury. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. When will this game open? I want to kill the invaders. These demons who trampled upon our land. I won't rest until I take revenge on their heads. Damn it. Is there anyone wanting to go abroad to wreak havoc on the land of cherry blossoms? I'm forming a team. This group of despicable beings, in ancient times, should have faced execution. Countless angry voices filled the square. As the crowd's fury erupted, war was declared once more. A team composed of brothers from all corners surged forward with the spirit of facing death head-on. In an instant, gunfire erupted and grenades flew. Even though their weapons were outdated and their clothes were tattered, without the protection of steel helmets, this group of men from different places stood resolute, successfully halting the advance of the invaders with their iron-like will. In this moment, these sons and daughters of the rivers and lakes had only one unified title: soldiers of the homeland. With a shared determination to sacrifice themselves, they vowed to drive the ugly demons out of their homeland. Bang, 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 rat-a-tat-tat, boom. In an instant, the screen displayed the most brutal battle. The sounds of gunfire, explosions, and the agonized cries of the invaders echoed throughout the square. At this moment, everyone held their breath, fully focused. As they watched one figure after another fall and not rise again, everyone's heart felt as if it were gripped by an invisible hand. The oppressive atmosphere spread quickly. The entire square fell into an eerie silence, with all eyes drawn to the massive LED screen. The smoke from the battle lingered in the air. The sounds of gunfire continued to fill everyone's ears. Even in their minds, the declarations of those warriors echoed persistently. For the homeland, there are no cowards. Please forgive the unfilial son. I can only serve my country with loyalty. Chapter 171. Acknowledgement from the big shots. The children are unfilial. In this world, they can only serve the country loyally. In the next life, they will work like cattle and horses to repay the kindness of their upbringing. At this moment, everyone in the interview studio was moved to tears. Since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety have been difficult to balance. This could be referring to this group of heroic young men who are willing to sacrifice for their country. Everyone completely forgot that this was just a game in the hands of a young man on stage. Or rather, it could no longer be described as a game. Watching that long-buried history unfold once again before their eyes, all the staff present were wide-eyed in disbelief, especially the director and screenwriter below. As professionals, they were even more shocked by the scene before them. They could hardly imagine how Lin Fei used technology to restore this real history. Whether it was the visuals or the portrayal of the characters and the battlefield, it made people involuntarily immerse themselves, as if they were personally experiencing this brutal war. Looking at the young people who shared the same bloodline, falling in the sea of blood, everyone present wished they could rush to the battlefield immediately, to defend their country with their lives and drive away the invaders. But they couldn't. They could only watch helplessly as one young soldier after another fell. That feeling of wanting to help but being powerless made them grit their teeth and clench their fists. Kill. Kill. In a courtyard of a rehabilitation center for boys, several elderly men sitting on wooden benches could not help but clench their fists and stand up. Their eyes reddening, they stared intently at the playback device in the courtyard. Watching the faces frozen in the smoke of gunfire, their long-buried memories were once again stirred. The group of elders felt a bit of difficulty in breathing. The blood flowing slowly within them became boiling hot at that moment, their blood surging with excitement. The nursing staff around them, seeing the elders like this, hurriedly rushed over to check and comfort them. One female nurse even wanted to approach and turn off the video device. Unexpectedly, a deep, authoritative voice stopped her. "Don't turn it off." After a sharp shout, the voice continued, "It's okay, we're fine. This is a scene we least want to see, and also one we don't want to remember. However, this animation deserves our attention." After saying this, the elder looked at Zheng Lao. "Old Zheng, this time you have brought an indispensable talent for the country." "Indeed." Zheng Lao nodded and said, "I never expected that Xiao Lin could always bring surprises." "Yes, this short film truly provides enough surprises. Although history is a bit cruel, I believe people should not forget. We must ensure Xiao Lin's safety. Also, if he has any needs in the future, we should try our best to meet them. Such a talent is what our country truly needs." Watching the crowd give high praise to Lin Fei, Elder Zheng also showed a happy expression. Lin Fei was discovered by him. The recognition of Lin Fei by these people was recognition of him. Elder Zheng never thought that as an old man with little time left, he could still serve his country one last time before he passed away. This significant contribution was definitely the happiest thing for him before leaving. The war was still ongoing, and the streets were filled with brutality and lifeless bodies. Amidst the smoke, bullets flew out one after another. Some hit the enemy, while others struck the soldiers of the nation. At this moment, everyone was fighting not with ammunition, but with bravery and madness. No side was willing to retreat. However, those ruthless enemies, after exchanging fire with the fearless soldiers, were completely terrified. The soldiers of the nation seemed to feel no pain at all. As long as they were not hit in a vital area and could still stand, they would charge forward without hesitation. There was not even a trace of fear in their eyes, only madness and a will to die. Faced with such fearless enemies, the opposing forces were frightened. Once they were afraid, the ranks began to show signs of collapse. Some soldiers, fearing for their lives, quietly began to retreat. And once one retreated, another followed. Before long, the entire unit was thrown into chaos. The soldiers of the nation, upon seeing this, revealed joy on their otherwise numb faces. At the same time, their momentum surged even more fiercely. Seeing this, the enemy grew even more fearful, fleeing faster, with some not even attempting to fight back, simply turning and running towards the rear. As defeat loomed, the enemy leader's eyes glinted fiercely as he spotted a deserter running past him. "You coward. Deserters must be punished." The officer, with a grim expression, did not hesitate to strike down the fleeing soldier. Ignoring the deserter's painful cries, he raised his long knife again and severed the deserter's neck. Truly ruthless, the enemy was merciless towards both their foes and their own. "You scoundrel, get back." Seeing one deserter killed, more soldiers began to flee, prompting the officer to shout in anger. However, compared to the officer's furious shouts, the fearless soldiers of the nation were even more terrifying. The already terrified soldiers of the opposing force had lost the will to fight. Even when the officer tried to block them and yelled at them, they continued to run. The collapse of their forces had become an unstoppable trend. "You coward." Realizing the troops were in disarray and soldiers were fleeing, the officer knew he could not escape responsibility. He looked at the advancing soldiers of the nation, his eyes filled with fierce determination. Facing a group of soldiers, he raised his battle knife and charged forward without hesitation. Soldiers could escape and survive, but as the commander of this unit, if he fled, he would only face seppuku. Therefore, it was better to die on the battlefield. Kill! Kill! Watching the enemy officer charging forward with his battle knife, the soldiers of the nation offered the highest form of respect. They raised their rifles, aimed, and fired in unison. Amidst the gunfire, the enemy officer swayed a few times before collapsing, filled with resentment. As the officer fell, the soldiers of the opposing force completely broke down, discarding their helmets and armor as they fled in panic. The soldiers of our country showed no mercy, relentlessly pursuing the retreating enemy. Bang! 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 In an instant, the entire street was filled with cries of despair. As time passed, not a single soldier from the opposing force could be seen on the street. Even among our soldiers, only a few remained. A team of nearly 100 had dwindled to just over 10 warriors, half of whom were injured. A tragic, desolate, and oppressive atmosphere spread throughout the area. The scene, shrouded in smoke, gradually darkened. "I'm kinda wanting to play this game now." In the silent studio, the camera operator suddenly spoke up. His words broke the tranquility. Director Zhang sighed deeply and said, "Regardless of the game content, this video is bound to go viral." As a professional, he further commented, "The shots in this video are simply flawless. It's on par with any blockbuster." Chapter 172, Going Abroad, Game Expo. New game beta testing. "This is amazing. I need to call my mom right now. I want to enlist." "Bro, what kind of soldier do you want to be?" "We can go together. I want to enlist too." "Count me in, count me in." "Yes, let's team up to join the military. That way, we can look out for each other." "This plan works. I've heard that in the military, veterans bully new recruits, so we can stick together." The official interview program is airing Game CG. Such a move. Perhaps only Lin Fei has done this in history. And not only did he do it, but he also succeeded. It can be said that the game titled Battlefield 1937, Dragon's Call, is completely back in the spotlight. Moreover, it has sparked a wave of enlistments online. I wonder if the recruitment offices will be very busy this year. At the same time, with the airing of this animation, there have been multiple incidents of violence domestically. Of course, the targets of these attacks are undoubtedly from a certain neighboring country. Although the animation has ended, the anger, resentment, and excitement that people feel have not completely dissipated. With the flames already burning in their hearts and combined with youthful impulsiveness, some young people inevitably react when they see individuals from that neighboring country. Even when the police arrive afterward, most of the time it's just for show. Naturally, there are also locals who were mistakenly harmed. Among them was a streamer who liked to wear traditional clothing from that country, and she was surrounded and beaten in the street. This incident even made it to the trending topics. This shows that in the entire region, there is no other country that can harbor such animosity towards that neighboring country like the local populace does. Of course, Lin Fei was unaware of all this. After the interview ended, he quietly had Ma Liang arrange a flight ticket back to his city. As for why quietly, should he swagger around? If that were the case, even if he didn't get beaten up, he would still be trapped by fans in the capital. Having experienced 2 fan attacks, Lin Fei learned to be smart this time, mimicking those popular stars by wearing a mask and sunglasses. It wasn't until he returned home that he finally took off his disguise. "You still have the game? Hurry up and get it ready. I want to take down the enemies." Before he could settle in, Lin Luo, who had just returned from outside, rushed towards Lin Fei upon seeing him on the sofa. Because Lin Luo is the external image ambassador and spokesperson for a game company, she has very little time for live streaming nowadays. Similarly, her gaming time is limited. However, Limited time doesn't mean she doesn't play games. After seeing Lin Fei's new game CG yesterday, she couldn't get it out of her mind. Looking at Lin Luo's angry face, Lin Fei couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, "You're amazing. Everyone else wants to go to that neighboring country to teach, and you're thinking about taking down enemies. Impressive, impressive." Lin Fei cupped his hands towards Lin Luo, showing an expression of admiration. Seeing his gesture, Lin Luo looked puzzled at first, but as an experienced player, she quickly caught on. Once she realized, Lin Luo immediately grinned, ready to unleash her fury. Lin Fei, seeing the situation, quickly raised his hands and surrendered, saying, "You can't think about playing this game. It's a special supply game for the military." Realizing that this wouldn't comfort his older sister, he added, "Don't worry, I have another game." "Another one?" Lin Luo's eyes widened at his words, and she hurriedly said, "Hurry up." Before she could finish, Lin Fei interrupted, "You can't think about it. You can't play it now, it's an exhibition game." He then mentioned the invitation to the gaming exhibition he had received not long ago. Upon hearing about going abroad, Lin Luo instantly perked up. "Little brother, you know I'm not that young anymore. I haven't been abroad my whole life." As she spoke, she naturally sat next to Lin Fei and raised her hand. Seeing this, Lin Fei instinctively recoiled a bit. He couldn't help it. Who knew what was going through her mind? She might just act out at any moment. "TSK." Lin Luo quickly grabbed Lin Fei's shoulder, saying, "What are you dodging for? Let me give you a massage, relax." Although her words sounded nice, the tone was off. As her younger brother, how could he not sense what was really going on? He quickly shrugged her off and said, "All right, enough of that. If you want to go, just go get a passport." "You." Seeing Lin Fei dodge her, Lin Luo wanted to get angry. But as soon as she spoke half a sentence, she quickly realized something. Immediately, her face lit up with joy. "Okay, I'll go get it right now." In the midst of her words, she had already jumped off the sofa and dashed back to her bedroom, clearly in a hurry. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Fei shook his head helplessly. She could easily ask someone else for help with getting a passport, but it seemed she wanted to handle it herself. So he decided not to stop her. As the situation escalated, the buzz surrounding Battlefield 1937 not only didn't diminish, but grew even stronger. Upon learning that this game was a collaboration between a gaming company and the military, exclusively for military use, the online community erupted in waves of excitement. Some data analysts even estimated that this year's enlistment numbers could be several times, or even a dozen times, that of previous years. Among these new recruits, there were quite a few recent high school graduates. Although this game was not available for download and couldn't circulate in the market, domestic gaming websites still gave it a rating. While this was merely a form of entertainment among domestic gamers and comprehensive websites, anyone who had watched the animation couldn't help but give this special supply game a stunning rating. All perfect scores. Additionally, in just a few days, the comments had already surpassed 85 of the games on the market. Why can't such a great game be played? It's simple to play a game. Just enlist. I'm ready. Once I get to the army, I'll take on the enemies. I'm already in my 50s. How could I join the military? The guy upstairs, you're impressive. Wrong. You should call me Grandpa. Haha, I've signed up for the military, and I've passed the medical examination. Brothers, wait for me to take down those shameless soldiers. To the guy upstairs, kill more for me. Wipe out those ungrateful beasts. Yes, kill those bastards. The comments section of the game is filled with insults. Of course, this isn't directed at the game itself. They are just venting their frustrations at the soldiers from the Cherry Blossom Nation in the game. Lin Fei originally intended this game to be a casual pastime alongside survival horror, but now it seems to be utilized by the military. That is fine. The game's environment and details are absolutely suitable for soldiers. Brother Lin, Mr. Zhang is back. I wanted to let you know. Lin Fei was lying on the sofa, adjusting game content when Ma Liang walked in. So soon? Lin Fei was taken aback. Mr. Zhang had mentioned it would take 10 days or so to return to the metropolis. How long has it been? Not even a week? Since Mr. Zhang is back, it means the game project needs to be prioritized. Fortunately, Lin Fei has completed the game content in these past few days. Now he just needs to go for a test. Chapter 173. No tears needed on the battlefield in the military district. Lin Fei was no longer a stranger to this place. Even without Ma Liang's guidance, he could easily find a conference room. Of course, whether he could do so without any hindrance was another matter. Due to the testing of a game, Old Zhang had previously arranged for the venue to be in the gymnasium of the military camp. When he arrived at the gym, everything was already prepared. After some pleasantries between both sides, they got straight to the point. Squad leader, why did they gather us here? I still have tasks to complete on the other side of the Pacific. Stop the nonsense. Just do what the higher-ups tell you. No need for any extra fuss. Haha. It seems your squad is out of the loop. I heard that our advisor Lin has developed a new game, and we're here to test it. New game? A group of soldiers who had just entered the gym instinctively paused to inquire after hearing this soldier's words. However, the company commander urged them forward. and they had no choice but to enter the gym with their curiosity. The next moment, when they saw the individual VR devices in the gym, excitement filled their eyes. It seemed that the old soldier was indeed right. They were probably going to test some game again. Speaking of games, this group of soldiers couldn't help but think of the Pacific Rim. That game was truly remarkable, fun, thrilling, and it could also hone one's willpower. This time, they couldn't wait to see what Advisor Lin had in store. Regardless of what it was, as long as it was made by Advisor Lin, it would definitely be enjoyable. Everyone lined up according to their squad and looked for their corresponding devices. Once the soldiers entered, the disciplined company commander looked at the 50 soldiers before him and issued a direct order. Upon receiving the command, the soldiers fell silent and began searching for their assigned devices. In no time, everyone was in position. At the commander's signal, the soldiers donned their gear. Soon, this group of well-trained warriors was fully equipped. Following instructions, they launched a game called Battlefield 1937. Since it was a military-exclusive version, Lin Fei had split the opening animation. The soldiers logging into the game didn't look at too many details and directly clicked to start the game as instructed. However, before the screens lit up, a deafening explosion suddenly echoed through the headphones of their VR helmets. The unexpected sound instantly made the soldiers forget that they were merely in a game. The familiar sound of an explosion led them to mistakenly believe they were on a battlefield. The muffled sound of explosions made everyone's head